Good morning, Fort Worth, Texas. Get up and get loud. It's game day, first day of the group stage here. We've gone through the wild card, and we are only halfway through our Rocket League World Championship. So many players celebrating, many teams crestfallen after their season ended during the wild card, but we still have 16 teams vying for the title of World Champion. Welcome back to Dickey's Arena. I'm Wavepuck. I got a Dazzrin, a Gibbs, and a Gregan. Gregan, welcome to Texas. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I flew out yesterday and landed and instantly got welcomed by so many lovely faces. Of course, the people from the Rocket League community here, all the people we've worked with. It was only a month ago we saw each other in London.
Oh, yeah.
But it's so good to be here joining everyone.
And we got 8 brand new teams playing, and we obviously got a bunch of new casters. I'm here for the first time. I'm so excited to watch these guys play. Wildcard was insane. We ended on that perfect Arsenal goal. You cannot ask for any more. But now we got group stage where every match is going to get even more competitive. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. Like, the action has been absolutely insane. Teams have been showing up, leaving their heart out, some of them, their stomach as well with it. It's just been a lot of Rocket League action, and it doesn't stop here. Like, action is just getting started.
Man, I mean, Gibbs, you said it's your first time here. It's your first time here in Fort Worth in Dickey's for today for this competition, but you've been here since the beginning. I mean, what does it feel like to see like the level that the World Championship has risen? Oh,
I just can't wait till it gets even upgraded even more on Friday. But it's already amazing here, but it's been a long time coming. It was like 900 plus days since the last World Championship, and now we're here, and it's the longest year ever. 10 months of Rocket League play comes down to these 16 teams. One of them will get like what they have wanted for 10 months of work. That is so much different than all the other World Championships where it's like, you play like 5 or 6 weeks of league play and then 1 playoffs and then you're there. Yeah. Now it's 10 months of hard dedication.
There's no greater feeling than being a world champion, and I think this is the special one. This is the first time it's been a year coming.
Yeah.
And I think the half-yearly World Championships before, you could ask any player who took it, they were overwhelmed with joy at the moment of that. But this will be the big one. The most money, the most teams, the most international, the most people watching it. This is going to be pretty special.
The most prestige by far. And no matter how you categorize it here, let's get you caught up, though, if you missed the wild card on how our teams qualified, who has made it through. We had 8 teams go straight through to the group stage, but we had to get 16 teams down to 8 to fill out the rest of those group brackets. So you can see the teams up there in green, and they are the teams that qualified, making it through to play today and tomorrow. And we had some surprises right out of the gate, Gibbs.
We got to talk about Europe because we always talk about home field advantage with, it should be NA's a world championship, but Europe came out swinging with 2 3-0 teams, kickoff and SMPR. No one thought that these guys thought we'd go 3-0, and they're here.
You can make the argument for K-Corp here, but SMPR, I mean, look at that from Casio. I mean, it was so nice to be able to see them show up and really show their stuff. Proved on the world stage that they deserve to be here. Carmine Corp staying consistent from what we saw from them in London as, they make their way in too.
Yeah, with SMPR, they only just picked it in that overtime, but for K-Corp, they look dominant in the wildcard, so it'd be good to see them against some stronger opponents. But Renegades making it through. Look at the passion there from the boy.
CJ, baby. I love seeing him make main event. We joke that he'd be on this desk, but we love to see him there. And then Dingtas, my boys. I knew they would go 3-1. A lot of people had doubts, but again, European dominance throughout this wild card. They took care of business versus Space Station.
I'm still just trying to get over the fact that like Renegades is through 3-1, and not just Renegades, but the club making it through here. The club version 1 making it through. Who were expecting? They were one of the teams I think many of us thought were going to be going 3-0,
and they're the first North American team to go through at the 3-1 stage, and then 3-2 round. There's obviously 3 more teams that have to make it. A lot of North American matches in this, and Optic Gaming was an up and down wild card, I would say, but they pulled it out exactly how Optic always does. They beat the teams below them, they lose to the teams above them, but they are here.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, though, like the level of competition with some of the newcomers like the club here. I mean, just really putting a spotlight on the SAM region, doing just a great job here. Even though it does come down to the wire, they played close games against everybody that they played against. But of course, when we even saw a Space Station game against Pioneers in this last match, it was just so emotional.
Yeah, and the final team to make it through, all of the North American and European teams making it out of wild card. We're going to be getting an extra South American representative and an Oceanian representative. But it was this moment here that knocked out the what we thought might be the Oceanian team to make it. KCP struggled a little bit there, but it was that final clutch goal from Arsenal to come through for SSG.
And it was so incredibly close to with Space Station, Version 1, and Energy for that main event spot. And both Version 1 and Space Station said they would prefer to play in the wild card. But after their roads, I'm not sure they would take that now. Like, Energy's probably sitting there like, we're pretty happy we didn't have to go through that wild card because that was dangerous at times for both those teams.
Yeah, for sure. Especially that last match with KCP versus SSG. You're sitting there like both teams clearly deserve to move forward, but by the definition of what deserving is in this moment, only one team can. And ultimately, Space Station coming out on top there. Yeah, we heard Reynolds in the interview say, like, if they had drawn any other team, KCP goes through, that SSG was their kryptonite.
Yeah, exactly. And like I was there. Me and Stats casted that matchup.
Yeah.
It was crazy to just even see how well Reynolds had played in that moment. How Arsenal played despite being sick. You could literally see his nose red. You could see him kind of go off stage after the games.
Immediately
come back.
exits the stage.
Like, that's something that I think a lot of people are going to remember. Like, that was a really big moment for him and the team.
That was a career moment indeed there for Arsenal. And speaking of career moments, let's take a look at the top 3 plays from the wild card. We had some crazy days of action, but I think these 3 goals stood out the most. This is insanity, Gregan.
This is my boy. Probably the most mechanical goal we'll see on this list, but it was Nolly coming off with that flip reset off the ceiling and stringing it together with a play we very infrequently see together. The flip reset off the ceiling, we've seen that before, but then to go into the floor double tap to send that one home. I know for the history with Nolly, he used to love getting those flip resets off the ceiling back in the day when he was on Guild, but to then put it together with that extra play was unbelievable.
We got to talk about defense, though. I love seeing big-time saves. Mist coming out.
Look at that.
That's their strength right there. Defense is their #1 role, and Mist showing up with 3 touches on the goal line to keep this ball out. Nuts.
Look at that. That's Nick Mist Costello right there. T-Base calls him one of the best defensive players in the world. He shows it right there. But, even then, this one, so deserving. Arsenal, double tap. Finish the job, and then go off stage really fast.
It might not be the flashiest goal in the top 3, but given the stakes, the game they're at, and the state of health for the player, how much pressure he was under, you got to give it to him.
That was huge. Space Station, that was up 3-1, and Pioneers were rallying back. And if they win that overtime, who knows what happens. And Arsenal as well ran off stage immediately after. He wanted that series over as soon as possible, and he did it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the KCP was absolutely rallying. That overtime very much felt like it could have gone the other way. He put the nail in the coffin, sent his team through to the group stage. Let's take a look at those groups as we have them here for Group A. This is what we're going to be covering today. It's incredible that these matches are round 1 of the group stage here. NRG version 1, BDS, Renegades, Endpoint SMPR, Moist versus SSG rematch, Gregan, to start off the day.
Yeah, we've seen so many of these teams on a long journey throughout the year, and then for many of them now, this is the most important game of their career so far, because this will put them in a great position to go through to that final stage, the top 8. That is the moment they're all looking forward to the whole year, and some of them have to go against their biggest rivals. We look at Endpoint versus SMPR, Archie rematching against his old team.
Round 1!
So there's not only is there the pressure, but there's also the storylines of the people they're going to be facing off against.
2 wins will get you through to the final bracket, 2 losses, and you're going home.
We'll see how Group A pans out today. Let's take a look at Group B. We won't see any of this action just yet, but remember it for tomorrow. G2 versus Optic, an NA battle there at the top of the bracket. Furia takes on K-Corp. Congratulations on going 3-0, K-Corp. You get to play Furia round 1. FaZe Clan will be taking on the Club, and Falcons versus Dignitas. Daz, I don't even know which one's the most hyped matchup in Group B.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are probably looking forward to the Furia K-Corp. They want to see what that run back looks like. Are Dig the team that everybody is putting them on the pedestal of right now after the wild card? We're going to find out when they play against Falcons. I mean, we see Jory's putting them the hours. Are those hours going to be something that comes to fruition?
If you're a 1v1 fan, you're looking at that Falcons Dignitas series and thinking, can we just turn this into a bunch of 1v1s? Because I wanted to see these players play against each other so many times, but they will be in a 3v3 setting. Dignitas heating up, Falcons still looking strong.
The group of death is what everyone is calling it, but there's a lot of teams we haven't seen play in this World Championship yet, so we'll see what form they actually bring.
Is there one group of death? I mean, how the seeding went out of the wild card, Group A also looks incredible.
And that's the hard part, I would say. Group A, I think a lot of people think of Energy and BDS maybe on the lower ends, but they're Energy and BDS. Energy playing in front of a crowd is going to be nuts, and they've had 2 months of prep work coming in. BDS, when they're winning, no one can beat them. So as long as they don't open up cold, then they can win this entire tournament. So I'm not sure.
The General's Army's been showing up when the team's not even here, and now they're here.
Right.
We'll see what happens, folks. That's going to be crazy. Before we move on from the wild card, one last thing. We're talking about who was the most valuable player in that Swiss? We saw 5 rounds of it here, Greg, and was there one player that you felt like really put their team on the back?
Well, you got to look at the teams that went 3-0 straight away and think which of these players was the most valuable there to get them through. And obviously, K-Corp looked amazing, but there was all of those players that looked amazing. And in my mind, Exotic was the real standout player on SMPR. Mechanically so strong and creating so many of their opportunities. Of course, Chazette and Cassio, we know they play so well on land, but Exotic, the player on that team that I think overperformed their team the most in this stage.
So many question marks around him because everyone's thinking, how do you replace Archie at this point? He comes in and puts in an amazing performance. Now they're here playing against Endpoint. That's going to be so much fun to watch. But my personal MVP has to be Astral because they played 2 teams that advanced out of wildcard. They went 4-0, 4-0, and Astral put up insane numbers. 1 goal per game. He was involved in 2 goals per game as well. So Astral putting up historic numbers, was #1 in both those categories as well. So Astral played phenomenally, and K-Corp obviously went 3-0 as well. So have to go with Astral.
See, I see what you guys are saying, but for me, it really comes down to, team back against the wall. You got to make a star performance here. You got to play your heart out, and I think that's why I go with Arsenal here for me.
Okay.
Because I think that for Arsenal, it was the fact that he wasn't playing well. He wasn't feeling well physically.
Say that again. He wasn't playing
well.
well.
No, not like that. Not like that. Like earlier on.
Okay,
because of the fact that he wasn't physically doing well.
Okay.
And then you come down into a clutch situation where a team that could definitely take you out in the Pioneers. And the ability to be able to step up. Pioneers even knew that he was sick and everything, but when he was in the air, they respected him. I mean, that is like something that you just have to. For me, it's just.
All right.
I feel like you can go 2 ways on this too, because I see your point on Arsenal. For me, it's Reddles on that team. The way that he looked at what was happening with Arsenal, seeing Daniel not necessarily popping off at the beginning of the stage and saying, "I have to be the anchor through all 5 rounds."
That's
right.
fair.
I felt like Reddles was the MVP
so
for that
let me
team.
get this straight. We're talking about the MVP for the wild card, and you guys have got 2 players from a team that almost went out in the wild card.
I was going to talk about
I'm
this.
telling you, your team, you had 3 stars on your team.
Yes,
right.
but somehow, like North America had a miserable wild card, and they still picked North America.
What about like Jorius after he had an epiphany and started playing really well again, or Nolly even on
Or apparently
K-Corp?
Jack as well.
All I'm saying is, if that happens to Noli, I don't think he makes that same performance Arsenal makes. I think it's just he's.
What about
flat.
Fever?
Yeah.
Fever was
I'll give you
incredible as well.
I'll give you that Fever probably plays well when he's sick, but that's just the main thing. So I don't know. We'll see here, folks. So let's talk about Group A, though. That's the action that we have in store for you today. We can take a look again at the group, and I want us to. I'm gonna have some fun here. We're gonna predict how this is gonna go as a team. We're gonna go down the line, starting with the top, Moist SSG. I'm going to give that one to you, Greg, and you get to decide how that match goes. You got to defend it to us, but that's what we're going to fill into the bracket, and then we're just going to keep going and see what happens here.
But before we go in, can I find out Arsenal's status on health right now?
I think he was looking good yesterday.
Yeah, he's looking good. I saw him playing in the practice rooms.
He's not an MVP unless he's ill, so for me, it's going to be Moist. They're going to take it in this first game. Yeah, Moist, they're just one of the best teams in the world right now.
That's fair.
To put SSG against them, that would be a tough call.
I mean, it's SSG and Moist. You're just too okay with that. This is a close matchup that's gone the distance every single time.
But Space Station always loses those close matches every single time. So.
Yeah, but it's going to be different.
Oh, it's going to be different. Okay. But Moist is the #1 overall seed. Come on.
I do think we have to put Moist through on this one, but Space Station. If Space Station beats Moist, I think Space Station's through the grand finals pretty much.
It's the best time for them to do it. They've got a little bit of practice on the stage with the wild card. Moist will be coming in, having to get used to it a little bit. So it's the right time for it.
All right, Gibbs, let's move down. Endpoint versus SMPR. Who's playing Moist?
Oh, this is tough. SMPR has some history about going 3-0 in Swiss and then failing, or going 3-2 in Swiss and then doing well. I think it's going to curse them. I think Endpoint with Archie is going to pull off the win. The last time they played, Endpoint dominated them. I'm going to go Endpoint.
I feel the opposite to be true. Just purely on a LAN performance level. SMPR as players have looked better on LAN.
I know.
When was the last time Charles was at a LAN?
The last time he was on a LAN, he got top 4.
When?
Full major.
All major.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm going to believe in Endpoint because I think a lot of people are not.
Yeah, that felt like forever ago. Why is it bringing that up?
3 days ago, he came into the wild card and played incredibly well. That's what I'm talking about. Whereas Endpoint,
yeah, but he's going up against his former teammate. You said it right. He was top 4. Archie was on that team. Archie not on the team no more, and Sipper hasn't been in an event since then. Archie has.
We got to keep moving here, Daz. BDS Renegades.
Okay. Oh.
Is TJ continuing the run?
Absolutely. I'm going Renegades all the way. I'm going Renegades on that one. You should have known.
The bracket is busted.
How that team has performed? Oh, my goodness. They took down Optic. They look like one of the best teams in the wild card. BDS, I haven't seen them in how long? Like, last time we saw them in London, they went out easy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the last time we actually saw them was Winter Major because that's the last time they actually played well.
Right. And they won a game.
But BDS, like, if they begin well, they're going to look great. But their mental state when they start losing, like if Renegades open up with games 1 and 2, I am worried. But I think BDS has to be the
we talked about Group B being the group of death. I think the quarterfinals of Group A is the round of death. Like, depending on how that round goes, shapes so much of the rest of the tournament. All right, we got one more match here for the quarterfinals. NRG versus version 1. I mean, obviously, it's version 1.
No.
Yes, I agree.
Daz, how are you going to look me in the eye?
There is no way you are looking me in the eye and saying that the General doesn't stand a chance to win that series.
Give me a reason to believe in these 3 players right now.
It's the General NRG.
That's not the players.
That's all I need to say. Do I need to say anything else?
I mean, I agree with you, Daz, because Beast Mode has probably looked like a puppy when he plays in front of a crowd. So he hasn't looked that great. Version 1 had a miserable wild card, I think. Important. They barely made it through 3-1. I could see it because Energy's playing in front of a crowd, but it is a tough ask.
It's got to be version 1.
Listen, wait, if you want to throw the V1 up there, you can throw the V1 up there. I'll just be back when the General's hard forward.
We'll put V1 up for now in our crazy bracket where things are happening here. Back to the round at the top here. Moist versus Endpoint, Gregan.
Well, I think
I think it's all the easy one.
the point here is we've just created BDS NRG down there. I just noticed
yeah.
that. So that was a good call there. But Moist versus Endpoint, I think at this point it has to be Moist. You know, like once they get that first game out of the way, if they win that, I think they're just going to be on a run to go into the qualified spot.
I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that.
I'm sorry, CJ, but your road will end here in the upper bracket. Version 1 I got in that one.
Version 1. Okay, finally. What does version 1 have that no one else has had so far?
Like, what do they have?
To stop Renegades.
Like, I think the Renegades, I think they overperformed in wildcard, and we'll see. Yeah, Torment has been playing exceptional. I think version 1 should make it through if they win their first round.
Space Station versus Semper, Daz.
Oh, that's SSG.
Of course it is.
Of course it's an NA team. Yeah.
Haven't they already played in the wild card? It
was close, to be fair. It did go all the way, so it could go either way.
And I think Arsenal's
feeling better now. You got to think that's an arena day as well. Like, that's when it gets spicy.
Good.
Right.
That's true. Home field advantage.
All right, so SSG through BDS NRG.
Oh, wow.
Home field,
you know what, Daz? Just for you, Daz. I'm going to say NRG is going to knock BDS out. They're going to go. BDS is going to be what is
we
that?
already hear this.
0-17 at this point. Let's just say BDS doesn't get a game either series.
Wow.
Just for the story here. Endpoint, Space Station, Gibbs.
Space Station. A home field advantage. Space Station or Land Boys. At that point, Space Station.
NRG, of course.
NRG over Renegades.
Come on.
I think we can agree with these 4 teams. Like, I probably would have had BDS
Wait
up there,
a minute.
but, you know.
I've just seen it's 3 North American teams here. How have we managed that?
How did that happen in a European group?
Listen, I didn't make the bracket.
All right. Well, we predicted Moist version 1 and SSG to make it out of NRG in a crazy roundabout way that I don't think any of us fully agreed with at any point in that. But that's fine.
But it's correct.
We'll see. It's got to be, right? We're analysts. They pay us to do this. So. We'll see what happens.
Funniest thing you said all day.
I think they pay us. Anyways, let's take a look at the schedule for what is in store for us today. I said at the top we'd be starting off the day with Moist versus SSG. That's a lie. We're going to be ending the day with the best match, of course. So we'll have Moist versus SSG waiting at the end there. Version 1 versus NRG will then be right before that. BDS, finally seeing them here play on the world stage there for match number 2, going up against the double Cameron team in Renegades plus Fever. But let's start off the day with Endpoint. First time on the stage, taking on Semper Esports, the unlikely heroes of the wild card in a European battle.
Semper looked amazing in the wild card. Let's see what Endpoint can pull off now they're here on that big stage. You know, we look at these teams here. The full French roster historically has done well. You know, the French players are amazing. But it's going to be Endpoint who are going to try and upset their run.
Endpoint, so much in front of them here. First time playing at the World Championship.
Change can be terrifying. But in straying off the beaten track, one team soared higher than they ever have before. Then almost had it come crashing down around them. It's preseason. An unknown genius is announced. Barely a ripple is raised until the Rocket League begins. Bigger heads were soon turned until eventually, inevitably, their savior forsook them. A young loanee has brought temporary stability. Now here they stand. But in a season shaped by risk and change, is this the end point?
We're about to find out. This match can't quite be the end point. They got to lose at least one more time here. But they did bring in Archie. So we saw in that video them talking about Seiko and that roster change here, Gibbs. To me, what's more interesting is Archie on the team now having to face off against his previous
former
roster.
team. He's loaned over to Endpoint, and Archie was known on SMPR as that #1 goal scorer. So goal participation #1, and so we'll see if he can do it for Endpoint.
We'll see if he can. We actually caught up with Endpoint right before this match.
Feels amazing to be here at Worlds in Dallas. Every other tournament other than this one means nothing now. Like, if you won the first tournament of the season but don't win this, then no one's going to remember that. Everyone will remember the world champion.
I think you're going to love both of these teams the way they've been playing this weekend. Europe has been 1-1 in this one.
I think a team goal is top 8. That's like the lowest point we want to make, but obviously winning is the goal for, I think, every team in the top 16 now. The vibe in the team's like, we're just happy to be here. We're quite confident and we're looking forward to play.
Kira was at least in the way. We're letting way. We're going to game 6.
Fans should expect to see a good performance. Some teams thrive on like the energy, and the crowd can give you that energy, and then you can just play so much better. Without the fans, you wouldn't have the esports. Endpoint's the best team because we have the best players, we have a lot of good teamwork, synergy, and we're very confident. To everyone that thinks we have no chance, like, you're wrong. We're coming for you, and we're going to win this tournament. Just watch out for us.
Archie said that if you don't win here, all the previous wins in the season don't matter. I mean, Gregan, you've coached teams through league plays, through regional playoffs, and then through world championships. How true is that?
I mean, you look at the Season 8 run of Vitality, 1 goal away from being in the promotion relegation, then going all the way to the final. No one remembered the promotion relegation.
Yep.
You only remember when you make it to that final, and that's what Endpoint are talking about right now. They've had an amazing online season in the European regionals. They've looked like one of the best teams, but now they're here. They've got to prove it on the big stage.
There it is. Mets and Norris fan favorite, no matter where he goes. And everyone wants to see him perform on this big stage.
Mets and Norris. I love it. I love it. I love it. We're going to really see if this Endpoint team can come together, but every piece of the puzzle has to be there. There's Relating Wave right there at the end. Able to make really clutch performances, a great shooter in his own right. He just has to be set up right. And for Endpoint, it's about, like I said, that puzzle piece for them. Everybody getting involved, stepping up. Of course, Archie is that standout player, but if they're all on, I mean, this team is as good as Archie says they are.
And this is the first time they're playing on the stage here, though.
That's the question.
They've talked about that wild card being a warm-up. SMPR, the shortest warm-up maybe of the group, going 3-0 here. No one expected them to do it, but they proved us all wrong.
Battling for the World Championship is the most exciting thing you can experience as an esports player. Winning the championship for me would be probably like one of my biggest achievements I could do in the world, in my life. It is important for us to play our best since this moment, as there will be no second chances.
Obviously, with that flip reset, he deserved to get past that second defender, but SMPR, they're not going to go out without a fight. Shot set 45.
I feel good going against the top team, because now we are even since we made it. It will feel the best to beat G2 Esports on their ground in Dallas, in North America. It beat the best. The past year, I've really learned that there is no champion, nobody that you can't beat if you have the right mindset, if you really believe it.
That cuts it again, but SSG running a bit low between Arsenal and Daniel's department. How long will it last? Clear shot, and it falls in again!
Playing in front of an audience feels great. 2 years without having an audience has been a big issue for me. I've missed a lot of fans. My close friend and family has been supporting me since day one, and they give me the everyday motivation that everyone needs to be there. Being here for me shows that I'm still there, I'm still on the level, and that I can compete with everyone. I want to prove to everybody that we can still be the best.
You can hear how much these matches still feel like Casio still feels like he has something to prove. As I feel like seeing that pop off from him when they went 3-0 in the group, I think he cemented it in his own mind just how solid his own team is.
Yeah, and I feel like for him, that's great to hear from him because that it probably echoes throughout the rest of the team. I mean, Shaw set 45, like we said. I remember like way back when Shawset just had that potential where everybody knew he was playing on that land stage.
Yeah.
You expected greatness. And getting back to that point is something that SMPR have been striving for, both him and Cassio. You see Cassio sitting in there in that middle seat. He's going to be locked in trying to, again, use that veteran seat because it's been paying off a big time for SMPR.
Yeah, it's been a while, like 3 years for these guys that really performed on land. Cassio, so much passion coming in and just he's sitting in that middle seat. So important there to hype up your teammates, especially Exotic, because he's coming in, like first land jitters, world championship, and put on an amazing MVP-like performance in that wild card.
100%. These mechanical players, we know that formula works when it comes to the big stage, but in terms of veterancy, that's something we still don't know how much of a factor it is when it comes to these high-pressure moments. Both Cassio and Shawset, known for being land players, known for stepping up on the big stage. Can they prove that is an important factor on the World Championship?
I think it's got to be terrifying to be Endpoint playing against, to be any team playing against Shawset. I feel like he's the sort of player that at any moment can just decide. There's some switch that flips in his brain that says, I want to win this match, and then you just lose. You cannot stop him. Having that X factor there, when we have players as good as Exotic and Cassio surrounding him, is terrifying.
Yeah, let's not forget, like he had a mid-season, I would say. Like online wasn't that great, but he shows up at the World Championship at the perfect time to look like 2019. Yeah. Once again, Shawset coming out looking so incredibly strong. And again, Endpoint, the major question mark is they haven't played it all in front of this crowd, like on any of this. So we see SMPR coming in, went 3-0. Not only that, they went to a Game 7, the only team to win a Game 7 in that wildcard round. Huge pressure there, but they pulled it off.
And that goes back to what Gregor was talking about, how you want to see if the veterancy pays off. In the wild card, it did pay off for SMPR because they were against teams that had a lot of younger players who were very hungry to come in.
A lot of new regions.
Exactly, but they did not have that type of experience in those situations. SMPR did. They thrived off of it, and they put on a great performance.
Yeah, but then we talk about veterans, and we got Metanoris on the side. Like, come on. You have to talk about him. And then Archie is so confident as well. He goes to any team, and he's like, yes, I want the ball. Like, I want to be part of this offense. And he looks so good throughout spring.
Do the veterans make the difference here? This crowd is already rowdy, right? We're going to have one veteran for Endpoint, two veterans for SMPR here, Gregan. Do you feel like that veteran, just that one extra is going to make such a difference?
I mean, at this stage, it's all about how they perform on the stage, and I think being a veteran can help in that way. But what we've seen with young players like Moist, they can just step up as younger, newer players on the stage. So there is no formula for being good on the stage, but history tends to show those who play well on stages come back and do it again. And that's what we see on SMPR, and we don't see it enough from Endpoint on the land stage.
Well, we'll see what happens here. Again, we can speculate all we want up here, and you guys can speculate at home too in the Verizon fan vote. Use hashtag END, hashtag SMPR, depending on how you feel on this match. We'll go down the line. Gregan, who you feel? Who you think actually is going to take this?
Well, see, I believe in the whole idea that the land preference from SMPR is a big enough factor that it will overcome the online performance from the two teams. Online, I would put Endpoint, but here on LAN, I'm going to be putting SMPR.
Okay.
So Endpoint, I think, no matter who they got, because they were playing the #1 team, like coming out of wild card, they were going to be underdogs no matter what coming to this match because they didn't look good in London, went 0-6, looked miserable. But I think it's time for a bounce back. I'm going Endpoint. I'm picking the underdog here. I think there is hope.
I'll be quick. Endpoint. It's the World Championship. Archie's been proving his performance over the last 10 months. Meta has been there every step of the way. So is Related Wave. They play with Seiko. Seiko's gone. They still are being able to show up. They're going to show up right here.
I hate predicting against Metanoris at any point in his career, but SMPR, every time I have predicted against them, they have proven me wrong. I'm not going to make the same mistake here. I think SMPR has proven that they belong on this stage, and they're going to take the first win here. So let's get down to the match. Well, first off, what do you guys think at home in the Verizon fan vote? They're split right down the middle, just like we are up here, but a slight fan favorite there for SMPR. Let's get into the games now. First match of the group stage, getting Group A action kicked off here in Dickies Arena. In the blue, we've got Endpoint. In the orange, SMPR Esports. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox for the call.
Make yourself a household name. Get yourself to the World Championships, perform at your very best, and become a world champion. Both these teams, Johnny, have waited all year long for this very moment. Now it's all about who can step up.
And SMPR certainly did step up in the wildcard stage. It's got us wondering, how far can that run continue? They're undefeated on this current stage. We're going to be staying where we were for wildcard. That's a bit of a mistouch from Shawset. Get the back ball quite right. Good patience from Exotic. He's able to dart past two there. Endpoint coming in the underdogs despite being the higher seeded EU team. SMPR's form has been noticeable. Should that continue, Endpoint could be in a world of trouble. Oh, already the Archie with a big chance, but Castillo's in the perfect spot to take that ball to safety.
Brilliant by Castillo. Just wait for his moment. It's absolutely heartwarming just to hear another Metsonaris Jan before we even got to the live games today. As Metza now looks to try and set up. This is the best chance he's going to get. A relaying wave makes the most of it.
Air dribble step from Metza. Shawset with the mistake on the back wall. He didn't read the downward bounce. Relating wave there just in case. Shawset got it wrong. 1-0 Endpoint. SMPR have rallied back several times in the wildcard event. Definitely not worried about them just yet. Endpoint look pretty quick though. I think it's all about that Metsonaris and relating wave synergy. If they can play aggressively, then Archie's going to feel comfortable. He prefers to back up the team. This different Endpoint from when Seiko was in the roster.
There's also a brand new position there for Metza, who has typically been that backup for the vast majority of the teams that he has been on.
And Wave as well.
Yeah, it's everyone trying to find comfort in new positions and in new challenges. As here we go, Metza!
Oh.
Couldn't turn the car around in time to find the angle. But this is the player I think most people have got their eyes on. Shawset looked back to form. Now, after a few days off, is he still in that form?
Well, he had a chat with Yummy Cheese Man this morning, and he said he's bringing back Valencia, DreamHack Valencia Shawset. DreamHack Valencia Shawset was the best player in the world, with no debate. He can keep that statement true, then this is going to be quite the show today. But as of yet, it's been Endpoint who are pressing, Endpoint who have looked more ready for game number one.
Endpoint have had time to find some new strategies between now and to London, as that one just sails over the top of the bar. Reminder for those of you that are joining us for your first ever Rocket League event. Firstly, welcome. Secondly, this is best of 7. Both teams do have access to a timeout, and whoever loses this, not out of the tournament yet, but your run significantly more difficult.
Yeah, anyone who loses the first 3 days, we'll have to wait until that Friday to play again, where we're going to get all of those lower round 1 matches played from both groups. That's not where you want to be. You've got to try and get the momentum going. Endpoint SMPR knew that they were playing today, and this is the only match that they're going to have. So they put all their focus into preparing for each other, and that is something that Endpoint have done well all season long. When they know who they're about to play, they're good at making plans to counter-punch. Almost another goal here as Archie at a gap in the near post.
Castillo trying to find some way into the blue side of the field for SMPR. It has been relatively difficult to do as Castillo almost finds some way to forget the shot on target. But I do love that you bring up the point that this is a day where everybody gets to prepare for their opponents. That's not been how the whole season has been. You've had to get yourself ready for 2-3 matches per day. Swiss, single elimination knockout, double elimination. You haven't really had tournaments where you have 1 opponent per day ever since we were in the league play. All those seasons, even years ago at this point. This has been the big test not only for the players, but for the coaches. See whether or not they can get their team all prepared as Metza almost finds a block. Blatant wave, pops the ball up high. SMPR have run out of time here. Just over a minute left. Have not had a single good look at net. This is going to be even worse for them if there's a follow-up from Blatant wave. Thankfully for them, there is none. Blatant wave back to the infield. Archie doesn't find the block. Good chance here for SMPR to try and counter-attack, but they are far too slow in the midfield. Endpoint have got them covered and almost turn that into a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, Endpoint are challenging brilliantly at the moment. For the most part, it's been an exceptionally well-defended game, and that's been a high defensive line, not the Endpoint sitting back and waiting for their opponents to come to them. They're really taking the fight to SMPR here. when they've had to cover back wall, when they've had to cover passes, they've done well. Look at that. Clear from Estenoris, picking out his teammate down the line. There you see Lightning Wave forcing the issue. Archie's ready to move in immediately. They're following up each other brilliantly here. Only seen, I think, one double commit from Endpoint. Really tell their communication's on point.
Hitting the ball with intent. They're 20 seconds away. Infield pass. Castillo, not quick enough. Coast to coast. Endpoint double it.
It's a quick interception from Relating Wave. Look at how early he got up to that one. He saw exactly what SMPR had planned. And that is by passing to your last man can be dangerous. Endpoint just need a solid kickoff here. That's not been a given as of late in Pro Rocket League, but that one will do. SMPR are going to be trailing 1-0 to their European rivals.
That extra touch just sort of capitulates what this match has been for SMPR. They tried, nothing came even close to working. SMPR 0, Endpoint 2, and Archie is playing with his food. They might even get an extra shot at this. Endpoint, proving that they deserve their main event spot.
Archie forever the showman. Keeps the ball in the air for no reason other than to get his team another goal, pad those stats a little bit. What a game from Endpoint, what a statement. We're wondering, coming out of a wild card, the likes of which we've just seen, how much of an advantage would those teams have who have had many games on the stage, they've been here, they've been practicing. Well, Endpoint ready to shut all of that down with a very, very strong game one. Like SMPR didn't really expect Endpoint to come at them the way they did. I mean, Endpoint in previous lands, they usually have one player who's not shown up perfectly, but they were really all on point today. Archie almost opened the scoring early on with a double tap. Estenoris forces a mistake from Chaussette to get them the first goal. And from there, it was all Endpoint.
It was just a world-class performance. Endpoint, as good as we have seen them all season long. And for Archie, that's got to feel so good. You want to prove to not only yourself, but to everybody out there, I made the right decision. If he keeps this up, he certainly did.
Yeah, that's the other crazy storyline, is that Archie is playing against his old team. And if he can't get the win, then he's going to be hurting a lot more than anyone else. Taking an L today, although I say that.
That's the narrowest wave I've ever seen. They've
not
got no room for error on that whatsoever.
I mean, they've done well. They've managed to really pull together here. Who would have thought an all-European matchup in Texas in the morning, and everybody's going crazy. They've been fantastic all week.
It has really had that back to roots feel that we've had in this room. But it's only going to get better. Join us Friday especially. We are going in and we are 13,000 strong. That is going to be so loud. I'm looking forward to everybody.
Oh!
SMPR needed that in a big way.
And it's the hype man Castillo as well. Broke free from the midfield and slots the double tap as close to the net as he could. He wants to be hitting that one as early as possible. He can see that there's an Endpoint player coming on the back wall to intercept him should he take too long to get that rebound on target. Didn't take long for SMPR to punish just one small mistake from Endpoint. Can they make up for it? Yes, they can. A little bit of space in the final third for Archie. Relating Wave picks them out in the middle.
That's not just taking the wind out of the sails, that's just unfurling them entirely. Endpoint straight over to the talisman, the person that they took away from SMPR. Archie believes that he can be one of the best players in the world. Keep playing like that, we'll all start to believe you very quickly. Exotic to the corner, gets clattered into, so a follow-up from him.
Oh my
Archie,
goodness.
oh, he's got a second touch.
What?
That not quite. Ran out of boost. But that is the way Archie has played the entire time. It has just been off the wall, second touch. Dare you to come and try and take this ball off him as they went once again to the infield pass. And Empire have gone for it quite often. Probably the most success we have seen from infield passing plays across the entire tournament. Lightning Wave had to be very aware of that one.
That's a fantastic save. Endpoint still playing with that same pace that they started off the series with. SMPR have definitely started to come out and fight them for that midfield. don't want to get stuck in the corner against Endpoint, who have got a great rotation going. Norris getting a bit bullied here. Relate Wave's the only player with boost, but Archie stays on the ball. Even though he doesn't have any boost here, he's still able to make contact. Buys time for his teammates behind him. Relate Wave calls him off the play. Endpoint continue to defend the Semper push. Don't forget as well, Endpoint just ended their 11-game loss streak on LAN. Coming out of the previous 2 LANs, LA Major and London combined. Things are not going well for them. 11 straight losses in games. Well, now finally they can get rid of that one. Focus on the task ahead.
Maybe a little bit of a motivational push as well for a BDS that we're going to see later on today is Josette. First one off the backboard. 2 on Semper. And this has been the response that you want after the way they lost game number 1, Johnny. They are fighting back and they are finding angles.
Yeah, just a routine goal there for Semper, centering the ball to the back post. Awkward for Endpoint to challenge. Endpoint getting in each other's way a little bit. That's something we haven't seen too often, but there have been 1 or 2 moments where 2 players get close and personal. I think that's something they're trying to do. They're trying to quickly follow up on each other's touches, play with that confidence, which is great to see from a team who have lacked confidence at previous LANs this year. But they've got to be careful. Any small mistakes, Semper are going to be there to punish it. Again, Messinors has to dive in the way of an incoming shot. An improved Semper for game 2. Endpoint definitely woke up on the right side of the bed, but now Semper starting to apply the squeeze.
They have plenty of time to work with. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Only 1 goal needed to be found. Endpoint was scoring for fun at the end of the last game. Might get worse for them though. What a shot! Exotic finds the bottom corner.
Josette said he's bringing back Valencia. Josette, well, that reminded me of it. Just a Fennec darting down the line, centering the ball for a teammate, making everyone on the opposing lineup feel uncomfortable. It's been simple from Semper all week long. Wildcard and now the main event as well. If you're just playing solid Rocket League, it's working really well for them. This is a team who haven't had recent performances online to write home about. Now it's all coming together when it matters most.
Lane Wave tasked with at least trying to get rid of Josette. That doesn't quite work. Josette follows it. Almost very careless there from Endpoint. Exotic. Just watches the ball go skying past him, but Archie's loitering around. Pass over to Relating Wave, just a little bit too far ahead of him. He still goes for the setup.
Oh, wow.
Follow up. Endpoint will send the house and get the goal.
Look at this team play from Endpoint. 1-2 from Archie Relating Wave. Backboard for Metza. That's the aggression that Endpoint have often lacked, especially with Archie on the roster. It took them a while to adapt to him as a new player, but as you can see, when all 3 players are attacking in unison, they can definitely make it work. Messinors and Relating Wave, who have had some shaky LAN performances, so far looking good at the World Championship.
Pop up from Castillo. He's not going to have any support for a while yet. Especially with Endpoint being so adamant about taking out every single player. Metza can he get the second touch if he can. Straight over to Relating Wave.
Look at this.
1 goal still between these 2 teams. A must win, I feel, here for Semper. Getting back from these 2-game deficits has been so difficult for everybody throughout the last week. Exotic over the top of 1. Can he get the block on Archie? That is so crucial for Endpoint's game.
That's a great dodge there from Archie to stay alive and then keep the ball away from danger. Tasked with a lot there. Save, clear, dodge the demo. He does it all.
So, right back to square one for Endpoint. 40 seconds on the clock now. Relating Wave, he might have some options around him. Instead, goes off the wall. He fakes out Castillo. Infield to Metza! Oh! It was never going to be that easy!
Oh, what a play by Relating Wave. Messinors dunks it over the line. A strong 50-50 with the Semper goalkeeper, but Relating Wave faking the wall play, completely outplayed the second man of Semper. Left the infield wide open.
Bamboozled, confused, and simply outclassed. Relating Wave, he's still around. A real thorn in the side of Semper's defense, who are starting to realize that none of this is going to come for free. Metza makes the first challenge, heads on back. Passing plays from Semper have been, Endpoint have been so good. Semper now need a some way to bite back into this. Is it going to require overtime? Are they even going to make it to overtime? Endpoint scored it 0 seconds last time around. Not going to get it this time around. Overtime, and a huge one of that.
Yeah, the kickoff has gone fairly even. Shellset's first to this. That's a good save by Archie, but not the best clear. Endpoint here to help out. Are they going to be able to snatch another one? Yes, they are. They're just hanging on here as Semper start to come for them again. But nice in space, and another one of those wall fakes from Latewave. He's chipping the ball in field to himself quite brilliantly. Exotic's coming through here. 1v1 with Archie, and he goes right through him.
Utter brilliance. Exotic against Archie. The matchup of the day. The player that left versus the player that replaced him. And Semper, on this occasion, get the better of that exchange. One each. And both teams have come to play at the World Championships.
And no sweep today. We've had a lot of them.
I was done with them. It was like London. Get them out of the way. Get to the main event. And have some real bangers of games to start us off.
Yeah, I've got a sneaky suspicion we're not going to see as many sweeps in the main event. More experienced teams. Just that maximum quality of competition. You know, I called it a 1v1 there. It's more of a 2v1 at the end there. Shellset really putting pressure on Archie, forcing him to jump. And as soon as Exotic saw the jump, he just goes underneath. And that was the pre-jump from Archie after actually dodging a demo by not really doing anything. He just sat still, waited for it to go past him. Just still a solid game for Endpoint for the most part. A big step up game for Semper. Game really hangs in the balance now. Endpoint have shown that they are going to be here to play. And it's against a team who have dominated in the wildcard and really stepped up significantly. Well, Endpoint needed to step up. If we saw the same Endpoint that we saw in LA, same Endpoint we saw in London, I don't think they'd be on Semper's level this week, but Endpoint have figured out how to perform in this setting.
This crowd already getting loud. It's very early on in the day as well, so fair play to them. 5 minutes before we get to find out who will hold the advantage in this series. And it might be Metzo! Hits the crossbar instead. Exotic Catastrophe just finding a way out of this side of the field. Good block from him, and that's going to make life very difficult for Latent Wave. Set. Can't find it. Castillo cuts infield. I think they're starting to realize how dangerous Archie is. That stuff finds the bottom corner. And Exotic finish the last game, starts this one.
Exotic speed is really causing problems. Archie bumped off the play. Exotic beats Metsonoris to the ball. See how Endpoint respond to this pace from Semper. If Exotic can continue this level of display that we're currently seeing, he will be a problem. He has been a problem. He's been the best player for Semper since he joined the team. Anyone who's followed this guy's career knew that it was only a matter of time before Exotic landed himself on a successful roster. Qualifying for RLCS. Oh, that's a great read by Relating Wave. All the way back in Season 9, he made it through the promotion relegation tournament before we opened up to the year-long circuit. Now Exotic's starting to shine.
Wipes that and that's off the post, and a delayed shot from Chaussette.
Warning signs for Endpoint. Relating Wave takes far too long to get the ball rolling there, and Archie and Metsonoris getting each other's way. Really, Relating Wave's got to do better there. He's got to know that somebody's going to come behind and demo him. He needs to get the ball moving. Has to force a 50-50. But well done, Semper, to get rid of him. They create a chance on net. Now, Endpoint go the other way. Trying to keep this one alive. Archie actually tries to pull shot Metza into the ball. Bumped each other a few times this game already.
Do go back down the line. Chaussette, wait a minute here.
Oh.
It's in no man's land.
Well, that was a lot easier than Endpoint probably expected.
Oh, he's going in circles.
Chaussette thought that someone would have a 50-50 there. There were two of his teammates next to the ball, but neither one of them intended to really go for it in a hurry. Chaussette not reading the threat early enough. He's way off his line, thought that he was not needed in defense. Turns out he was, so careless defense by both teams in Game 3.
It's off the backboard yet again. I don't think Endpoint are hitting the ball quite as clean as they necessarily were in the last few games. Need to really pick that one back up.
Whoa.
A couple of bumps. Shot not finding the target. Archie misses the ball. Low boost on SMPR as a whole. Best that they've got is 23. Shot set, reboost back up. It'll be up to him then to play this, and he's done exactly that. Shot would have been a bit high, but Metzer had to make sure that that one was going away from the net. It's SMPR looking to swarm at this point. 3 minutes. They might be able to add one extra to their lead. Exotic offering some support to Casio. He might not need it. As Archie finds the ball, gets rid of it, but SMPR, this is the best run that they have had in quite some time, and it might go against them as Exotic will be there just in time.
Endpoint have got to be careful here. They are conceding possession a bit easily here. You know, they're attempting hard clears, but these aren't hard clears. These are just passes to the other team. SMPR collect the ball many, many times in Game 3 from an attempted clear that Endpoint have sent towards them. It might be time for Endpoint to try and control the ball in the midfield a bit more. They're rushing everything this series as Metsonoris now panic flips. See the pressure starting to get to them. SMPR's deep defensive line is starting to work out quite well. They're catching every hard clear. They're ready for every offensive move that Endpoint make. It's up to Endpoint to try and draw SMPR in, switch the pace for a minute, and then hit them again. Hold on a second. 3 SMPR players in the area. Metsonoris ignores every single one of them and scores the rebound.
Miss. Not quite what you're after from SMPR. And they've handed Endpoint away back into this game. SMPR 2, Endpoint 2. Series advantage on the line here. Delay from Casio. Couldn't find the reset shot. As far as Metzer. Good block from him. The path of Casio. Exotic into the corner. Will Casio have it be in the midfield? Instead, he goes for Exotic. Josette finds himself too far forward to really power on the pressure. Metzer's actually around, chooses matter of the jump up, realized that if that was taken away from him, his team was in big trouble infield. Is that one going to bounce out? Casio will not have many infield options, doesn't get the chance to do it anyway, as relating wave. That's with the pressure at least for now, but also the passing option. Instead wipes out the goalkeeper. There's Casio, he's being pressured, he gets away from it. Now we break away to the opposite side of the field. Casio not quick enough, but Exotic is! And relating wave finds the top corner, makes sure the car is there.
Defense stepping up for both teams. We've seen some cheap goals in this game, but now harder to come by. Metsonoris tries to center. Denied. Back wall remains covered. Infield is pressured. Goal is covered as well. SMPR just trying to spread the tasks between them. And Endpoint find a way through.
What you want to see from Archie. Just stay around, cut rotation, get in the way. Here we go, shot! Oh, what a save by Exotic. Josette has enough boost. This is Valencia's Josette. This is what he did all the time. So clean with the transition game. Lane Wave cannot afford a slight misstep with that touch. Provided somewhat well. Have we got another overtime? The first game was all Endpoint. Everything since then has been a nail-biter. Second overtime. Who is getting their second win?
It's a good start for Endpoint. Archie's got a shot off the kickoff. It will be saved by Josette. Power's tough to generate. Exotic the other way. Can't catch up to the ball. Casio actually hits the sideways shot by mistake as well. So overtime still a bit chaotic. The low 50-50 works out well for SMPR. This is how they won on Aquadome. Doesn't lead to a goal this time around.
Josette, the faster of the two players. Casio on the wall, takes his time, over the top of one, blocks a second. Now SMPR are holding all the cards. Exotic might have wanted that one to be infield to him, just a little bit too much work to do to get it over there though. SMPR are swarming everywhere. Casio back to the corner, realized he didn't have a passing option around, but Exotic might be able to do exactly that. Keep an eye on boost amounts now for Endpoint. It is so crucial. If they can't get rid of it, they at least keep up the 100 boost. They do decide to do the former. Archie with nobody around. Exotic knows exactly that. His passing plays aren't working anymore, however. Endpoint see the passing options, see the angles, and making sure that they can intercept.
Yeah, like you mentioned though, boost has been a bit of a tough thing to come by for Endpoint now. Finally they get some hundreds. For quite an extended period of time, they just had boost on one player at a time there. It's really hard to commit to any kind of offensive drive if you don't have boost to work with. It's a big part of staying composed in this high pressure environment. It's just not using boost when you know you're not going to get more anytime soon.
Castillo delays. Tim and Exotic in the same position. Thankfully, they do communicate who wants it. Almost 2 minutes in now to this overtime. Well set. Back into the midfield. Demo as well. Can they turn on it? Archie tries to keep it going. Metzer called off by Relating Wave. Defensively, both teams exceptionally sound. Is now finding a way to break through the opposing team's brick wall. That actually might be quite enticing for Castillo, but he's beat to it. Now it becomes a scramble to the opposite side of the field. And SMPR are the quicker of the two.
Well dealt with, great read defense by Exotic. Endpoint finished off regulation time with a flurry of demo attempts, and since then, they've gone back to quite a clean standard rotation, something that worked well for them in game 1 of the series. Interested to see if they try any more physical plays. It really didn't look like SMPR were too comfortable dealing with it, even though they did survive and make it into OT.
Good challenge from Archie. He does fancy it, but the bouncer does not agree with him. And Relating Wave, that is so brave. Realized he was the final player back. Decided that I would rather not deal with the 2v1, not deal with the oncoming challenge. Archie called into action yet again. Metzer off the corner. Try to find the defender. Both teams are not only doing such a great job of playing the ball, but also keeping an eye out for the opposing players that are trying to wipe them out, make their lives significantly easier on the offensive side. It's just a bit of a testing one there from Metzer. And actually, that's quite awkward, and it starts to dip down before your half volley on the backboard. It can get very difficult to play, but that is a wasted shot, Johnny, and you don't look too happy about that.
You know, it was a perfect moment for a demo, so is this, but shot set, didn't have to worry about one. Just focused on the save. I think a couple of moments here, Endpoint have had an opportunity to demo, but they're prioritizing quick rotations back to the midfield. You know, that really shows to me that they're worried about losing this overtime on a counter-attack. They're not willing to go completely all in. And SMPR are defending like this. I think you have to try. You've got to put pressure on that goalkeeper off the ball.
The stakes are this high, though, it can be so difficult just to convince yourself to go for that one big play, because if it goes wrong, a lot goes wrong. Here's Exotic! Oh! Brace for Exotic! SMPR have got overtime!
That's a great finish by Exotic. Underneath Archie, who was trying to guess which direction this rebound was going to head. And he guessed wrong. Thought Exotic, with that quick approach to the backboard, would spike the ball straight into the net with no bounce. I mean, that was a fast approach from Exotic to come into that one. The fact that he slowed down the shot completely caught Archie off guard. He gets yet another overtime winner for his team. Last time, it was a ground play. This time, it's an aerial play. And you can tell that Endpoint just were not ready for that burst of pace. Exotic's been the difference. SMPR, at the moment, continuing that run that they've started in wildcard. Can they go 4 straight wins at the Worlds? When you combine the two events together, what a goal by Exotic. And that finish has prompted a timeout from Endpoint already.
Yeah, very rare, actually, that we see the 2-1 timeout, but I think Endpoint have realized that, yes, game 1 could have gone better. They'll know exactly that, but ever since then, SMPR have switched it on, they've figured everything out. And for SMPR, I also want to talk about how important it was that they did win that overtime, because despite how good they were in it, there was quite the misplay that actually sent us into that overtime. So they'll be happy now to put that into the back of their mind, move forwards.
Yeah, definitely a lot of careless defending at the start of game 3. Endpoint didn't do too well to concede 2 goals early. that Semper kind of threw away the lead a little bit. They definitely want to make Endpoint work harder for their goals. But you can clearly see in overtime, Endpoint were not as happy to sit upfield, provide a passing option, to provide some off-the-ball pressure onto Semper. They were all darting back into the midfield, trying to play a clean, fast rotation and just reliably win the game. So if you do go for an all-in play and it doesn't work, you're in trouble on the counter-attack. There's no denying that. At the same time, I would love to see just just one drive past the goal line. If a shot might be coming, just give it 1 second extra on the rotation to get back, just to go out your way and hunt that goalkeeper down.
I love hearing that in the background. And we do thank all of you so much. It is going to be a long, hectic, and quite frankly, brilliant week of Rocket League. You guys hear all the heart and soul of it. Let's get ourselves into game number 4. Have Endpoint found something to utilize in that timeout? Or are Semper simply too good? Game number 4 underway.
So Semper try to get the ball to Castillo in the back corner, and they do get the ball to Castillo in the back corner by intentionally losing the kickoff. Endpoint are able to work with this, though, because it looked like Castillo couldn't really control the ball when it came towards him. It was on the wrong side. Going to be looking at kickoffs under a microscope here today. Oh, what a fake. Metza didn't have too many options here. As he turned around, he was pretty limited with boosting momentum. Oh, it looked like Chaussette was keeping an eye on Archie as well, who was flying in a bit more quickly for that one. Called the mind game. Metza Norris had the same idea, and all ready to get the first goal.
Maybe if we rewind it back a little bit on that play, the bump is what opened it up for Metza, who has the vast majority of the Endpoint goals. He has been the offensive focal point. He's been providing in that regard. Archie now, looking to try and make it 2, pops the ball away. Chaussette, only as far as relating wave, sees the option and Castillo missed it! And Archie will clean up.
What an approach from Archie. Takes the boost from the back corner, darts back in. No chance for Semper to react to that kind of pass. It's less telegraphed than some of the other passes both teams are attempting at the end of game number 3. Much more quick as well with the first touch. So I'd love to see more of that from both teams. Quick fire passing, less telegraphed. Like we keep mentioning, physical play from Endpoint. Are they going to go for that? I think it's an option that would work well for them. They've got a team who are quite comfortable defending solo, and you've got Relating Wave and Archie on the roster. Don't need to dart back too quickly. Endpoint look for a third. Archie's all alone here in offense.
Archie maybe even outperforming what his own teammates' expectations were. Relating Wave once again in the midfield. It's been him and Relating and Archie that have just been switching who is going to be the target man in the midfield and just disrupt Semper when they try and recycle the play. As Exotic sees Chaussette, isn't going to find him, but Castillo even further away becomes the player to take control of it. 3 minutes. With Semper finding themselves quite significantly behind already. Are we going to see a repeat of game number 1? Castillo, good block. Brings it to Chaussette, but that's a bit wasted. Archie would have actually been quite disappointed with the way that he controlled that one.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a gimme, and Semper almost able to recycle possession for a second time. Instead, they've had to go back to their own back corner. Archie waits. Good challenge. Let's realizes nobody else is around. I might as well just disrupt the play even more.
Yeah, Endpoint, they'll be just trying to close out this game without any more defensive mistakes. They don't need to make one here, though. Castillo fires for Semper. And that was all from a great pass from Chaussette. Just lofts it up in the air. Relating Wave can't get there. That's the key for Semper there. So it's not overhitting the pass too much. Keep it close. Don't give Endpoint a chance to close the distance. Relating Wave tried, couldn't get there.
I think as well, Johnny, when we were talking about how fundamentally sound Semper have been throughout the last week or so, a lot of people might hear that and think, oh, just strong rotations, send people back, always make sure there's a third man. That's not necessarily been the case, though. Semper have been exceptionally good at understanding when to pull the trigger and send all 3 for it. That last goal being prime example. It's been exceptional at just decision-making, making sure that they know this is the one we're going to score from. And we can now send the whole house as, well, Endpoint putting the pressure back on.
I like to see that they are sticking around just a little bit here to try and cause some chaos before leaving. Shawsette's the only player with boost at the moment. Exotic just goes straight for the ball. That's exactly what Shawsette wanted. One of his teammates has ball pressure, forces a touch, and he can use his boost that he's got to follow up on their play. If you switch the roles, it's very hard for a zero boost player to follow up on a forced 50-50, so good management, good communication by SMPR there. Exotic knowing that when he doesn't have boost, he can just stay on the ball, make life for Shawsette as easy as possible.
What a hit that is. Metzer again has to control the ball on its way back down to the floor. Castillo piped out mid-air, but it is Exotic that's got the boost. He's the one at the back. Castillo, the Shawsette, back to Castillo!
Oh! Well, well, well. I thought that was a bit of a clear pass in field. I'm not sure what Metza thought was going to happen, but he drove into no man's land. The ball goes right past him, and of course SMPR are going to score from that range. I mean, with the momentum Shawsette had in the air, there's no way he's shooting that. Well, if he is, it should be saveable. I don't know why Endpoint have failed to cover that pass. It was, for me, the only play SMPR were ever going to make from that position.
At the moment, we're heading towards another overtime, our third in a row. Unless somebody here has just got that spark of magic required. It might be Archie. He's called off it. And Metza had quite the amount of players around him, making sure that he was not going to be able to turn that one on target. Still, Endpoint in a great position to keep the offense on board. Rating wave, challenge in the midfield. Exotic has to rotate back. Well played there from Shawsette. Did not just wander out of place. Realized what his task was. Whoa! That hits the crossbar. Castillo doesn't panic. Realized which way it was going to go and then hooked back in to make sure it got into the corner, but SMPR are well against it. Archie now up against Castillo. Doesn't want to head it over towards the corner. Realized Castillo would have probably had him covered. Now becomes Metza. Back to Archie. This is what Endpoint have continuously done so well. This is how they get the transition game going. Relating wave is going to drop down, but because of the bump on Metza, no way to finish it.
Well, moments ago, Exotic cuts off an infield pass. Now he bumps the third man who's looking to get up and rebound a winner for Endpoint. Huge defensive plays from an active Exotic, but Endpoint still piling on the pressure.
Exotic, will he accept overtime? They don't want to. SMPR put the ball long, and Endpoint forced to concede that they want golden goal. Third time in a row, SMPR have won both of them. Can they get the hat trick?
Already Exotic with a chance. Metsonoris stays on him though. Once again, it's been that theme of this game, is low boost ball pressure. Metsonoris just staying on it, not giving Exotic a free touch. Making his goalkeeper all that happier. Really quick the game here. That's a free shot. It's just not going to make it through though. Follow-up is there, but that's also going to be defended by Endpoint.
Relating wave on the transition. Choose his boost, choose to try and get rid of Exotic, but that second part doesn't quite work out. Good bump as well, gives Archie a free hit. Shawsette, that's an awkward angle, brings Archie back in, he goes for the net. And Castillo with the wherewithal, now off the backboard one more time, terminating wave, what a save! Castillo jumps, hopes, makes contact, there they go, and it's a second beautiful stop.
Exotic's the only player with 100 boost at the moment. Castillo's got 0, but he manages to make a key touch. Endpoint know they've got SMPR on the ropes. It looks like SMPR have survived. The attack fizzles out.
That was Endpoint's golden opportunity. Metza, Carnival!
Whoa!
And not for the first time, Metza caught sleeping.
Oh my goodness. Well, Metsonoris didn't have a lot of boost. He thought he could get up quickly enough to deflect that ball over the bar or into the corner, but when you're that far off the line and you don't have a lot of boost to quickly turn around and cover a long shot, you need to make the touch, and Metsonoris doesn't make contact. A couple of extremely poor plays from the veteran in this game alone. The equalizer was also an infield pass that he must see at this level. He did not see it. Gave SMPR the pretty easy equalizer. We hope we can see it again on the replay here. After such a great start, Endpoint call the timeout. They come back, and then they just let it drop. The first goal, fair enough. SMPR worked well for that one. fantastic pass from Chaussette, but the tying goal and the winning goal, both extremely lackluster defense from Endpoint. Semper 3 overtimes in a row, now 3 match points as well.
And some people at home, Johnny, might be wondering, why are we not having the same criticisms about Castillo? Because there was another infield pass that might be able to see Castillo was able to potentially jump up for it, but the difference is that Castillo was under pressure. Castillo had to decide, is this going straight to the player, or is he going to try and demo me and they're going to leave it for something else?
And it was a quick one as well.
Exactly.
It was a play that could have realistically been a shot, it could have been a backboard play.
But as you were saying, for Metza, it was the only play on the board.
It was the only play that made sense, so that's why he's got to see it coming. Chaussette's floating in the air, and if he gets the perfect touch, yeah, maybe he's able to shoot that on target threateningly, but likely infield pass. Semper, happy to see Metz misread the situation. Continue their overtime streak. They've taken 7 overtimes in a row between wildcard and today, 3 of them in this series alone.
They've got the ice. Have they got the series? Semper put game 1 right behind them, and ever since then have been going from form to form. And Endpoint have been helping them with that a little bit. Relating Wave sees that there's quite a few down that side of the field, but the difference between Relating Wave, a lot of players out there, is he'll see 2 players in one side, and he'll say, I'll have a bit of that. Leaves himself on those challenges. Nice from Exotic to find a little bit of space. Castillo's block only as far as Relating Wave. 1-0 Endpoint.
Pressure play from Endpoint. Grabs them in the early goal. Exotic wanted a 50, couldn't get it. Castillo tried to deflect the ball into the corner. He also fails to do so. Endpoint take another lead. They've had quite a few of them this series. Both teams have struggled to hold on to leads that they've gathered for themselves. Just surprising. I mean, I think Endpoint, when they're up by 2, I usually feel pretty comfortable about how they're playing, but today it's been a little bit more ropey, and Semper as well. Definitely a high-pressure situation. Once they've made it into overtime, they've been a lot more consistent. It's about regulation-type defending. That's where it's been a bit less easy for Semper to hold on.
Boom and clear by Archie. Those do not have the same effect that they had earlier on. Semper happy to just cover off those angles. Castillo to Exotic. How well communicated is that by Semper? Endpoint trying to give them a little bit of the same. Semper just a step ahead at the moment. Metz would have liked to have seen that pass get over to him. Instead, it's Archie wants to go the whole way. Almost did it. Crossbar denied, but Relating Wave has a second.
And Archie does enough. Just gets it over the top of the first man, keeps control, and then crucially keeps the ball in front of the goal as well. Big time dunk by Archie. Another 2-goal lead for Endpoint. Semper have come back from this scoreline before. Let's see if they can do it again.
For me, this position now is all about Endpoint not making mistakes. They've gave up some very silly ones.
Yeah.
In field, make Semper work for it. I know that when they get into that stalemate, both teams struggle to score, so why not utilize that for yourself? Castillo called off by Exotic. Archie and Exotic has been just truly fascinating. Oh my goodness, and Exotic just loitered, threatened the demo, and parked the car, ready and waiting for the pass.
Yeah, look at this, Exotic boost steal, bumps Metz away, and then he's also there to slot in the center ball. But that's been a great little team play from Semper. The timing of the arrival of the ball could not have been any better. It arrived just at the moment that Metz is bumped out of the play. Semper noticed an opening, and they take it without any hesitation. Exotic continues to impress in a matchup that you'll care a whole lot about. When Archie was sniped by Endpoint from Semper, the general consensus was he would be irreplaceable. Exotic has replaced him. Not just literally, but in every sense. He's been that guy for Semper.
And Semper have tried to come into this tournament with a little bit of a different look, because it was originally a 1-to-1 replacement. That wasn't quite working for them towards the latter stages of the season. They tried to offload a little bit more responsibility to Castillo and Chaussette. And here you go. This is the results for it. A team that nobody was rating going into the wild card, fully in control of the series, but not in control of this game.
Yeah, not in control of their boost in the back corner there. They've failed a couple of times to just generate time. get that 50-50 to stall long enough to get someone on the ball and somebody backing them up. Something that SMPR have done very well all the way through this tournament. Challenging the ball as a team. Just lunging forward and hoping to get a big-time block. Having someone ready in reserve who can advance as soon as Endpoint lose control of the ball. So just taking his time here. At least with the back corner boost, gets taken out of the game. I think this is the first time we've seen Endpoint respond after their lead starts to crumble. Here they go again, and Metsadorus will slot a top corner redirect. It looked like the keeper got a touch. It wasn't enough.
It's a brand new look to Metza. That is so good. Forced the goalkeeper to just respect the possibility that Metza could have found top corner, and I do not blame them for that one. They're already squeezing past, but 4-1. Endpoint have answered. Are they walking towards their second game win? Or if SMPR got something left in the back pocket, Chaussette tries to peek around on the far side, as Exotic might actually go for him here. 1-2 pass, no, just a little bit too far ahead of Chaussette. Wants to maybe go the entire way, but Archie pins the ball out of the angle. Is this game now gone for SMPR? They need to score very soon if they're going to make anything of this. But Endpoint, when they have these sorts of leads, do tend to just extend them. Come back down, relating wave, causes a little bit of trouble there for Exotic. Metza back in. There is a confidence in Metza that I have not seen in years.
Yeah, he's back. He started off the series very well. I think he had a bit of a blip in the middle, but looks to be back in game 5. Not a moment too late. SMPR still piling forward. Got options far side. Relating wave's got it covered. It looks like Endpoint will get over the finish line in game 5. SMPR have not scored enough of their chances. Here's another one. They do get this one.
Hold on.
And we've got time left. That had to go in. This was their really getting to their last chance territory. If they can get a volatile kickoff, that will favor SMPR. They might try something risky here. Everybody's spawning in the middle. We've got options. SMPR do just play it standard as a close cheat, though. You can see.
Oh, Archie's missed it!
Oh, he's missed! Archie gets back to it, but that's not going to do it. A huge blunder in defense. Archie panic flips on a free ball. And SMPR are back within 1.
Feels backflip at the worst possible time. 22 seconds left. SMPR about to full send. Castillo misses it, but it does now bring in their third man. Archie gets bumped out of the way as well. Now up to Exotic, low boost. Bounces down, Archie, oh, that's so well played. Can they add another one? Metza to finish it off, but now it's all up to Relating Wave at the back. How's he gonna play a slow or boom? Chooses the boom towards Archie. SMPR have to go coast to coast. Can they do it? Chaussette, up the wall, Exotic. Sees a couple of players around, but they're not going to create the play. Endpoint didn't make it easy on themselves, but they are still in it.
My goodness, Endpoint really did make that difficult for themselves.
They just give away, like, I don't know if they think they're playing with a handicap, if they just have to give away like 1 or 2 goals every single game and bring SMPR back into it. Like, imagine this series with Endpoint not tripping up on themselves.
I just can't believe Endpoint close cheated in the last kickoff. I can tell you why SMPR did it. They're trailing by 2. They need to take that risk. They tried a dead ball kickoff or a big win, and the close cheat combined, quickly pounced on the ball, and slowly shot on target. Now, Endpoint should have been fine. Archie did turn back towards the net, and he would have had the save if he didn't panic flip, but the fact that he's even just got to make a save solo did worry me. Because it didn't have to be a slow shot. There's plenty other variations of this that come more quickly towards the goal. Close cheat is a risky strategy. Endpoint nearly got punished for opting for it there. They just hung on long enough to send us into game 6.
How confident are you in this one going to 7? I'm confident we're going to see at least 4 goals.
I'll be honest, I'm not. I wish I could say I am, but Endpoint have looked so inconsistent today. They've had their big moments. I think at times they've looked like they're just really putting it together and starting to connect in a way that we've not really seen from them in LAN. But they've had big defensive mistakes in quite a few games in a row now. SMPR, for me, have been the more consistent team. They've won every single overtime. They can just make it to another one. I'm not betting against it.
Well, let's see if a Champions Field will go next. 5 minutes to find out which one it's going to be. Pass from Relating Wave. Can he find the angle? Oh, my goodness! Relating Wave!
Huge play from Wave. He was right there. As soon as Metznaris popped the ball up in the air. But finished it off in style. It's not like that first touch was easy to catch up on. Now here he goes again. 1v1 Chaussette, who's got his number.
And it's the play that just adds to the frustration if you're an Endpoint fan, because you see stuff like that, and you see how they've been conceding, and you realize that they have the makeup there of a world-class team. Now they have to keep this up. Metza can't find a block. Castillo doesn't want any of Relating Wave in the mid-air challenge. Takes it around him. Archie, not with a setup to anybody. Endpoint holding back for now. It's been a fascinating matchup in the midfield. Here we go! Oh. Castillo! If you want the ball to fall to anybody, it's that guy!
Oh, Metznaris didn't get the ball past Exotic, but you've got to get someone else into the middle there. I mean, what are Endpoint doing with two defenders that close to the ball and no one is jumping in front of the shot? That's just poor defense from Endpoint once again. They're in a world of trouble. Exotic's faking, and he's scoring immediately off the kickoff. Endpoint have been good enough in defense. I mean, in offense. Their defense, though, has just not been up to the task. What a play from Exotic, who's been the man of the match so far.
And to start this game off and to end the last one, it is the kickoffs that have really started to show themselves through. Chaussette, that was on target. Would have been able to add another one, but Endpoint's high-flying start completely evaporated. They've now got to try and climb back into this. Relating Wave delayed his attempted challenge, but Cassio's still able to avoid. Archie to Relating Wave. Wants to go the entire way. He's got a little bit of support. Pops off the backboard. It's going to be up to Archie. Doesn't find the shot on target. There was a hive mind of orange cars flailing everywhere. Couldn't quite guide it past them. That is so cheeky by Chaussette. What a goal it would have been. Instead, we stay at 2-1.
Endpoint definitely had a good opportunity there. Likewise, the tricks are coming out at the tail end of the series. Don't have any doubt in Endpoint's ability to create realistic opportunities on net. I'm more worried about this goals that they're conceding. They're coming in rapidly, just a bit too easily, especially at the tail end of games for my liking. This is the moment that Endpoint have to figure out a way to continue this offensive pressure without defensive mistakes, and they've done it. Relating Wave underneath Chaussette for 2-2.
If there's anyone that is stepping up, it is Relating Wave. Sets up the first, puts in the second, and it has been the bread and butter for Endpoint throughout the entirety of this series. Put the ball into midfield and then use the passing player to put pressure on the goalkeeper. 2 each. Champions Field still beckons, but it is up to Endpoint to find the consistency. As Exotic up against Archie. What a challenge that is from an Archie that was on low boost. Might even keep this going. Endpoint's transitions continue to be good. Relating Wave. Is he going to be that talisman for Endpoint in this game? He's dragged them back into it. Now they need one more. But for Semper, I really don't think you change anything, because if you do, there's no real need. Endpoint at any moment could just capitulate. We've seen that.
Yeah, I mean, Endpoint have had defensive mistakes in every game that we've seen since game 1. So Semper are just going to continue grinding out goals, just grinding out this midfield battle, and they're quite happy to go to OT, undefeated in this series, undefeated in this tournament. Once games go to overtime, they wait patiently. Just let the clock tick down. Hope for another Endpoint mistake.
Fort Worth wants 7. Relating Wave wants 7. It's not going to get it off that setup. But Semper have not been able to utilize the midfield challenges. They don't have the boost to even go over that way. Off the backboard. Endpoint not looking for that killer blow just yet. Just keep setting up, keep stealing the boost, wait for the opportunity. Although that from Exotic undoes all the good work that we saw previously.
Whoa!
That's so much power. Where's the follow? As Archie sacrifices his car to make sure his team is still in it.
Yeah, Exotic is just doing so much at the moment, but he's not chain dashing here, letting Castillo actually take the back wall defensive duties. Endpoint, despite all of their territory in this game, still unable to put that lead back on the scoreboard ever since they got the 1-0 taken away from them early on in this game.
And SMPR are just going to keep asking the question. Chaussette, not allowed to do the flip reset. Not something that any team should ever allow Chaussette to do, but Exotic tries to drop it down.
Wow!
Interception! Fort Worth! You might get your wish!
Relating Wave reads the play. He reads the infield pass, and he slots the open net across the pitch. 34 seconds remaining. SMPR have looked deadly on the kickoffs, but this one's good for Endpoint.
They go straight for the shot!
Oh! It's good.
Oh, it's real good. 4-2, Endpoint, with everything to play for, and they played for it. You question why they went heavy on the cheat last time, Johnny. I think the question was still very viable here, but hey, if it works, it works.
I'm like not a fan of it as somebody who wants to see a game 7 here, but they've made it work that time. It's just simply a risky strategy. The close cheat is volatile. If you're winning, that's not really what you want. You want just a controlled ending to the game. Right now, that's what Endpoint are gonna get. One more clear will do the trick, and that should do the trick. Endpoint rally back, they avoid overtimes, and they win 2 straight to send us into Champions Field.
We start as we mean to go on. This is the one, Johnny, that not only have we all shown up for, the players have shown up for, but so many people watching Rocket League Esports for the first time ever, joining us for this World Championship. If you're out there asking, is it always like this? My answer to you is very simple. Yes, it is. We do not do boring at this esports.
It's just constant tension. It's constant pressure on the players. We've seen this series how quickly a small mistake can completely deteriorate into a goal. SMPR have called a timeout. That's no surprise. Whether they choose to switch up the strategy remains to be seen. I think they might now. They've been waiting for mistakes. They've been playing that strategy that got them back into the series, preying on Endpoint's inconsistencies. But now Endpoint have closed out 2 games, and that second one pretty comfortably. So yeah. Is it time for SMPR to just send it? Just try and play a more aggressive strategy instead of sitting back, letting Endpoint come at them. We might see a more aggressive stance. They've been in a game 7 before. They took down Space Station in this exact same setting. So they're not going to be uncomfortable. And coming off a timeout, statistically, is massively favorable. Didn't work out for Endpoint earlier on today, but it tends to most of the time in these high-pressure situations.
Me and you, Johnny, we talk an awful lot, and I've told you very often about how I don't like it when teams necessarily change their play style when the options are when the stakes get a lot higher. But this is the rare occasion where I kind of want to make an exception because, as you mentioned, Endpoint are not making those mistakes anymore. If the original idea was just to watch Endpoint fizzle out and put themselves in the lower bracket, that is now gone. It is time to go to Champions Field and not come out of this game feeling like you didn't try and leave everything on the board.
I think Endpoint will be happy that they've made it this far. They've had horrendous matchups, 11 game losses in a row before this series. The fact that they've made it all the way to game 7 against us, SMPR, who are in form, who are coming hot out of the wildcard, undefeated. This is already, I'd say, a pretty good result for Endpoint, but they're not going to be satisfied without that win. They want to prove that that 3rd seed for EU is deserved. They come in here as an auto-qualified team, and they want to advance into the top 12. Every win in the group stage gets you more money, it gets you farther in the tournament, and it gives you a chance of making it that just a little bit closer to the playoffs at the very last day, where it all culminates in the arena.
Our first match, our first Game 7, our first time to Champions Field. Let's see who is going through in the upper bracket. It's up to José. High flying start now. It's Wave. He sent them to this game. They couldn't keep it out for long enough though. Cassio, top bins.
Well, that's heroics from Relating Wave, who read the infield pass to send Endpoint into this Game 7. But Metsonoris couldn't recover quickly enough to follow up. He needed to be there. He needed to block that follow-up shot. Archie hasn't rotated back yet. Cassio beats into it. Already SMPR have got that lead. I mean, just keep on. It keeps on happening. As soon as the timeout is called, it's an immediate buff to whoever takes it.
And typically it was Endpoint that became synonymous with the timeout buff. This time around it's for SMPR. Only halfway into our opening minute, Relating Wave doesn't want to go for it, but that boost doesn't spawn for him either. So can't quite steal it. Here's your goal scorer, Cassio, ends up leaving it for José. I love that SMPR just leave the options open. Endpoint have had to hit so deep when they want to try and hold onto the midfield because SMPR have got so many choices. Pass it to the wall, take it in the air dribble it, or just drop it down to whoever's on the goal line. SMPR will need more of that because Endpoint are going to throw everything that they have got. Exotic, asking an awful lot of himself, but hey, got the confidence. And on his day, he definitely nails those sorts of shots. Now called in to perform some defensive duty. José with a transition. Steals 100 boost in that midfield as well, so we can stick on with this. That's over to Cassio. And Exotic, yeah, this is going back corner. Buy some time, get everyone back in.
Archie's still reeling from a missed corner boost though. Still looking for pads anywhere, he can't get it, and now the 100 gets stolen right in front of him. Just a small mistake, but it leads to so much pressure. And further down the line, it is SMPR who scored. We saw Archie miss a back left boost a while ago, and then he drove around the pitch looking for anything, couldn't find it. That small mistake, it's a part of this goal. It's not the only thing that led to this goal, but little things like that, eventually they can come back to bite you.
Well, anybody that's ever tried to analyze games at this level knows that most of these goals start 15 seconds. You always find something that is the catalyst.
Oh my.
And that definitely was the catalyst. Oh, Endpoint, that was your series right there. They'll be happy that at least it was too high up. Almost half the game gone already. They find themselves 2 goals down. It might get even worse. Cassio off the backboard. Archie, good read. José, straight on from the challenge from Archie. Relating Wave, he had a brilliant Game 6. He needs more of that in Game 7. But they're not finding anything. 3-0! Hat-trick hero for Cassio!
SMPR are not messing around. Exotic over the top of one after controlling the first man for Endpoint. And with a lob pass like that, the third man for Endpoint has absolutely no chance. The nation of France, who have produced so many world-class players, so many world championship runs in the past, they've got another team who are doing just that. They've got Endpoint halfway out of the ring, and they're still punching them.
Up towards the ceiling. Big question here for Archie. You need to provide. Gets the setup. It was a bit of an awkward angle to take the shot from. Metzer had to just drive straight upwards. Could not run onto it to generate any power. Archie again looks to choose to be provider, but how early was that? That was almost pre-jumped, knowing exactly to go high on the challenge.
Relating Waves missed the demo there. That allows
that's
to get back. It is going to be 4. It's Cassio again. Endpoint stretch themselves thin, trying to get something. But José manages to launch the ball clear off his own back wall. Metsonoris with a high line, expected with a 3-goal deficit. Too far up the field to get back.
Endpoint losing their last 4 Game 7s this season. Very likely that this is about to be 5. They lost every single overtime in this. SMPR have won now 7 overtimes in a row. It is a clear difference in the ice for either of these teams.
Yeah.
And it might be even worse. Off the backboard, Archie low boost, still can get contact. If there's even a sliver of a chance that we can have anything from this game, it needs to come from this from Metzer. Delays, and delays too long.
José just continues to prove that he can roll back the years. Once the undisputed best player in the world. The man who started the Fennec popularity that still continues to this day and is even played out on this pitch in front of us by several in this lobby. He is now back in form after a couple of disappointing seasons overall. There's just something about the World Championship. Brings out the best in certain players. Endpoint are not putting it together in the final third here. They've had opportunities, but they're not connecting the dots. The passes are coming too high, too slow. Approaches are coming at the wrong time. SMPR, meanwhile, have been fantastic.
And how cathartic is this for Casio and for Chaussette?
Top 12.
Season 8 was not their tournament. Both teams, especially Chaussette with Reciprocity coming with so much hype behind them. This is the one where it's the opposite. There's no shot, surely. There's no shot. Endpoint, please just
I'm gonna
go full stand on the kickoff.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Endpoint's kickoffs have not looked to me like the best kickoffs today, so I don't know how on earth they're gonna score 3. Let's see what they've got planned. It is a close cheat and a win, but Casio's there for it. He's ready for anything. And that should do it for SMPR, who go 4 wins in a row, 2 Game 7s in a row, 1 over SSG, 1 over Endpoint. And Endpoint fought back bravely, but once they made it to Champions Field, they were no match for the ferocious SMPR, whose form looks unstoppable.
And SMPR as an org will look at this series and think, this was crisis. They lost Archie. They had to find a way to save their season. Save their season they did. Casio, 5 goals to his name. SMPR are through.
We're going to see them in a couple days' time in that upper round 2 matchup. They'll find out later on today who they're going to be playing in that matchup.
This thing I know. I knew.
They've got the mental edge. They've got the ice. They've figured out how to perform at their highest level when it matters most, at the World Championship, in Game 7, in overtimes. It is SMPR who are thriving and their opponents who are suffering because of it. Endpoint need to wait until Friday. They'll play in front of the 13,000 packed out Dickies Arena crowd in lower round 1 for their tournament life.
We never said it was going to be easy, did we? And Endpoint, at times, didn't make it any easier. Some goals that they will look back on and just wonder what could have been.
It's the defense. I mean, Endpoint, they were threatening an attack, but the defense just was not good enough at this level. Against a team like SMPR, you need to make them work for goals. You can't be giving away free goals as often as Endpoint did.
Casio came into Game 7, scored his fabulous 5. Looked every bit of the player that we knew him to be. If you give him the opportunity, he is always going to turn it into the back of the net. But this was a series as well for SMPR that sort of encapsulated what has been their sort of change. It was not a one-to-one replacement for Exotic. Everybody did their part on the field. Exotic, beautiful at facilitating. Chaussette, amazing at the transition. And Casio hits the ball really hard into your top corner.
They just did exactly what they've got to do. And you know, we're talking about how do you fix a failing season? Well, just go full French.
Well, let's talk to the 5-goal scorer himself. Orb is with Casio.
That is right, guys. Thank you so much. Yep, give it up, please. By all means, give it up. Casio, you're just coming off of the first series of the day here. We're talking a Game 7, all right? How did that feel? Talk us through that match.
It was a bit scary. We were leading like 3-1 on the series, and then we got our nerves that came to us a bit, so we were a bit too nervous. Just I remember like a game where I like missed like 2 triples at the time, so then I was like a bit mad at myself and stuff. And then on like the Game 7, it was like really tense, and we were just like, we just gotta play our game, just like go on the ball, try to play like before, and then it will go good.
I mean, I met you guys on the shuttle in, all right? We fist bumped a little bit. You guys looked very calm. You guys are saying there was a little bit of nerves here. Is that what's coming out here when you're on stage in front of all these people?
Basically, whenever you have like the game that if you win that game, then you won the series, then obviously this game is like much more important. And you start thinking about it sometimes a bit like, oh, if I pop that game, or oh, if we play well this one, then it's in. We have 2 chances. So definitely, like we may have looked at like calm, like that last game we were pretty calm, but like the 2 last game were like a bit chaotic, I think.
So is there anything you guys are doing to kind of stay cool, calm, and collected out there?
We say the same. Basically, we say like the thing we've been doing. Like we make like a recap of what we need to do, and like personally, then I try to breathe on a specific way, so I like calm my heart rate. So then whenever I'm having a lot of stress, then I try to do that basically.
All right, well, you heard it here first from Cassio here. The first game of the day is done. The first series of the day is done. And next up, we got BDS versus Renegades.
They say lightning never strikes twice. Try telling Team BDS. Sunny skies in Stockholm became bleaker in winter as their hot streak collapsed into the very cold front that had always made them so terrifying. Change was inevitable. Seiko brought smiles and sunshine, and a near-flawless online campaign led to a springtime showdown in London.
They know they need a little bit more space on the field. Extra's gonna find one, though. He didn't need the cut it out, and that's something that you can always not do, but Seiko, there it is.
But as the locals all know, the English weather can turn in a heartbeat.
EU #1 seed knocked out by Sam #2 and OCE #1.
No one knows why storm clouds seem to gather wherever these online legends travel. Perhaps in the Dallas summer, they'll once more reign supreme.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my pride, but I'm my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
One too many times, the shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload, and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory, and I got it, cause I'm here.
Now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment. Now, waiting for the curtain call. Here, now, this is the moment.
Finally, we go to Champions Field. Second time in 5 days of competition, Semper Esports continue the unlikely run, winning the match over Endpoint, advancing in the bracket.
Yeah, going all the way to that Game 7 was the match we deserved. Endpoint not looking so strong at the start, but started to bounce back once they went 3-1 down. But really, it was Exotic who stepped up in all those clutch moments.
And that was kind of the storyline for me, was this Exotic versus Archie battle. And there was even a moment in that series where it was a 50-50 on the goal line, Archie and Exotic. And it was Exotic who came through. Also had that crazy double tap in OT. This was an entertaining series from Exotic.
It was all Exotic. 3 overtimes in a row. He got the natural hat trick of overtime winners. He got all 3. 2 of them were fantastic plays. One of those plays, though, the Endpoint defense just not making the plays when it matters most. And they go down 3-1 and they battle back, but they want those overtimes back because they were so incredibly close to at least being a 2-2 series going in. But instead, it's all about Semper and the ice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a team collapse on defense for Endpoint there, but Metzenaris in particular, the critical point a few times there, Gregan, barely whiffing, costing his team games.
Yeah, I thought Metzenaris was playing well until he had those moments. There was such important factors like the missing the save in overtime. But it was towards the end we saw Metsonoris and Relating Wave hooking up together and doing those little duo plays.
Yeah.
I wanted to see a bit more from Archie. That was the player who, if he'd stepped up just a little bit, I think that could have gone Endpoint's way.
Certainly, and that was it for me. You know, it's this Endpoint versus Semper grudge match, you know, and Archie leaving his team going over there, and this was the moment. This was the moment where we finally got to see them match up on the World Championship stage, and to me, Semper and Exotic clearly came out on top.
And it's brutal, too, because Endpoint, you know, they played one best of 7, now they're like, we're on our last life at this World Championship, and they barely played at this point. They have to wait till Friday now, so they get 2 days of prep work.
Semper's played 4 matches here, and they've won all of them. Endpoint's played 1, and they might only have 1 left. It's quite a brutal thing to start in the group stage here, even though it means a lot. You get to get a better placement overall. Still, it's hard. It's hard to ramp up quickly, and the Semper still has momentum from the wild card. Let's take a look at that group stage situation here. For Group A, we have the first match concluded there 4-3 in favor of Semper. They advance to the upper semifinals. We have Moist SSG and NRG version 1 coming up a little bit later on, but for now, Team BDS, the Titans of Online, going to be taking on the rallying Renegades.
Renegades, OC's last hope, and I think a lot of people thought that would be Pioneers, but instead it's Renegades playing exceptionally well throughout that wild card, a 3-1 result. But they're going up against BDS. People are calling them onliners, but let's not forget, these guys are the fall major champions, maybe a little bit of a different roster, but it's still fall major champions with extra and Monkey Moon.
And we already saw what Seiko could do on a World Championship stage with Endpoint. We know that he's got the land ability. He's got the land nerves. They just didn't put it together last event. And so, you know, Gibbs, I'm with you. People are counting out BDS for some, you know, for the reason that they went out early at the major, but these guys are so good.
They were the biggest exclamation point coming into this season. They have now turned into an emphatic question mark. It's Team BDS.
Participating in wars is very important. It's something I wished for a very long time. It was my dream, and my dream is coming true, so it's very important for me, very big. Rocket League is my passion. It's maybe my whole life. I'm giving everything I have in Rocket League to be the best in the world, and I think we can be proud of how hard we worked to finally reach the worlds.
3 seconds left. We're gonna have to see something off the kickoff. It goes airborne. Monkey Moon will have full boost. Infield to Extra. Extra goes high off the backboard. Follow up, no good. But Monkey Moon puts it up for 90.
I would say the general feeling on the team is that we are a bit scared of doing the same thing that we did in London, but it wasn't showing what we truly can do on the field. So yeah, do not underestimate us.
Seiko's touch and miss clearance are a little bit loose, but he makes something good from it. Now he goes again, gets bumped away. Can Monkey Moon put it away? Oh! Yes, he can. What speed from Monkey?
The dream outcome is first place, obviously, and we are here to win, yes. Let's go, Dallas.
James, it's interesting to hear in Extra's words there that they know that what we saw in Los Angeles and what we saw in London was not what this team is capable of, but they are still nervous about those results.
Oh, certainly you can't not be nervous. I mean, if you're human, you're going to be nervous, and that result is going to haunt you a little bit. But this is where they can get redemption.
Yeah, we've seen teams in the past who frequently got reverse swept. It was then on their shoulders every single time they got into that situation where they could get reverse swept. They were worried about it. That's the biggest factor here for BDS. They know on land they have underperformed, except for in that full major. Even there, it took them a little while to settle in. So this first game is so important for them to set that tone.
And then we talk about 10 months of work, but for BDS especially, it's 2 years of work. They came into RLCSX, no one thought that they would do anything. They were the #1 team until the finals versus Vitality. They lost that, and now they're back, faced right up against the monitor. Here's Seiko, the new addition.
I thought Monkey Moon was close to
Seiko's like, I'm going to take your strategy and just one-up it here. But Seiko, a lot of question marks around him. When he was on Endpoint, at every land, they didn't do that well, no top 8s. And then obviously he joins this team, at the all-star team at BDS. They're expected to win everything. They didn't even win a game in London.
They are currently on an 0-9
yeah.
game streak in a LAN situation. So looking to snap that here against a team that has been snapping all expectations. It's the Renegades.
It's a war of attrition in the final 10 seconds. Demo in the back line. Big miss from Trees. Is this a chance for Renegades? Beaver hunting. Renegades ice up!
I'm super pumped to be battling out for the World Championship title. This is what every team for the whole season's been working towards. Can't believe we're here and we're going to take the whole thing. It feels incredible to make it through the wildcard stage. That was our initial goal, so we can tick that off, and now we're just rolling straight into the main event. Anything's possible now. I think we have an advantage over the teams that didn't play in the wildcard because we already have that weekend of experience over these other guys that are just rocking up now. We've been battling already for a week, so we can't wait to get in there and we're ready to go.
They are going to bring this right to Neo Tokyo and try and get the job done. But man, oh man, all the momentum belongs to Fever and Renegades! Red Hot Renegades!
Our team will be the one to lift the trophy because we're the boys, we have the best synergy, the best chemistry, and that's what counts. When the pressure's on, when the pressure's at its highest, and everyone's going to be watching, it's all about the trust in the boys. We've got the most trust, and you're going to see that synergy at the World Champs. Yeah, the boys, come on the Renegades.
I feel like we've always poked fun at CJ and we're like, why are you going to win? He's like, oh, because we're the boys. Like, that's not much of a reason, but it's been working so far, Gibbs.
And when you're going up against BDS, we talk about chemistry. When BDS lose on LAN, they fall apart. While Renegades lose on LAN, well, they're used to it. So CJ's used to losing. So it's fine, and they can battle back.
What are you talking about? They only lost one series of the Wild
that was
the K-Corp.
Well, you know, this event, yeah. He's lost a lot on LANs in the past.
But he's 3-1 here, and CJ. Like, it's basically a battle of desk analysts because we have Extra on the other side with all his interviews on desk versus CJ. But the boys of Renegades, OC's last hope, they want to pull off another huge upset.
And I mean, Fever, he is that star player for me on the Renegades. Such good mechanics. He opened up the event, the wild card week, with a double tap off the ceiling flip reset play. It was incredible, and the core of the team on defense as well, in my mind, is Kami. He is so good at pre-jumping, getting up, getting those light touches to the corner, keeping possession, buying time. Even if he's on zero boost, Kami will make plays.
They've always shown they're capable, and that's something we're seeing at this stage of Worlds. It's not necessarily about the ability of the players, but it's the ability of them to play at their best on LAN. And that's always going to be the question in this series. Will Renegades play at the level we saw in the wild card? Now there's a little bit of expectation on their shoulders. Now they've shown they can play on the stage. And for BDS, the same question keeps coming up. Can we see their online level here on the LAN stage?
We will see Team BDS taking on Renegades. BDS's first match of the Rocket League World Championship for 21 through 22. And it's time to get your thoughts at home. Who do you think is going to win? Does BDS snap their losing streak here? Can Renegades continue the domination? Let us know in the Verizon fan vote, hashtag BDS, hashtag RNG, and let's go down the line, Greg. And
I feel this is going to be a hard one because this is quite an emotional decision, right? A team that I love, especially in CJ, but I love the boys, Fever and Kami as well. But I also love BDS because they are the strongest team Europe has ever seen. And because of that, I've got to believe that they can pull it out here on the stage. I'm sorry, CJ's parents are here and they're probably in the crowd right now, and I'm so sorry. The loveliest parents I've ever met. But I'm going to have to go against you. It's BDS.
It's upper bracket. It's fine. Okay.
The home field advantage is going to be on Renegade's side. I know we're not an OC, but everyone loves CJ, so they're going to be rooting for him here. But I'm going to leak the script a little bit. I'm going to be bold. Say BDS not only wins this match, they win this entire event. I think if they go on a roll, they are going to be near unbeatable. And I think they take the entire thing, so I'm going BDS.
Has something happened since London that makes you believe that, or is this just faith?
Because I know that these guys have the skill. They are the best in Europe online. They just got to show up and land and get confidence, and I think versus Renegades, that this is a dream matchup because they beat that mechanically. Absolutely. So I think BDS win this, ride that confidence through, and win this entire tournament.
And what was the roster at London? I forgot. Was it the same team?
Same exact team.
Yes,
I know they went 0-6. I know.
And they lost to Team Secret, right?
Yeah, but they also won two regionals in Europe.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
And they beat Moist plenty of times.
Team Secret, you know, they got taken down by the Renegades. I think that BDS is the obvious favorite here, but sometimes you do have to go with your heart. And honestly, I think the Renegades have put down enough work on paper to say that they can take down BDS. So I'm going to give it to CJ, Kami, and Fever and the Renegades. Another upset over BDS.
I'm also not going to, I'm going to back you up and say, I don't think BDS are the obvious favorites. They're on an 0-9 losing streak in a LAN situation. Renegades went 3-1. They didn't even go to the round 4. It wasn't like, oh, they squeaked in. They made it through in the second round possible of Swiss, going 3-1. Give me the Renegades on this one. I want to know how chat's feeling at home. Chat can make BDS still a strong favorite. You got to know they're showing up here. So we'll see. There's only one way to know who's moving forward in the upper bracket of Group A, and it's to play this wonderful game of Rocket League. BDS in the blue, Renegades in the orange. Let's get down to the field for the Verizon Skybox.
BDS trying to cure the curse on LAN. Renegades stand in their way, and BDS have had trouble against OCE in the past, Yummy.
No more question marks have been put other than BDS, the biggest question mark in Rocket League right now. And there's question marks around Renegades having a late season blunder. Now they're back in the top 16 with a chance to make it all the way to the crowd.
I mean, before we got to the wild card, I think a lot of people had the other Oceanic team making it to group stage in Kansas City Pioneers, but no, it's CJ and company here again.
CJ and company. That's underplaying Kami and Fever's role, who have been two of the best players in OCE for this entire season and have proven at this LAN that they can compete with the very best.
Now, Renegades qualifying by beating Optic out in the wild card.
Huge.
Kami especially looked excellent during that series. If he has that same kind of look against BDS, it could be dangerous for him.
That's the kind of series against Optic that proves Renegades, because Optic have been a team that will take down anyone that's slack at all. They haven't taken down the big teams, but Renegades show that if BDS have any weakness here, they will capitalize.
BDS stuffing them in front. You think back to London when BDS lost to Team Secret. Really, I mean, Team Secret, give them all the credit, but BDS, no matter what they really tried, they were losing those challenges, they couldn't really control the game, and that's just not the BDS that we're used to seeing, the BDS that people keep expecting to show up.
And I'll be looking at Seiko for that one. He struggled a little bit on LAN, and BDS, throughout their entire domination of this final split, never saw Seiko at anything other than maybe even the best player in EU. So then they struggled as a team. If he's playing well here, I think they'll be very comfortable. We know Monkey Moon performs, and Seiko's already looking like he's getting juicy.
And Monkey Moon trying to lock the ball in the corner. It's been locked so far. Neither team getting the advantage just yet. Another ball to the corner. CJ pushing upfield, got one on the wing, bounce off, went for the redirect on himself. BDS pushing it back downfield.
Interesting to see Renegades as well be very relaxed in their attack, very spread out. Sending that first person to just test the defense here, see if BDS will make the mistake. It's not likely to work right now, but it is a good way to test it out in the first 2 minutes. No goals scored by either team. And BDS, I think they would have been hugely advantaged if they could have gone through the wild card and got some wins under their belt. The first game win for them is going to be huge after a 9-game loss streak.
Certainly looked big for a team like SMPR, who we just saw earlier, but what a move from Monkey Moon! BDS on the board first.
Well, he's sitting on the gym equipment on the back there, just jumps down, gets the touch past Kami, and that's beautiful. How does Kami read that?
It wasn't that long ago, most people sitting talking about Monkey Moon being the best player in the world. Even when they're losing, Monkey Moon is still looking like the best player on the field. Definitely going to need him to produce here against Renegades, just like he did there.
And that's what Monkey's done so well, but Kami's going to fight right back. Kami made look a fool in the last goal. Fakes the flip reset, takes it to ground, gets up, pinch off the ground as well. It's a tie game.
Well covered by BDS. Just outplayed by Kami. He really did impress me during wildcard. When we were walking over here, I'm like, well, you know, when did Kami get so good? He keeps getting better every single tournament I see him in.
I think you forgot RLCS Season 6, the greatest performance
that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but he stayed at the top, and most importantly, he did kind of fall behind mechanically earlier on as a squad with the more veteran players, but before this season he really went on that grind. He's brought up the mechanics, and he's shown multiple times throughout this season that he can be the carrier player for Renegades when Fever isn't the one stepping up.
Renegades with a quick response, but immediately having to play the ball back to the corner. BDS, Monkey Moon, challenge in front, still going to be good for BDS to hang on to the midfield. Renegades trying to bait BDS up into those challenges early. They've been successful a couple times on it to break through, not allowing BDS to build up a lot of immediate pressure.
BDS spending a lot of time on the defense, and that's going to happen early on in a LAN. It is their first series, and maybe a little unconfident after London. In fact, we saw Extra say earlier today that London didn't even exist. They weren't there. He's scrapping that to...
What about Winter?
A nightmare.
Does that not exist either?
You know, maybe he's lost just the last phase.
Well, Renegades and BDS stuck here right now, 1-1 with about a minute left. BDS trying to get some of the boost. Got a demo. Monkey Moon waiting for his teammate. The 50. Saw the second man come in to try to pinch that ball back forward. The Renegades get another clear. That's a good win from CJ. Pass in front, and the delay from Fever, but it's taken away.
And this is where Renegades shine in the pressure play. BDS have had a couple missed touches here. They've still got plenty of boost. Secured that back boost really well. Just going to keep them in good stead in the midfield. If Kami can get a good shot here, maybe able to take it in regulation time. And chance, but Extra, great 50. It's going to go all the way to the other end. It hasn't got in, but still a chance for BDS at 30 seconds.
Looked like he just missed it, and that one from Extra. He got the ball. BDS take game one.
Oh, BDS, they find their moments. A big counterattack. Fever caught on the back foot. CJ taken out by Extra. And I know we talk so much more about Monkey Moon and Seiko, but the brain on Extra is next level.
Although I was going to say, BDS have not taken game one yet. It's 24 seconds left.
Oh, yeah.
I got excited.
That was very, very smart and a great sign. You know, Extra didn't have huge impact in London, but in Sweden, he made an almost MVP level performance. And if he can do that again, BDS should be able to shine. Seiko will score, and that's enough for BDS to secure game one.
It looks like that one's going to do it. Renegades just getting harassed there. Seiko, an easy challenge for him in the corner.
And this is just proof. Nobody beats Team BDS 10 games in a row.
Hey, you're right. Their first game win in 3 LANs. BDS are finally going to collect it and get that monkey off their back. The Renegades looked threatening for most of that game. It wasn't until the final 30 seconds BDS finally broke through the Renegades' back line. Series not even close to decide.
But it was a very reserved game from BDS as well. They were very relaxed through that, let Renegades kind of get into their attacking half, and if Renegades want to beat a style like that, they have to get a bit more creative. They need somebody like Fever who's able to do a lot in the air to find those gaps.
I do feel like Fever did have a couple of chances where you saw him going for the reset. Kami only successful on the fake flip reset. But Fever did have a couple of chances in front. Credit to that BDS backline. Something that we've always credited them for back in their onliner days with RLCS. They always had a coverage option. They always had every option covered on defense. It happened again here against Renegades in game number 1. They just got to keep that up. You get the first win, and after that, you should be able to snowball.
And not really any disruption from CJ too, which is his specialty. He's normally in their half, going for the demos, being a bit of an idiot, ball chasing a little bit, but that's what they want, and that's what creates a lot of space for Fever. Weren't finding that yet in game 1, and so maybe a bit of nerves.
Now, Kami thought he looked good. I was wondering if he would continue the form that he had in Wildcard. Certainly think he was at the center of Renegade's success, even beyond the goal, also on defense.
I think as well, you're up against BDS, and it's this weird question mark scenario still where it's BDS. They're meant to be this unwinnable team, they're meant to be the favorites, but because they're the question mark, maybe Renegades really back themselves, maybe that's helped getting a bit more nerves through.
You know, it's really telling how crazy it is that I think for any other team that goes 0-9 in games played for 2 straight LANs, nobody is going to be calling them the favorites against a team that's playing pretty well. But BDS have had so much success in the past that there's no way you could see them continuing that poor form that we saw the last
Well, you can't do as bad as they did in London.
It's impossible.
It would be monumental, be historic. It was already a historic performance from one of the favorites of London, and now still many people would consider them favorites. Gibbs considers them the favorites.
Gibbs?
Of all of the LAN, of the World Championship.
He's calling them to win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I was like, Gibbs, this day 1, man.
And this is...
Be careful.
Obviously, there's a lot on the line for OCE, Region Pride. It's the only one team. Seiko's going to score another one. BDS. Wow. That's now 3 in a row.
Seiko, that's the guy who had question marks on him in London. Wasn't performing. This is the guy BDS added to the roster to be that European super team, the French superpower. They haven't found a way to get that engine going, but Seiko looking good early.
I was going to say that. There's a lot of pride here for the French community too. In fact, I know that Carmine Corp's Astral put so much credit here for BDS that he said if Renegades beat them, he is going to shave his head. Whoa. He was so convinced. Him and Chaussette had an argument on whether BDS would win. And it turns out that Astral is very convicted. He may regret that if Renegades pick it up.
Yeah, that's a dangerous bet to make.
Yeah. I don't think anyone else is making that after.
Hopefully you didn't get that in writing.
There's a video.
That's even worse. Kami got the 50 over to CJ, but BDS staying with it on defense. And Renegades not exactly threatening despite holding on to the ball. Keeping the ball close, though, and getting the 50s. Can they starve BDS out? Monkey Moon gets his own canister. Still not really feeling the threat. Playing wide here against Renegades, getting another boost steal. Excellently played there by BDS on defense.
I love how they're just holding it back right close to their wall in a spot where Renegades don't want to challenge, and then they find this perfect moment to get out of defense, to get Seiko a long air dribble, and it's working really well, especially because Renegades don't want to up the pace. Renegades known for playing really fast against anybody in OCE, and maybe respecting BDS a bit too much.
That success always feels like it's a bit dependent on their challenge game. If they're not winning those challenges, they're going to be hard-pressed to find a lot of success here against BDS. Renegades.
I mean, look at that. Kami and CJ backing off a passing opportunity. When are you going to see that? We didn't see that in Wildcard. And
they're feeling the lack of offense. They just don't have it right now. When the other team is catching those passes, you're winning those 50s, you're not as confident going up on the press.
Well, they talked so much about how they want to spread out and attack and not overdo it. But now they're overdoing it the opposite direction.
Ooh, decent shot, forced to double commit. Stealing read by CJ. We'll have to let the ball go. Fever wanted to go for it. Could have been a chance to put real pressure on BDS's half. But now look, they've got the 2-on-2. Monkey Moon forcing one up onto the 50. Renegade's going to be able to survive.
It's so dangerous to give somebody like Monkey Moon that much empty space in the field to Seiko, even more so. And Renegades giving them that gap. Team BDS just look really relaxed at the moment. Great signs for the LAN in total. And Extra's going to find another one. He's found it past Fever. BDS 2-0 up.
Just too much for Renegades to cover here on defense. Monkey Moon, he's got the space. He goes for the bump, forces CJ to go high. Extra knows exactly where to follow up on that play. He knows CJ will not get a solid touch. It'll be an easy goal for him if he just stays right behind.
And they're playing this series to perfection at the moment. They're playing up to a Renegades who aren't really pressing them. And BDS, one of the best teams at taking their time or understanding when they have that time, so they're never pushing too hard. Hey, that was just a simple goal that they opened up the net for an open shot.
Another 50. Doesn't pull BDS off at all. Monkey Moon just sits and waits, and he got another one back over to Seiko with the tip-in. BDS rolling around on Aqueduct.
Great first touch as well by Monkey Moon. Gets it past one, sees Kami coming in from the side from that corner. He's going to beat him every time, and realistically, that was in without Seiko.
Well, Renegades, even on that push, saw Monkey Moon, he didn't even feel like he needed to move or recorrect his position at all. As Renegades, they were feeling pressed, but also hurried up. The hurry-up touches are forcing them off the ball on the rotation. There's no control from them on defense. That's just credit to the pressure BDS have put on them.
Kind of atmosphere going on in the series. Slow atmosphere is also matching the crowd. They've been backing out Renegades. Almost a home crowd for the OCE boys here, and yet they've unfortunately been very quiet because the goals just haven't been coming, and Seiko looking for the musty. Trying to find that creativity that Seiko's known for.
It's a nice move from Fever. Renegades, at this point, you're just looking for a pick-me-up goal heading into Game 3. BDS not relinquished anything.
I mean, the fact that their only goal has been Kami making that big play off the kickoff is really worrying for anybody watching this. We should see Fever be making those plays, and he's looking like he's just trying to get that first touch, rush that first play, and he's the one player who's meant to be not rushing on this Renegades roster.
Renegades needed that clear, but time running out here on Aquadome. Looking forward to game number 3. I expect a Renegades timeout after this game. much needed to take a break, maybe take a win. We'll see if they do take it. But BDS looking strong early on. After 0-9 for 2 straight lands, they start out 2-0.
BDS starting to silence the doubters. You might think that Renegades are underperforming, and that is true, but we've also seen how well they've played through the wild card. It's not an easy team to shut down like that.
I mean, for BDS though, the crazy thing about this is it only takes this win for everyone to be back on the BDS team. To see, okay, yes, this is the BDS team we all expected, even though you guys didn't do anything for like 4 series across 2 lands. Now you won this 1 game, so now we totally have faith in you again. But that's just how powerful this team is and how clinical they've been against Renegades.
But it's also how great Rocket League is. There's so many stories like that. Dignitas throughout this week have made a surge when no one believed in them. SMPR have made that surge. NRG have the chance to make that surge after a bad last split as well. We could be seeing everybody step up their game at the World Championship. When everything counts, they put in all that work, they boot camp, they put in the scrims, and it finally steps up. We do have our first time out here. Renegades smartly calling it.
I know that at least before the World Championship, I think that the post-Game 2 timeout was close. It was just over 60%. It's since fallen after wildcard to around 54% winning the next game. So that timeout hasn't been as successful for teams so far in the wildcard. Maybe Renegades, it's just the break they need. They have the makeup. They have Fever. He hasn't been activated yet. We've only seen Kami really come into form at any point during the series, but where do you think it has to be for Renegades?
Renegades have historically had a lot of success right after the timeout in OCE. Obviously, this is a much different stage, but I think the way they're going to talk, and I think what they've been talking about a lot recently, is getting CJ forward and rushing a lot. Getting him to go for those demos, getting him to kind of control the pitch. In fact, almost do what BDS did to everybody in Sweden, where they're pressuring the play, because you're seeing how
Stop playing scared.
Yeah, how much empty space is on the field, and how at all times there seems to be 2 members back. They're trying not to be overly aggressive, instead they're being overly defensive, which is obviously a big distinction.
We'll see if they do end up making that adjustment. So much of that obviously dependent on, are you winning the boost game? Are you winning those touches? It's like a domino effect in Rocket League. If you don't win the challenge, you don't win your boost. And if you don't win your boost, you're sitting in your net at 0, and then your team double commits and you get scored on. If you can start stacking the bricks up, and Renegades, all it starts with is winning a solid 50 to just give you that edge that you need. We'll see if they get a little more aggressive here against BDS. Game number 3, BDS have a chance to really put this match on ice. We'll start with a CJ demo.
Now they take game 3, and you'd have to argue the way they've controlled this series, it'll be easy work to 4-0. So very important series game for both teams.
2 commit for Renegades, but both BDS members back. Get another 50 out. All cleared up, but Seiko's in the way. Monkey Moon doesn't even need to be there. Diving stop from Renegades. Kami getting in the way. Can't get that clear. Midfield held down by Monkey Moon. Renegades do break.
No passing opportunities as well for Renegades out of defense. They didn't push that man forward to receive a pass. So again, kind of looking for that more pressure style up against BDS. But you can still see the boost levels for BDS. They keep securing their back boost. That pressure's not going to really do too much unless they take a player out with the demo.
Full boost for Fever. Try to find the left side. Kami has to pull off the play. CJ behind him. Seiko drops it down. Next up is Extra. Keeps it in front. A lot of high, lofty balls for BDS. It takes a while for Renegades to get to some of those 50s. BDS might start adjusting and getting a little closer on those passes if they keep having that much space. Oh wait, a big miss and a save right in front of Seiko. Monkey Moon with a clear.
We're finally seeing what a bit more aggression from Renegades is doing to BDS. They're rushing more out of defense. May cause a few more mistakes like that one, and maybe an opening for Renegades. Looking for that first goal in a couple of games. They didn't score in the last one, so been a bit in a drought.
Monkey Moon's been a nuisance to deal with. Kami finally gets by him on the 50, but then you beat Monkey Moon out, and then Seiko closes it down on the midfield line. Here's Monkey Moon again. A lot of boost for the pass. Denied. Renegades getting in front of those passes. Now they got a transition. Falling down underneath. Pass denied again by Monkey Moon. He's in the way all the time. CJ around the corner. Nothing developing there for Renegades. Another 50. stuffed, and another big win there from Extra.
A couple of chances there for Fever to take his time, but BDS have taken away the boost now. That pressure play from Sweden out from BDS. Constantly challenging everything, forcing you to use your boost to challenge them in the air. It's leading them to control the midfield. Fever taking a shot, can't just there, he misses the bump. That was the best chance Renegades have seen in a while.
But they have adjusted when they've had the opportunity to do it. They're going for that bump, they're screening across the goal line and getting the big block with Fever.
Counterattack.
Breakaway, does he got it? Just a pot shot taken away by Monkey Moon. He's got no boost, but he's got Seiko. It's pushed over to the corner, Renegades. Matching BDS's pace, but they just get caught out, taken away to the side.
Rising touch towards the net as well. All of Renegades expecting BDS to play like they have been with clever touches to the corner. The straight shot, causing some confusion. Now CJ, in for that slower play. And there's a problem there with CJ. He's been very effective with those slower plays. You know, but they're always off the back of him, ball chasing and playing incredibly fast. It's a change-up. We haven't seen that as a change-up here. It's not catching BDS off guard.
They just can't find a way to get by them. When they, like you said, those mix-ups not working. Monkey Moon, not a lot of boost. Renegades just getting back to that touch. Kami, another pot shot. BDS back to the corner. No touch. Seiko blows it by the Renegades rotation.
Every single touch is getting returned to sender by BDS. Kami takes a shot, he's found the left side. Renegades take the lead.
Finally, enough transitions. They just catch BDS out Extra, hoping he can keep that ball away. But Monkey Moon had to respect Fever on the play. He couldn't go up for the ball, and that allowed Fever to get the pass out to Kami. Placed it perfectly.
There's been questions around the communication of BDS in the past, and it seemed like a miscommunication there. Extra maybe looking for that to be a pass to Monkey Moon, but he was staying in the defense. And at minute 15, in a low-scoring series, at least in a low-scoring game, Renegades might look to just hold on.
Up high off the ceiling. Sometimes one goal is all you need. One lead is all you need, and it's Renegades' first lead of the series. Monkey Moon trying to clear the ball to the corner. Extra has to let it drop. BDS on defensive duty, but the ball bounces in front, just taken away. Plenty of time for BDS. Going on the backside, Monkey Moon launches it in the air. Extra, knowing a teammate got demoed, had to cover the midfield with Fever. Pushing it back. Now Renegades starting to win the 50s and keeping BDS in a difficult time crunch here. As we approach 30 seconds, Seiko, no chance.
And this is looking like a difficult position for BDS, the way they've been playing so defensive, trying to lead to counterattacks. Now the Renegades in the lead, they're looking so comfortable, they don't need to push the issue. BDS haven't been aggressive enough to try and create that goal. 18 seconds left, and they haven't really had the opportunity yet.
CJ got the boost, got the pass, and it's goal! Fever puts him up by 2.
Fever! He gets the second goal, he slows this one down. CJ found the pass. And Extra thought that was going to zoom in. That's going to secure Renegades. They're not out.
Just one solid 50 in midfield from CJ. It made the opening, allowed him to take the boost and get the pass out in front. BDS were hurrying back on the rotation, and this Renegades team has life. The crowd has awoken. No sweeps today as Renegades take their first game.
That's the experience that got Renegades through to this stage when Pioneers were the favorites from OCE. Renegades show their experience, they show that after a timeout that they can completely change their play style. They start getting in the faces of BDS, and we start seeing BDS just kind of crumble a little bit, just have to hold in the defense for most of the time.
You have dug yourself a bit of a hole here if you're Renegades. You have to keep that up. And this type of game that Renegades are playing, you're still going to have to... There were still chances for BDS where you saw them get space, you saw 2-on-1s happen, but it's the solid touch away from the BDS rotation and then that 50 in midfield. Those two things linked together for Renegades. They have to stack those things up for it to work because they just haven't had the solo weaponry like BDS has where you're scared no matter who's behind the ball. But CJ waking up there and winning those touches is going to force BDS to have to respect him a lot more.
There's still that question around Seiko. We haven't seen a solo brilliance from him yet, and that's the player we were looking for BDS to step up here. Renegades, Fever hasn't had any big solo play brilliance just yet either, so they could step up. This is kind of the pivot point of the entire series, where it could turn on its head. This might be the game that decides it all.
Momentum can always flip. with just a single goal. Renegades trying to tie the series up when it looks all but over after game 2 with how clinical BDS looked. Now a question mark has been etched onto the chalkboard. Renegades underway here on game 4.
Somewhat worried about BDS too, not just with that kickoff where I don't know what they were trying to do, but also for the fact that when they were down a goal, when they were behind, it kind of looked a lot like London. So the question marks begin to return.
2 commit, but they both recover. Allows Kami to come in, squeezes the ball back over. Aggressive pinch over, and a back pass to CJ. Gets a demo, and Extra having to come up off the back wall. The non-touch, and CJ dizzies the BDS defense.
This is ridiculous, this is filthy. Off the backboard, everybody thought CJ was hitting that. He called himself off it, Kami called him off it, and it completely bamboozles BDS.
You wanted CJ to get more aggressive, and several times now involved in Renegades goals, breaking them out in game 4. BDS getting the kickoff win here. Monkey Moon sends it across the backboard. Another shot and a save pushed down by Fever.
We're starting to see the defense come alive for Renegades too. Maybe pushing a bit too far forward in some of these plays, so not able to get that passing play out of defense that will stop this BDS attack, but with a great infield, it will give Fever a bit of room here, looking for that pinch that he loves off the wall. It doesn't quite execute.
BDS starting to get control of the midfield, but then Monkey Moon and Extra, no boost, and the shot denied. A little off there, CJ.
Fever's
Back
there.
over to Fever, back to CJ, shot off the post. Where's the rebound? Kami had to stay flat as BDS on the transition. Seiko comes straight down, good patience from Kami, but Monkey Moon, he's next on the touch. Seiko got the bump. Oh, the flip reset off the board, saved!
When does Monkey Moon miss that? Well, he's missed it this time. He'd done all the work in the midfield. He'd kept 100 boost, and he hits the crossbar. Devastation for BDS.
Back again for BDS. Seiko launches it downfield. Renegades have played a lot of defense so far in the series. Oh, the read! And, ooh, CJ, you flipped the wrong way, and that's a goal. Seiko takes it anyway.
I've seen that too many times for CJ. I've been in that moment, and 9 times out of 10, that's an own goal. And let's face it, he didn't do too much better.
Close one, but Seiko there to finish it off anyway, and that's got to feel good after that failed attempt earlier from BDS. It can be so easy to let that kind of play get in your head when it doesn't go right. Renegades were starting to flip momentum in their favor. 2 demos, one from CJ, one from Fever, but Monkey Moon's there in midfield. No matter how many demos you get, one's on the field and you can buy time. BDS get right back in the rotation.
Still seeing Renegades pushing very aggressively out of defense as CJ misses a touch to get past Extra. He kind of, bit of a headspace 1v1 there, each trying to fake each other out. And it was Extra to win it, but it's led to Renegades counterattack with BDS full-on boost and a full clear. The battle in the midfield now.
Another boomer seeing Extra and Monkey Moon going up a bit. They'll return to sender. Seiko, one touch, Seiko! Oh, he missed it!
Crossbar's doing work here for Renegades. They've been saved twice now as Seiko starting to heat up in this series as well. This is the gameplay we came to the World Championship for, and now it's Extra with Monkey Moon in support. Kami saves it, and he's saved again. Fever keeps it out. Fever with one more. Renegades hold on for dear life.
Oh, the hero line on the goal. CJ almost got caught looking. BDS still pressing in front of the box, and CJ just getting in the way. The Renegades backline does have boost. CJ the only one back on small pad duty. Extra finding it back to Monkey Moon. Aggressive in the corner. A non-touch, a demo. CJ flipping downfield. Fever flipping by 1. Extra can't find the touch. Fever still in front. An early flick maybe. Nobody was coming to pressure immediately. Gave up possession.
This has become frustration versus panic. Frustration for BDS as they've failed to score multiple times. Panic as Renegades.
Fever.
They've had to catch up with the ball just in time. That might make their nerves a little bit more difficult. They might take a few more just quick shots from the midfield just to keep them more relaxed. With a minute left, they don't really have a room to relax, so we start heading towards that overtime.
CJ lets the ball go. Kami, backline, gets in front of Seiko quickly. They're not giving BDS that space anymore, but they still can't find that goal that puts them back in the lead. Fever, precarious there against Monkey Moon, trying to beat Extra to the ball. Renegades, tough spot. Seiko off the back wall. Kami's there to get the clear again. Renegades using a lot of boost on that play, but that's a free clear to CJ. Taken away.
He has the chance in midfield. He's just going to go straight for the shot. Didn't have anyone ready for the pass. Now it's a counter-attack from BDS. They found the bump as well. Seiko will score. 35 seconds left. BDS looking to get a match point.
Yeah, like you said, that bump getting him out. Kami trying to get back in time for Seiko's shot, but just blocked out by Extra. Didn't even matter if he was there. He wasn't going to get caught. And Renegades, that over-aggression, it almost bit them a couple of times, and they got scraped on that one.
That's why Extra can be underrated.
Oh!
It's smart, but up the kickoff. That's not smart. CJ's found one. Renegades straight back into it.
Oh! CJ off of Kami's kickoff. You see Extra crash in to the BDS kickoff, and nobody's there to return. Monkey Moon on the opposite side of the field.
I know you're good friends, Extra and Seiko, but he didn't need to be holding hands on the kickoff. That's opened it up for Renegades. Johnny Boy molding on the sidelines, and this is giving a chance for BDS.
Oh, CJ, pass over to Seiko to commit for Renegades, and they get the clear, and nobody there immediately. Kami able to throw it back downfield. With a pass in front, Fever, is it in? No, it's off the post. Seiko can't get it out against Kami. Renegades starting to press. End of the game. Seiko waiting on the backboard. No touch for him. Extra's there to back him up. Renegades just gotta hold the line. Kami dunked. In the corner, BDS want to play ball. Extra up high, Seiko going for it next. No touch, overtime.
Wow, what started as BDS domination has now become a very close series. But it's a series almost defined by mistakes, and when it comes to scrappy series, there is no region scrappier than Renegades. Yeah, the boys. We'll see if they can hold on. They do manage to defend this out.
Extra next up. Around the corner, CJ lost it. Seiko shot, goal!
In the confusion, there is one man that comes out, and it's going to be Extra, creating more confusion, sending all the Renegades flying, and Seiko will capitalize.
Just like that, Renegades, feel like if they got that goal on the kickoff and at the end, generating some pressure, overtime can kill everything that you had going for you. BDS right things on the kickoff in overtime, send it to 3-1. I still don't think you can really count out Renegades here. CJ's playing that game that you wanted him to play, Yummy. It's been much more effective for Renegades on offense. The only thing that really has bit them is Kami, Fever, getting caught, cheating up a little too much, optimistic positioning, and you can't get caught like that against BDS. There's only so much boost that you have to be able to recover on those plays.
Yeah, we're still seeing tons of mistakes coming out from BDS. I mean, that shouldn't have gone to overtime. Let's face it, that kickoff, the Renegades get, probably shouldn't have happened.
At this point, it happens all the time, so I'm just expecting no one's going to listen to John.
EU kickoff.
Yeah. But BDS, we needed to see that medal from them. So many times, they've just lost control of series after momentum is flipped. Getting that momentum back can be so hard. And so even though you do give up that kickoff at the end of the game, you're able to square up on overtime, take control of the game again, and put the match on, or put the game on match point.
BDS have been very much a mental-based team throughout this season, especially where they had ups and downs, they had some Twitter arguments, and they got to this point here. If things start going badly again, you could see them plummet, but this could also be the moment where they gain so much momentum, not just for this series, but through the entire event. That could have been an overtime that decides a lot for BDS.
A Wasteland may decide the match winner. BDS need one more to advance in the bracket and get their first series win in 2 lands. Not 2 lands. I mean, they won in the group stage in winter. But thinking about the perfect sweep against FaZe, but Seiko, he's had enough of that. Seiko's got short-term memory loss, and he's happy to forget those days forever.
We love to see it too. Seiko starting to step up in the last game. Finds the double in this game. In fact, if he finds those room to get the Seiko flip resets, which has become a demon throughout this season for being an unknown player at the very beginning to being one of the best in the world halfway through, I think Renegades won't be used to that. They haven't played against somebody as good at flip resets as Seiko. That might be their way to clinch it.
That's why continuing that aggression is so important. Not giving Seiko that space or the opportunity for space. The only way you can shut a player like that down if you can't defend the solo plays like he has.
How many times we're seeing Renegades, even in attack, just be out of boost. Just on the wall, using it all up, trying to rush, but not being smart at the same time about their boost usage. You wouldn't see that from a player like Monkey Moon, who's been controlling his boost throughout this entire series. He's always got 100 in the tank to make a play.
Push that ball out to the corner too. Good use of positioning there on the 50. Renegades get underneath it. But it's just one touch to the blue wall and then an immediate return for BDS. See if Renegades can start clicking together some orange cars. Again, nothing there in midfield. Renegades just don't have the boost to be able to play that aggressively. Don't want to get caught out. A demo, but Monkey Moon's already covering the option. It's cleared away.
BDS, they've been shutting down a lot of passes. I think you'd see most of the time Kami go for the pass in that situation, but scared about the intercept. And that's, before it even happens, canceling a lot of the Renegades' offensive power.
Not going to catch Monkey Moon out on that touch. Renegades starting to get a little more real estate. Losing the pass. Renegades shuffle the ball out of the corner. Losing a lot of boost. It's only Kami with 100. They finally pick up some canisters. 2 big 50s for Renegades. And Seiko nonplussed by the bump attempt. It's cleared back to the corner.
Renegades find the halfway point. BDS still just trying to hold that midfield line, and that's going to be their path to holding on to the lead. They know they don't have to take risks the way that the series have been going so far, so they're just going to hold it there. See if they get an extra goal if it happens, but if they don't get that chance, they're willing to hold on to this 1-goal lead.
Oh, Monkey Moon, nice little reset. Squeeze it against the post, and Renegades all out of sorts. Seiko, 2 goals.
These are the opportunities we're talking about. They wait for it. If they've got a room, Monkey Moon can get a flip reset and an air dribble and take him out. All 3 of them gone, and BDS now in the driver's seat.
Renegade's gonna have to pull something new out of the hat. BDS currently own the wardrobe. Monkey Moon misses that ball, and you can see no one on Renegades was expecting that. One player playing the touch in the corner, the other one playing the challenge in midfield, and nothing works out. For Renegades, Monkey Moon almost gave that ball up, but Monkey Moon makes no mistakes.
He's never made a mistake in his life. It's always just a happy little accident, but this time not punished by Renegades in what could have been a very important goal for them to get back in. Not just to the game, but potentially this series, as DJ trying to disrupt that defense a little bit more, trying to push forward. Something the Renegades are good at is recognizing the moment that they have to take that aggression up a notch, go for more demos, go all out, and will be coming soon.
But several times now, again, Renegades, when they just get pressure, hang on, CJ, non-touch from him. But they run out of boost and they leave for the corner canister, feeling that pressure that's just not going to generate the type of pressure they need. Well, Kami gets a demo here, and Renegades win a 50 there. They don't have any pressure on the net. This is their first real try.
Here we go.
Monkey Moon harassed. Shot, goal!
Great first touch from CJ. He slows it down. He gives the room for the bump. Fever disrupts Seiko. Kami disrupts Monkey Moon. And CJ's here in front of his parents. They've flown all the way here. They don't want to see him go down without a fight.
Renegades bought themselves plenty of time here. Perfect win on the kickoff for Kami. He's got Monkey Moon in the air. And Monkey Moon recovering nicely, getting to the backboard. But Renegades, one pass out, and playing it deep from the midfield line. Pass over to CJ, and can't get to the ball in time, wants to play keep away. He's successful. Here comes Fever, off the ceiling, over 1. Kami committing early on the play, gives it to CJ, pops it up high over 1. Renegades pressing, but can they break the BDS line? BDS holdout, Seiko keeping the 50 neutral.
No one there to follow up from Renegades. You can see they want to push a bit more forward. CJ off the roof, takes a bit of a risk. Even has Fever in the ball, gets it across, the fake out, but Kami's not there to follow up.
Those fakes, Renegades going to them more often. BDS are going to start hopping one of those routes. They won't trust CJ in front of the ball much longer. 30 seconds, not much time for Renegades. There's Seiko again, he's looked clinical so far. Light touch from Extra, and Renegades. They got a lot of boost, used a lot for that touch alone. And they're just cut off on the midfield line. Monkey Moon's there, light touch. Fever trying to keep it away. CJ feeling the pressure. We're at the end. CJ, pass in front, denied again. BDS will not be thwarted. Another challenge in front. Time off the clock, off the backboard. Saved, but nobody there for Renegades. And Team the series victory and move on in the upper group stage.
The question has been answered. The exclamation mark comes back. Is this the team that could make that run? Their first world championship when it was taken away from them in RLCS. They now are going to have that confidence here in Dallas.
And they've finally gotten rid of that mind curse that plagued them in London. Losing to South America, losing to Oceania, and fitting for BDS to have to play against the region that sent them out of the tournament in London. And beating them to move on in the uppers of groups has to mean the world to them for their mental.
It's going to be huge, the mentality. Going to be the momentum they need. Some disappointed faces there on Renegades, maybe disappointed members of the crowd as well who are cheering their name throughout the series, but they are still guaranteed to be in front of the giant 13,000 plus member arena on Friday down in the lower bracket. They're still going to get another chance to shine, even if they are very disappointed in today's performance.
And I was impressed with Seiko in this match. He comes in with the question marks after the London performance, showing up, getting a lot of the goals for Team BDS. Monkey Moon obviously plays as clinical as ever, but having Seiko link up with him on so many of those plays, Yummy, really helped them get over Renegades.
What I love so much about Seiko's performance is that he started off rough. It was a development over the series, and it showed that he could adapt. Because in London, they would start off poorly, Seiko would miss a couple of backboard touches or things would go bad, and it just dove downhill. But he's actually managed to keep that mentality up. He's getting the support from his teammates. He's getting the support from their new coach, Nick, and they're doing well.
And I still think for Renegades, the thing that they can at least hold their hat on is that, you know, those early games, I don't think they were playing the game that they wanted to play. They adjusted after the timeout, and it was a much closer series from there. BDS weren't taking multi-goal leads anymore, and it was one goal, and overtime. So for Renegades, I think they are still going to be a threat in the lower side of the group stage. And I wouldn't want to have to play Renegades with, you know, their last life on the line.
Well, I think we're going to see a very different Renegades in the lower bracket. I think they're going to get back here and go, okay, what went wrong? What are we missing? And try again.
Well, or over with BDS for the winner's interview.
Jorby, thank you very much. All right, standing here with Mew, team coach for BDS. Now let's just walk through real quick your thoughts and opinions on this series. Let's start there.
Renegades played very well. I love playing like OC team. We played the Pioneers at the Major in London. I think like this region is really good, like one of the best right now out of the minor one, as we say. They play well, but we played well as well. And this is something that we wanted to prove ourselves, that we are capable to put kind of the A game on LAN, on stage. So we are really happy about it.
I mean, looking back a little bit, if we turn back the tape to the London Major, obviously it didn't go your way there. Was there anything that was said, that was put in place to kind of improve quickly here for Worlds?
I mean, first of all, Secret and Pioneers played really well at London, so it was like our fault, but they played well as well. But it was mostly a matter of nerves. So I mostly did a mental job with them. Like we knew gameplay-wise, we were like a good team in scrims and stuff. So it was mostly about nerves, and we did a good job, I think, coming into this world. So right now it's time to prove it, kind of.
So do you feel like the team plays, talking about nerves, right? Do you feel the team plays better in front of this crowd? Obviously, this is a really good teaser. Shout out to the crowd that's here. Do you feel like they play better in front of a live crowd?
No, I don't think so. I think it's too soon to say they play better because we only have, we didn't have like a lot of series to play. So it's a bit too soon to say that, but this is definitely the goal.
Is there anything you guys are prepping for the next round for BDS?
Sorry?
Are you guys prepping anything in particular here for the next round for BDS?
No, not really. We just want to play our game and like control ourselves. We kind of know that we are our biggest enemies. And if we play our A game, we can beat everyone.
See, listen, you don't need a big plan. You need to get out there and you need to do work, and that's exactly what BDS has done. Big congratulations to them for moving on. Now, in the next one, we got NRG versus version 1.
We've all been here before.
was once deemed unthinkable that the undisputed kings of the North American jungle would be dragged right back into the chasing pack. But despite the season start we all expected, laughing hyenas slowly encircled and nipped endlessly at NRG's heels. They fought on, but failing to reach the LA crowds seemed to snap something within. That Game 5 ushered in an era of agony that NRG are still battling through, as a team used to the lion's share of glory is left scrapping and snarling with the rest of them.
To slow down NRG and keep the pressure on, but they come away empty-handed and NRG back on the attack.
Fully refreshed in Dallas, the question is this: can 3 of history's most successful players begin to restore their pride?
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know where I'm at every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
The losing streak finally snapped in Game 1. BDS able to take down Renegades in 5. And not even really making it close here, Gibbs.
You're all crazy saying BDS are not the favorites. I understand they've had a bad stretch, but this is BDS,
But 0-9,
the
it's
European regional
totally
champs.
reasonable. If there was any other team, okay, that went 0-9, then you probably wouldn't be calling them clear favorites. But only because it's BDS is the whole reason.
Hey,
They deserve
those
to
last
play
two
well, I
majors,
understand.
they went 0-9, but they still outplaced Renegades in both of them, all right? Renegades came in, great wild card. They looked good at times. Games 3 and 4, it was like, all right, we're getting interesting here, but they couldn't pull it off. And BDS, the physical play, and then Seiko, 8 goals in the series out of the 11 for BDS. He was on cleanup duty, Zuby.
Yeah, and for Team BDS, the first goal in Game 1 was so important for them just to get their confidence back. And after that first goal, Monkey Moon and company just really put the pressure on. And as we know, OCE is the Achilles heel of Team BDS, but they finally get that monkey off their back.
I feel like Renegades, or at least BDS, they were willing to let Renegades just sit back. The amount of space that BDS had in the first 2 games was unreal. I mean, you cannot give Seiko that much space. And then they just took too long to adjust. They took the timeout, they made those adjustments, and maybe if they played more aggressive earlier in the series, maybe it was a little closer. I still think BDS just looked far and away the better team.
But it's huge for BDS because coming in, obviously fan favorites and OCE. Like here, the crowd was getting behind them after every goal. BDS in a hostile environment pulls it back and wins 4-1 pretty comfortably.
Well, the only other time we've seen them play in front of a crowd was in Los Angeles, where they're facing off against FaZe. Similar situation.
0 goals then, too.
Yeah, not crowd favorites. So big improvement there. Big performance from BDS to see them get that win. So let's take a look at the Group A leaderboard. It's not leaderboard, it's bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket here. There is AC BDS moving forward. Endpoint and Renegades now down in the lower brackets, waiting for the results of the rest of these matches. We'll see them play again on Friday. But for now, it's time for a regional battle we've been waiting for. Version 1 taking on the General NRG. NRG in front of a crowd for the first time in, it feels like years.
I mean, for Garrett and Justin, it's been 969 days, and for Squishy, 1,144 days since he has played in front of a live crowd in an RLCS setting. So you've got to think pressure on top of pressure for the General NRG, and for the Version 1 team, so comfortable.
Last time Garrett and Justin played in front of a crowd, that's a pretty solid result there. But they are going to have to get through Version 1.
Com's got half a chance. He's got the backboard. There it is!
Roaring finish! Beast mode is the difference!
This is the big one. This is incredibly important to me. Dream outcome of this event is, I mean, absolutely just getting first place. I mean, taking home the trophy, taking home all the glory that comes with winning the World Championship. That's the main goal.
And Com shatters right through it! There's the shot! Beast mode on the board!
We're excited to have made it to the wild card. We definitely expected to be here, expected to make it through. We're definitely excited going to the main event. I don't really care if I'm a villain or not. I'm here to play Rocket League. If people are cheering for me or cheering against me, do whatever you want to do to have fun.
I see you.
I love playing the top teams because I love beating the top teams. And I love seeing all the fans crying on Twitter or saying that we were lucky or saying all those types of things. It really does fuel me. And it's just so enjoyable to be beating those teams. It's a weird thing to think about, to think that you could be considered the best thing in the world. You're just outright the best at it, there's nobody better than you. It's something that would be an incredible feeling, and that's what we're all striving for. To the fans, your support really does mean the world. And to the haters, keep on hating. It's enjoyable. I appreciate you guys too. We're so excited to be here. We're so excited to be playing against all these other incredible teams. You guys better bring your best.
We heard him talk a lot about the haters in that video. We talked about the last time we saw that video, like, hey, they weaponize the hatred from the rest of the fans. We haven't seen that, though, from them on this stage. Com and company have seemed generally quiet in compared to their previous performances.
Yeah, I think that, for wanting to get by wild card, knowing that that can be such a gauntlet to get through, you win that, you get to the main event. Something tells me Com might be a little more unlocked here. He says, he doesn't care what people say. Anything people say fuels him, and I love that energy. If you're gonna be that guy, you have to have that energy.
Most comfortable on the stage, I would say, absolutely, is Com. Even though Torment's there as well, Com loves it right now, but he's playing to the crowd, not playing to the other team at this point, so he can't get up and yell at the other team. It's very hard to do so because of the gap, but then you have Torment, who's just a defensive rock. He is so incredibly good in 2-on-1 situations that keep V1 alive.
I mean, throughout the wild card, the saves that he was putting on the back of the net was incredible. And you heard Com saying, well, I might be the villain, I might not be, but hey, guess what? Even Lex Luthor had fans out there. Just because they're cheering for you doesn't mean you're not the villain. He is absolutely the villain here today. So many fans love to boo him, and he just soaks that in.
Version 1 are hot right now, but on the other side, the only player to have played in every Rocket League World Championship to date and one of the longest standing orgs in the game, it's the General NRG.
We know that the players on the General NRG have got ice in their vein. The top in North America.
There have been a very few times where I think a lot of people called me one of the best in the world. I think some people still do, but one thing I've realized every single time I've gone through that period of being that, it's just been my team. My team's been really good.
The ball's alive. Good bounce for Justin. Oh! Justin continues to haunt the dreams of every opponent he faces in OT.
To me, Worlds means everything. It's like the one thing I've looked forward to since I was 15. Nice to have something that I'm truly passionate about. Seeing it come to fruition or go terribly, good or bad, it's the highlight of my year. I mean, Rocket League's my life. I think about it all the time.
Off the back foot. Oh, wow! Justin has entered the service, everyone!
Garrett sends it straight down the middle of Justin's in a double jab training pack. Look at the placement.
Winning Worlds one time, it was such a short celebration that it just made me want to do it again, so I'm just as hungry as ever. I expect to see the crowd on our side. Be as loud as you can. We can't wait. To anyone who thinks we don't stand a chance, keep underestimating us because it just makes us feel more confident, to be honest, and we'll be ready for you.
We've seen so many of these videos gifts from Garrett over the years of him sitting down in a chair talking to us about his performances. The one thing I don't think I've ever heard him say is, for those doubting us who think we don't have a chance, come at us like that underdog talk.
And this is the only time that we can doubt them. Spring Split was the worst Energy has ever done by far. They're consistently the best in like North America, and if they're not, they're number 2. But Spring Split did not go their way at all. Garrett G, Captain America, he's been to every single World Championship. He knows what it takes. He's with 2 players that are also Land Beast and Squishy and Justin.
Yeah, and for them, they've had highs and lows throughout the entire season, and this is no better time to peak than now. They've had their lowest lows throughout spring, and I haven't heard this crowd this loud all day long. These guys took the stage, sat in their chairs, and this place erupted. I mean, everybody going for them.
2.5 months, by the way. 2.5 months of prep to go into this World Championship for Energy. And you don't think that they were ready? They're absolutely going to bring it.
Well, it's funny that you say that because Squishy tweeted out yesterday that TRK was teaching him some tips. So, that's a little scary. If Squishy's willing to take some tips from TRK, I don't know, man.
Well, I don't know. I like the humility there. I love that the players at the top are willing to admit that they've still got more to learn. And from the new players who are coming in and changing the game, it's the only way the players that have been around as long as these 3 are going to continue to stay at the top like this. Now, we did take some time to send off some data to a very state-of-the-art simulation that could possibly give us a result of who could possibly win this. This is a very big toss-up here, so Gibbs, I believe you have the results from that simulation.
I do, and we're going to break them down.
Okay.
We're going to break them down, and we're going to go through it, and the only way to do this was a foot race between the 2 coaches. That is the only way that we can possibly do it. So let's get into it here real quick. Sizz over here in the left corner, and Fireburner, the coach of V1, over here. And so let's just play it once, and then we'll break it down after that. So we'll play it. It doesn't go well. It does not go well for Sizz. Yeah. So the form here is just not great. Like Fireburner is just power form right now. The leg out, he is ready. That is a W form. But Sizz, I'm not really sure what this is.
Scorpion.
It's like a dolphin dive.
Yeah.
I don't think you can run that way. So an L form there. Let's break it down one more time here real quick because I want to talk about Sizz and the strategy involved. He talked to us a little bit about this, and he has a broken foot. All right, so a broken toe on his foot. So we'll circle it right here. It's actually his power foot, so I don't know why you would start there. If it's broken, we actually got another clip. We actually got an x-ray on this telestrator, so we'll show that real quick. So here is our fracture because we actually talked to him, and he said we cannot play this clip if we don't show the x-ray. So right there is the fracture in his middle toe on his left foot. Sizz.
That's copium.
Now I get it, yeah, that is definitely copium. I agree there, Jorby, because come on, Sizz. Like if you have a broken left foot, why is that your power foot? Why is that there? That makes absolutely no sense. So let's play it one more time in slow motion and watch his left foot. He's going to try and push off, and it is not going to go well. While Fireburner, look at him go. Look at that stride. Sizz didn't even get a start.
In fairness, he may have lost the race, but he won the dancing competition.
Fireburner leaps ahead, V1.
Well, that is at Sizz on Twitter. I'm contractually obligated. He said I had to plug his Twitter. Please go give him some pity follows. The poor man needs him there. He's now on the stage, though. He's got 3 players that I believe, as far as I know, do not have any broken fingers. So no more copium there. Is this, though, the end for NRG? Do they finally get the win that we've been looking for? Let us know in the Verizon fan vote, #V1, #NRG. Stumpy. Excuse me, Stoopy.
Oi.
We haven't even put him on the stage yet. Stoopy, who's taking it?
I mean, this is a tough one, and it is so fun that we get to see this day 1 of the group stages, but there is no way, no how that I am going to go against the defending world champs up against version 1. I've got to pick NRG here, crowd favorites, and they're a favorite of mine.
My one player to watch is Beast Mode. I talked about in that MVP race, I feel like he didn't perform in front of the crowd. Wildcard, I don't think he did either. So I'm worried for them. While NRG in front of a crowd, I expect them to perform after 2.5 months of prep. I'm going NRG.
Look, we've seen NRG fall down the path and recover again. And I can't, I love version 1. I love this team. But I can't pick against NRG in front of this crowd. Absolutely not. The general NRG are going to take this. Missing the spring major completely. Falling out in winter, no crowd.
Old habits die hard, chat.
I'm
Old
sorry.
habits Die hard.
Everyone picked BDS last time. We can pick
We're
NRG.
gonna curse them, but give it. If there's ever a chance for them to come back, it's NRG right now. Oh my gosh, V1's about to make us all look so silly. Chat's got NRG's back as well. Let's get over there. Can Beast Mode prove them wrong? Can NRG prove us right? We got 7 games of Rocket League to stay alive in the upper bracket. V1 is vibing in the blue. NRG looking formidable in the orange. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox for game 1.
This is the moment so many North American Rocket League fans have been waiting for, the return of NRG to the World Championship stage. I'm James Bott, joined by Dazarin to cover this matchup against Version 1, who's already been battling through Wildcard Week.
They've looked excellent in the Wildcard, James, but now they're here on the main stage looking for NRG. I've talked to Khan before coming in. This is the matchup he specifically wanted. You asked for the general, and you're gonna get him. V1 versus NRG starts now.
Beast Mode taking it to the corner. Justin controlling it, trying to dribble this ball downfield. Calm got the boost. There's a demo already, Calm. He was the lead demoer in the wild card. It's not a trend or a fashion for Calm when it comes to a demo game. It's his life and his passion.
Gotta watch out for Beast Mode. You see that flick coming out. Don't want to see Beast Mode with time. Garrett upfield grabbing a bump and taking control of the ball. First 30 seconds, I've seen a couple of drives on either side. It's Justin, sends that to Squishy, Torment on the back wall. Such a familiar scene here over the course of this entire World Championship event. Getting past Torment is gonna be tough for the general. Chance there in front, but no shot gonna be able to come through off the initial touch from Garrett.
That double tap was a good opportunity. The rebound was there, it was juicy, but no one from the general confident enough to push up. Now backward pass, Calm with the miss, but Garrett on 0 boost. Couldn't make the shot, Beast Mode taking it up the sideline. There's a pinch. It sends it to the NRG corner.
For Version 1, when you see them come out, James, they have a lot of space here in the transition. It looks like Beast Mode has so much more freedom, but if he can start finding his form, if he can awaken, which is something we haven't seen from V1 yet in the wild card, oh, it could be dangerous for NRG.
A minute and a half gone. Daz, it does still feel like there's some feelers coming out. Garrett and Justin both getting demos, but again, we switch to Garrett. He's got nothing in the tank. Calm to the side. Beast Mode getting a demo this time. It's already an incredibly physical matchup.
You're right, but for NRG, I mean, this used to be something that they didn't know how to handle. When you look back earlier in the season, the bump plays were something that really bothered them. But now it seems like they found an answer for it, at least so far in this game. First couple of minutes have gone by, and things are still even here on Manfield Night.
Beast Mode taking an airport. Garrett didn't get the ball, but he did manage to bump Beast Mode out of the play. Calm over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode lobs it towards net. Squishy. First touch, then second touch. Out of boost. Calm. Blocked by Justin. Now Justin is going to give up possession. See what Torment does with it. Torment opting to do a hard pass for Calm. Calm lets it go and lets Torment punch it downfield.
You want to have to be careful about how they're positioning here. If they end up double committing, NRG could take full advantage of it. But NRG has done really well here on the defensive end of things so far. Halfway through this game, not too many opportunities for V1 to apply consistent pressure. It's been pretty tense so far as both these teams battle for the control of the ball.
And it has been a war this season between NRG and Version 1. The general NRG had Version 1's number. They had 9 straight victories against V1 during the gimmick era. But since Beast Mode came on, 3-1 in favor of Version 1, who have won the last 3 series.
Gonna try to break that streak off the back wall. Squishy drops to Garrett. Garrett high, no, double. Chance for Squishy, but that ball's off the back wall again. Decent pressure from NRG, but still not enough. They're gonna keep trying. Garrett with the shot, blocked out by Beast Mode.
Torment hanging out in net with 0 boost. Good pressure from the general, but V1, they've been in these situations before, and when you got Torment on that back line, it's gonna be tough to score no matter what.
Oh, that's a great cut though from Beast Mode. This puts Squishy in a tough spot. He is able to get that boost, but past midfield. Beast Mode pre-jumped it, but lost some control. Now Squishy is gonna have to try to take this upfield, but version 1 in a good spot. They just have to look at for those boost totals. Final minute remaining. They wanna hold on to this pressure.
Clear back, Torment there, weak shot. Tom trying to keep possession on his rotation out. Beast mode to the backboard, double tap pass. Tom couldn't get control of the ball. Now Garrett bumps beast mode. Garrett didn't stay with the play. Torment off his own back wall will try to buy some time. Squishy to the sideline, beast mode. Blocked out by Squishy, Calm. Gonna try to get that safely to the corner. You see the corner boost steal from Garrett. Nice speed from beast mode in the midfield. This could be a chance for V1. Garrett has to get a good clear.
So close. On both sides, these counterattacks have been really, you're starting to look at the minuscule things, the touches, how much boost someone has, the demo threat. This one in midfield, final 10 seconds of regulation in game 1. Justin in the air, bounces that on the ground, gets in midfield. Garrett tries to put a shot on. It's blocked out. NRG still keeping the ball up. Garrett won't be able to read that. Calm wants to kill it. Pitches out. Justin tries to put it in, but it's off. OT in game 1.
And I know everybody in the crowd was holding their breath for that brief moment. Now off kickoff. Calm, double commit with Torment. Beast mode doesn't make contact. Now space for the general NRG.
Squishy upfield. Good on Torment. To get into the air to try to cut it off. Justin plays a low challenge, but Calm. Look at that from Garrett.
Oh, wait, hold on!
Is it on? Is it on? No! Beast mode there in time. But now NRG a chance with pressure. Torment needed there on that back wall to slow things down.
Well, that pinch made things interesting for a moment. Now a shot opportunity cut off by Beast mode. Torment.
He's got control.
Into a dribble.
Beast mode.
Demo!
Chance there. Calm puts it in. Version 1 taken in OT.
Oh, the demo proves to be too much. Garrett had to go up against 3 version 1 players, and it was hopeless. Version 1 in a tight game 1 will get the win, and it's demos in the end that made the difference for version 1. The last time we saw these two match up, it was in the second spring regional event, Daz. It went the distance, and what made the difference, even in that series, were bumps and demos. Most of the time it came from Calm, but Beast Mode was the one in there getting his hands dirty.
You see Fireburner, he was chatting it up with the team here. They're trying to figure things out because that was a very close game, and it really did come down to certain drives. NRG went a little too far forward. Great counterattack, great demo from Beast Mode to set things up. Calm with the finisher. V1 making the most out of their opportunities, but it's not like they had that many, James. Only 5 shots from them. Garrett G himself had 5 shots that game. It's going to be a very interesting series. We're going to see how this develops. How can the general NRG kind of turn things around? But for V1, how can they continue to increase this?
And I think V1 is sticking to the same game plan that has been successful for them as of late for NRG. Like I was saying, Des, there was a 9-series win streak that the general NRG had over version 1. But with Beast Mode, it's a different story. It's a different team altogether. And it seems like they've got the general NRG downloaded. These bumps, these demos, NRG just can't figure out how to beat it.
Doesn't work for them in game 1. Let's see if there's an adjustment made. V1, like I said, they have the game plan. This is a matchup that they did want coming out of Wild Card.
Daz, there were a lot of questions about Justin specifically. Will Justin be able to get back to that form, that World Championship form, where we've seen him make the most iconic shots and goals in Rocket League esports competition? And he had a 0-second moment there, and he wasn't able to get the shot on target, so there's still people waiting to see what Justin can bring to the table.
And now, pressure coming out from NRG. Solid touch from Calm, who's been having a really solid World Championship for V1. A lot of people have expected more out of Beast Mode, but Calm has picked up.
Calm, you know, he was almost averaging a goal per game through the wild card stage. Has stepped up for this V1 team. And it seems like version 1 has been on an upward trajectory that no one can stop.
A little double commit there. See Garrett, last back, trying to get that touch out into the corner. And then there's Torment. Just kind of sticks to the wall sometimes, only comes out when he's needed. And he does make an impact that keeps V1's offense going really well. But again, that tension here. As game 2 continues on, it's just been kind of a stalemate. Both teams looking for a way in.
Made it deep, and Garrett
he got a bump.
Mix things up, going
he's
for a
still going.
second bump. But Garrett can't land it. Beast mode will come back, demo Justin from behind, and get things back under control for version 1. Justin can't make the save, but Garrett tips it up towards the ceiling. Torment trying to keep this ball in a difficult spot for NRG on their own backboard. Squishy will slow things down. Justin beat by beast mode. Torment going for the 50, but it's over his head. Calm will have to deal with Justin. Does dodge the bump attempt. Garrett, low boost challenge. What'll Garrett do with this ball? We do see a demo, but didn't seem like it had much impact on the play.
Play definitely fell apart there for NRG. Now Beast Mode looking to carry this one the other way. Torment trying to put a shot on, but Squishy reads it and cuts it out. B1 now. They want to get NRG back into their own end, take their boost, demo them out the way, get the easiest goals possible. NRG have been very slippery, and they've been able to try to move downfield to set up some counterattack plays, but those plays have not been successful yet. Halfway through game 2, we're still scoreless.
Calm was able to snag the mid boost and the corner boost, starving NRG even more. You see Justin finally able to get some, but there's another demo. Calm on Squishy, Calm with the corner boost steal. You can see the puzzle pieces coming together for V1 on this attack. Calm goes for the net, it's denied by Garrett. Beast mode wraps around, leaves it for Torment. Justin stopped by beast mode in his tracks. Calm gets demoed, but still won the ball. And there's the bump! Justin comes back from the heavens after the respawn to get the save.
Out of nowhere, too. Squishy tried to take his time. You are not getting time against a team like version 1, who have taken advantage of any second you give them on that field, whether it's taking your boost or taking you out the play.
Calm over to the side, beast mode, booming it downfield, and there's a miscommunication from NRG. Garrett and Justin both getting in each other's ways. That could have been possession and an attack for the general NRG, but it just wasn't meant to be. And we see another demo. Calm going for another bump. He got it. Calm, a menace, a villain. He is the worst nightmare for NRG so far in game 2.
He's been a big reason NRG's drives have slowed down. V1, no strangers to playing and smothering their opponents as beast mode in the air. Calm tried to get there quickly, but not able to. Even with all this pressure from V1, they still haven't been able to finish the job. We're still tied up under the final minute. 40 seconds left. Beast mode trying to put one on the board, and he does! The beast comes out, and V1 take the lead.
And he does it in front of a crowd. Beast mode delaying the flick, going with the backflip. The defense had trouble reading it, and version 1 take the lead late. The general NRG still looking for their first goal.
Pick off here. That drop down, Squishy quick to pick it up. And NRG, they start to get a little worried. They haven't been successful on offense at all this series. And the question is, can they get one here? As 20 seconds remaining, V1 in complete control of this game.
Beast mode, look at the control on the backboard. Another demo on the back line. Garrett doesn't have the confidence to go for it after that demo. Justin booms it up. Squishy has a nice bounce. There's the shot from Garrett. It's off the post and out. Version 1 get away with one there.
2 back-to-back 0-second shot chances for NRG and 2 misses.
Well, I mean, that one, at least it hit the post. Last time Justin wasn't able to get it on target, but for version 1, they have the general NRG on lockdown. Look, Garrett forced to make 5 saves, only 2 shots for NRG, and in that entire game, that was full control from version 1.
Exactly. Even though the scoring wasn't necessarily high, V1 really didn't play defense here for the most part. It was mainly controlling the midfield. As we look at our Mobile 1 high performance replay, you see this goal from beast mode. Finally,
that was the goal.
One in.
That was the goal of the game. That's all it took. And for the general, Daz, you saw multiple times with Garrett, just 0 boost. What's he gonna do?
I mean, it's hard for you to get boost when you're getting demo though.
They're getting demo.
That's definitely demos on V1. Like, they know how to play this matchup. And even if they got to take it 1-goal games at a time, it's just about getting the dub here at the World Championship. And NRG need to figure out a way to play out of that because the offense is non-existent from them. This series so far is all version 1. We go to DFH for game 3, and there's no adjustment made now. It may be too late.
It's unbelievable to see the General NRG coming into this point, not able to score against a version 1 team who has had their number. They're bringing the same game plan. NRG knows what's coming, but they just can't stop it.
Haven't been able to against a team that is very confident in their matchup. And what do? I mean, when you are sitting at the top and you're finally knocked down, you're trying to get back up. It can just seem like that hill got 10 times higher from when you were last there.
And the bar keeps on moving. Version 1, the ones who are putting it tantalizingly out of reach. Justin off to the side. Nice pop. Where's the shot? Where's anyone for NRG? Garrett waiting at the half, passes it right to Beast Mode, who lobs it up. Justin can't get the double. Torment infield pass. Justin will have to flick it out of boost. Squishy with the control does get a shot on net, but Beast Mode was there and waiting.
V1's defense has always been sitting sound, and even with NRG playing it slow, if they want to pull out V1, I mean, they have to be ready to deal with a lot of pressure. Let's look at this Beast Mode upfield before the ball even gets there. Plays it out, Torment immediately there to get the challenge. Very aggressive, but even then, third man back from Calm, all the way back like towards the box. As version 1, they know that they're not going to overextend if they need to, and that's unfortunate.
They locked horns for a moment, but you can see Calm's front wheels off the ground. Torment to the side. Garrett bumped right after the play. Beast Mode down to Torment. Torment double tap ball! Rebound off the backboard, gonna be no good, but Torment was threatening that play, and we know he's got the mechanics.
He's still threatening the play.
Beast Mode with a fake, but still contact was made on the ball. Garrett booming it downfield. Calm off his own backboard. This could be a shot opportunity, but Beast Mode was up so quick reading that. NRG seems to be giving V1 that space. Garrett solo play, low challenge. Still possession for NRG. The pop, Squishy up quickly off the ceiling and down. Justin can't go for the double tap. You saw he was running on fumes. Garrett, slow play, pinch out to the side. Calm and Beast Mode both in the same spot. Justin ends the drop for the General NRG.
Well, there he is. Unbelievable redirect from Justin. You can't save a shot like that.
Oh, the double tap off the sidewall. You don't see that too often. Is Justin back?
It's just 1 goal, James.
That's why I asked.
We'll see if they can do it again. NRG playing this off the backboard, trying to use that momentum. But there's Beast Mode up early, puts that on target. Garrett tries to play it high. Justin up early to match Torment, gets a 50 win. But Beast Mode,
hold on.
Seen him in these positions before. Can he do it here against NRG? Garrett denies.
Well defended Beast Mode, full boost, lots of space. Had a blank canvas to work with, but Garrett was able to toss that painting in the trash. Garrett up quick. Torment a little bit quicker. Squishy in his own corner has Beast Mode to contend with. Beast Mode got a tip. Justin, first touch. Now second touch, flip, reset. The 50 will go off the corner. Shot opportunity, blocked from Calm. Where did he come from?
Beautiful save on the goal line from Calm. Chance here for NRG, but that one pitches way out. Garrett will have to play it off the corner. Has the angle, puts a shot on. Calm needed again, and now it's V1 who's low on boost. Beast Mode sends that midfield, but Justin is able to pick it up. Version 1 still, they're down by 1 here, and the pressure's on them to see if they can get back into this game with 1:24 left.
Torment had that beat around him, wasn't expecting that touch. Calm, downfield Squishy has to buy time. 16 boost, and look at that launch downfield. So much so that it's giving V1 a lot of trouble. But that block from Calm, this could be tough for NRG. Torment off the backboard. Calm being a nuisance. Beast Mode won't be able to take the shot, but you could see it there for a moment, Daz. NRG struggling to deal with that counterattack.
Counterattacks from V1 have always been rough on NRG. Whenever they're low boost in their own half, version 1 can toy with them as much as they want. But that being said, this series has been full of one-goal games. Version 1 are going to have to score 2 here if they want to take it. Well, you have less than a minute left to go. NRG are in the driver's seat, but how long can they keep this up?
They have 30 seconds that they have to hold on to. Version 1's defense has been stingy. Squishy off the corner. The shot saved again by Calm, who's denying that top shelf.
Shot placement's been good. Here's the counterattack. You see Calm looking upfield, but he doesn't come up with much. He doesn't get a bump. He doesn't get any boost. Final 10 seconds. Torment sends this one downfield. Calm tries to go up for it. Torment, 0. Leaves it for Mode!
Beast Mode at the 0-second thriller in London now. In Fort Worth. 1 second left, and he ties it up against NRG. A massive goal that could be the moment for version 1 where they punch that ticket for the general NRG down into that lower bracket in this group stage.
Don't sleep on the beast. He's here, and he's awakened at the perfect time. He's going for another one. What a save from Garrett G. Bump out, he's got no boost. Feels like V1 though, they have all the momentum. Calm moving upfield, they're trying to set up another lane for a shot. Beast Mode takes one again, but it's high. No ability for a follow-up here. And he can only hope to buy some time. He's got 4 boosts here, he's not gonna be able to do too much.
Or can he? Beast Mode. Trying to keep that ball in NRG's half. Calm. Air dribble. Garrett with a high pop. Torment. Just trying to get this ball out of the version 1 half. Calm. The pinch downfield. There's a demo. Squishy got one on Torment. Taking out their best defender. Garrett, the shot, gonna be blocked. And it's out to Torment, who clears it downfield.
Justin and Squishy both make their way back as quickly as possible. Chance here for Justin, but a good read. Squishy with the ball, but he's gone. Now it's Garrett. What can Garrett do in this situation? Overtime, game 3, goes for a flip reset, but it's denied because V1, again, they are not giving NRG that space in the air. Quick to challenge.
Calm will have a pass opportunity. Didn't have boost to get to the ball. Did get the mid boost though. Hard shot towards the net. The redirect is gonna be off. The team bump off the post. Cleared out. The general NRG knocking on the door. Squishy off the ceiling. Beast Mode down to the middle. Torment will flick it on down. Justin with tons of boost.
There's Torment up early to deny. Good 50 from Calm. He's gonna try to look for a bump. Squishy plays it off the side while Beast Mode's there to make the 50. It seems like NRG have the boost. Can Justin get the redirect? He does, but it's off target. It hits the post. So close has been NRG for taking this game, but V1 has been there to deny it every single time.
And you're seeing the creativity from the general NRG. Justin going for that shot, almost hitting it. That pitch is gonna go back towards net. Torment, can he get back in time? Torment! How does he do it? He denies NRG once more.
A masterclass of defense. Torment is the wall V1 needed. And he's showing up when it matters, but here comes the pass. Garrett, it's blocked out. NRG, even though they have everything lined up, version 1 is in the way at every single moment.
Backboard.
Oh no.
He didn't go for the shot. Now he's got to find himself in a tough defensive situation. Justin will bail him out, and Garrett will clear the ball. Garrett going for the challenge. Torment hit it by him.
Beast Mode, he can end this right here. Has the flip, uses it, the double, no, come! Version 1, drive downfield, and they put this series on match point.
Beast Mode does it again. He got that goal on the goal line, faking out the defense. This time, you see how much he puts defenses off kilter. Easy cleanup goal for Calm. 3-0, version 1 ahead of NRG, and it has been a war this year, Daz. An all-out war. NRG barely edged out version 1 to make it into the main event. To this point, version 1 missing out, had to go through wild card. And maybe that gave them the extra boost they needed. Yeah, that was a good goal. It was a phenomenal goal. But at 1 second left, Beast Mode tied it up, and version 1 wins in overtime. Unbelievable.
You can't sleep, like I said, you can't sleep on the Beast, James. 7 shots at a game from him individually. Looking at this one, I mean, he almost does it himself. He had that read. It was a great defensive block. Calm, perfect follow-up there. And even though we saw an incredible goal out of Justin, it takes that much for NRG to get on the board. Version 1's defense will not let anything except greatness through.
I mean, and sometimes they'll even keep greatness out.
That's true.
That's true. I don't believe Torment get that ball out. Torment, his brain works a different way when it comes to defending his own net. I don't understand how he does it, but it is a beautiful thing to witness.
I'll say it. There has never been a reverse sweep in a best-of-7 on land at the World Championship.
The General NRG find themselves in that exact position, struggling to find goals, struggling to keep version 1 at bay. They did have the advantage in Demo's last game, but even still, that wasn't enough. Torment not gonna let anything off his own backboard. Dodges one bump, gets a nice 50, settles the ball for Calm. Calm past the halfway line. You can see Squishy parked in the car there trying to disrupt the play. Garrett, there's a pinch. We've seen a few pinches come close, but they just don't go in.
Follow-up shot, Torment there as well. Version 1 at this point, NRG, they have everybody take shot after shot, and V1 is there to block everything. Finally, they find it. Squishy with a first goal.
They peppered the net. Calm didn't get enough on it, and you even see Torment saved that through a smoke screen. He saved that first shot through a smoke screen, and it still got put in. So unbelievable effort there from Torment in version 1, but the General NRG finally break through. Demos coming out from NRG. Maybe that's the adjustment.
Gotta think as well, NRG, no timeout here. As that one gets away, and Beast Mode able to strike back quickly.
And it's the delayed shot in these 1v1 situations that gets the better of NRG once again. This time it was Calm. You see him faking the shot, slowing it down, and then you're pretty much guaranteeing a poor touch from the goalie in that situation. Easy cleanup goal for V1.
They get back on the board quickly. And now they're looking to see if they can find the lead and finish this series. Will we see a sweep here in upper round 1?
Dormant beating out the defense. Calm is up, out of boost. Justin slowing things down. Beast Mode, great first touch. Gets the flip reset challenge. There's a demo from Calm on Squishy. I feel like we've seen this movie before, and I don't think it ends well for NRG.
It doesn't. They gotta get out. And Calm is gonna make that hard. He takes to the skies, gets a bump on Garrett, but Garrett gets a challenge on that ball. Here's Torment. Now buying Calm some time to go back and get boost. Chance here for Beast Mode. Looking for the double. Oh, had it on target, but Garrett G with the read.
Well, Garrett G sniffed that out. That was going in top corner. Beast Mode, he's definitely feeling it. Finally, the performance on stage, showing the crowd what he can do. Calm, delayed challenge, Beast Mode, whipping the whip around, going for another play, and it's an awkward ball there for NRG. They do find the 1-2. Shot from Justin. Calm will tip it off his own backboard. Squishy, double tap off the wall, doesn't make contact. Calm catches, and look at that flick.
This point is just a battle of the defenses here, as V1 has been very set and on not letting anything through, and for NRG, they have to do the same. Otherwise, they face the lower bracket. Redirect from Justin gets blocked out, and Beast Mode plays this off onto the side. Garrett, light touch to get it past Torment, but Torment on that back wall ready. Demo on the play, and maybe Squishy can do something with it. Pinch straight down, Justin loses the 50, Garrett, fake challenge. Calm has control. Calm trying to push it past Garrett, trying to get it midfield, but too much jumble up in the NRG box, and now it's going the other way.
And you could see that indecision there for that brief moment from Garrett G. Ended up giving up that space. Calm towards net. He still has boost. Goes for the low 50. It bounces off the post. Garrett will clear it off the line. Version 1 not afraid to mix things up on offense.
Not at all. Even with Calm on some of these slow challenges, it's worked out well. And the pressure that NRG started this game off with has started to diminish. This is going to be a very tense final minute. Can NRG find that offense once again? Or will V1 finish the job and close out the series?
Beast mode off the ceiling, ground pinch will be stopped by Garrett. Garrett has read beast mode on a couple of these plays. Can they keep it up? Lots of possession now favoring version 1. Beast mode into an air dribble. Gets by Justin, gets by Squishy. Squishy will keep it into the corner, but you saw that corner boost get gobbled up by version 1. Torment slowing it down. Wanted to get the 50. And it looks like Squishy and Torment battled for that corner boost. Former teammates, now enemies. Garrett to the side, didn't make contact. Beast mode upfield. It's a 50. Justin recovers, but we'll leave that to Squishy.
Now Torment keeping this one up, final 10 seconds. Chance here for V1 to end it. Looking for a way through. That one gets sent away. Is Beast Mode gonna keep this up? Plays it off the sidewall, has the redirect, almost on target. Garrett, though, is gonna carry this downfield, and that will hit the ground. Game 4 overtime. Will NRG stay alive in the series, or will V1 slip into the lower bracket?
Oh, Squishy with the demo on Calm. If he doesn't make contact there, it would have been over. The shot saved!
Follow-up chance. Justin low. No, it's denied.
Justin going for another pass. Calm will lob it downfield. Torment with the corner boost steal. Sees Beast Mode in the middle. Goes for the bump. And now Beast Mode controlling it on the wall. Fakes out one. Squishy didn't make contact. Corner boost steal again for version 1. Beast Mode getting out of dodge after stealing that.
Just pressure on NRG. Low on boost. V1 got to have the ball right where they want it, and now they just wait for the mistake, but Squishy, double flip reset. Justin will play this one off the sidewall, looking to turn things around. May have a chance here, but gets denied before Squishy can make contact, and a crazy clear coming out from Torment to push things on the orange side.
Squishy trying to get this ball out of harm's way. Beast Mode passes it back to Torment. That's a nice challenge from NRG. Garrett, it's another 50. It bounces right back off of him. Couldn't really make any adjustments in the air. That ball was coming right back. Squishy will control it. Air dribble over one. A miss from Torment. A rare miss, but gets the follow-up touch. You see the bump in the middle. Calm challenged, and now Squishy.
10s 50s on the goal line. You see Calm looking upfield. He makes Justin awkward. Change for Torment to end it!
And Torment finishes the job. 4 games up, 4 games knocked down. And in the race to 4 wins, version 1 crossed the finish line and NRG fall flat on their faces.
Torment, iced up, top left corner shot. Unreal stuff there for V1. They come through, they played their game. It was a 1 goal per game series, or 1 goal game series there.
And Torment finishes the job, Daz. And you know what? Yesterday, I was walking back. We had a dinner. We were walking back from. We walked through the player practice area. It was after 7 o'clock. Almost everybody was gone, except I looked in the version 1 practice area, and guess who it is? It's Torment. Torment still working, still grinding. And fitting that Torment would finish this series. Puts in so much hard work. You know, everyone loves to talk about Calm, the villain, Beast Mode, the mechanical genius, but Torment is silently such an amazing world-class player, world champion player, and he showed it in this high-pressure situation to take down NRG. And I was expecting, honestly, I was expecting this series to be close, Daz, but I knew that it had the potential to go either way, pretty heavily. And I was thinking NRG, maybe they'll finally bounce back, but version 1 just knocked them straight down.
They did. And, you know, you talk about the series being close. Yes, it was close overtimes. Like I said, 1 goal game differences here. And I think NRG kind of looked a lot better than most people kind of expected them to coming in. Obviously, not the Desk. The Desk expect them to win that.
Well, the Desk had it was a sweep in favor of NRG, and we did see the one incredible goal from Justin, the double tap off the sidewall, but NRG just couldn't get going.
They couldn't do it, but V1 could. They look great. They're still in form, and we're going to send it to Orb to talk to one of the players.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm standing here on stage. He's the villain. He's the man we want to see. It is calm. Got a nice hat on and everything. How are we feeling after that series?
Feeling good. I mean, honestly, we expected to win. We have a pretty good matchup against them historically, so we expected to win, but 4-0 is not exactly what we expected.
So we just say it was easy then?
I don't think it was easy, but I think we were playing really well, and I think we capitalized on their mistakes, and I think we were the better team on the day.
I mean, you had a lot of saves there. I believe it was game 3, and then you turned it in and you won that overtime. Was that kind of the moment that you knew that this was going to go your way?
Yeah, I mean, if you lose game 3 overtime there, it's 2-1 potentially. Far different from 3-0. You know, you're on match point, triple match point, or quadruple actually. So, yeah, no, we were extremely confident after that.
All right, well, is this the best version of version 1 that we've seen so far?
Yeah, absolutely. This is version 2.
Rebranding right now to version 2. You heard it here first. Breaking news on stage. So, listen, let's look a little bit further here, okay? Let's look a little bit further. How far are you guys gonna go? Are you guys going all the way?
Oh, of course we're going all the way. Absolutely.
Natural, he plays to the crowd. All right, that's gonna be it for us here with Calm, the villain from the stage. We got next up, SSG versus Moist. It's gonna be one series that you don't wanna miss. Coming up next.
We've all been here before.
How can it possibly feel to have 7,000 people chanting your name? 3 unlikely champions know the answer. No one thought this would happen, that a freestyler, a bubble player, and a relative unknown would come together and inspire mechanical brilliance the likes of which we've never seen. Fall was just practice before the winds of winter brought a brand new org into the scene. Their faith in former Queso almost instantly was rewarded. Unknowns no more, these understated superstars and undisputed favorites are set to surpass spring's success with their biggest statement yet.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
My fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my private time, my only opponent. And lately I abide, but limitless I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter. The shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory and I got it, cause I'm here now, waiting for the flag to fall. Waiting.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Hopes, memory, and nostalgia were thick going into the match. Version 1 took it all, put it in a trash can, lit it on fire, kicked it down the hill for NRG. Took a goal, I think, one time?
We cursed it, Wave. I think all of us predicted on the desk thought other people would pick V1.
I'm sorry, V1.
And then no one did. And
Never
we
again.
were like, oh no, this is not going to end.
And
well.
I would love to be able to claim that, like, oh, we all thought someone else was doing it. We were just doing it for the sake of the show. No, I think every one of us, to some degree, actually believe NRG had a chance there.
I was watching behind the scenes and I was wondering what you're all thinking. It was obviously going to be V1 based off the recent history.
It's easy for you to say now.
Genuinely, everyone in the green room was confused as to what the desk was talking about. We all had that hope that NRG would be able to play the way they used to play, but they just aren't at the same level as the modern Rocket League teams here.
Yeah, but my one question mark was beast mode in front of a crowd. He had big time moments throughout this series. It just feels like more reps in front of the crowd will get stuff done. But Justin putting in an incredible goal, but at the end of the day, it did not matter. Version 1, again, beast mode, clutch plays.
Look, Comp got some gene splicing. He said, Torment, you're really good at defense. Can I get some of that? And then, I mean, the defense for Version 1 was insane. NRG shots, they had great offense. That's the thing, is like all of these games were so close. But how did Version 1 have a player in the way every single time? There's one.
Look, it looks like amazing defense is just a little bit too predictable from NRG. The shots they're coming up with are simple, they're repeatable, but they're not going to take players out the game like the touches that V1 were making at the goal line.
That was true. There was at least one barrage, though, in Game 3 where the shots were coming from the corner at wild angles, and we're like,
they were trying to bump them too. They get the demo, there'd still be someone there.
But that barrage
they
only worked because Com messed up a clear. It was relying on a mistake from their opposition.
But it didn't work, is what I'm saying. We're
saying the ones that didn't work, even when they got demos, there was still a player from Version 1, so they were literally deleting players, Greg. They were deleting
I think
them.
they're agreeing here, but the one goal that did happen from that barrage was when Com miscleared it. So they're relying on the opponents to make mistakes, which just doesn't happen as often these days. You need to be able to outplay multiple players, string together super touches, and that Justin goal, amazing as it was, that is not reproducible.
That's fluky.
So we need to see more of those incredible solo plays from NRG and following up from teammates.
Well, it's time for the next match of the day. Let's take a look at the group stage as we continue on through Group A here. One match left to finish off our upper quarter finals, and we're already hearing chants of Let's Get Wet behind us. Moist Esports on the stage for the first time in Dickey's Arena, taking on the fan favorites through the wild card of Space Station Gaming.
We had to save the NA versus EU battle for the final game of the day. Space Station and Arsenal, he's feeling better. So that is a good sign. Space Station narrowly getting through the wild card, which is why they pull the #1 overall seed in Moist.
I mean, Moist have looked amazing at every LAN. We've seen them at for RLCS. But the question is, can they do it now after the warmed-up Space Station came through the wild card?
Well, the reigning LAN champions here in the Rocket League Championship Series. First team we're going to meet is Moist.
It feels great to be at Worlds. You know, I felt like we deserved it. We didn't really expect to be here at the start of the season. But, you know, we grinded through and now we're here, so yeah, it's crazy.
They surge forward with every attack. Moist are putting them in uncomfortable and they pull out a stunning passing play in point blank.
This tournament's everything. I think anyone here would agree that this is what you play for a year, so this is it. We don't get nervous. We're ready, we're always ready, we're just joking around, having fun. We're friends, so, you know, we just vibe out.
Throughout the spring split, your backs are against the wall if your team Falcons. Meanwhile, Moist Esports.
All the work they put in.
For me to be here is literally a dream. I was thinking about it 2 years ago before COVID. I was like, I watched Madrid and I was like, okay, this has to be me, and now it is. Other teams should fear us. Just look at our previous results. What are you smoking? Yeah, we're here to win, and we will.
So casual. Yeah, we're here to win, and we will. Moist. I think every time I've had a conversation with someone here, Jorby, about like who do you think's gonna win it, like they're the one team that is consistently always in the conversation out of everyone's mouth.
Well, I mean, you have to. They're the only team this season that's made more than one grand final in LAN. They went to the grand finals against G2 in Winter. They won in London. Of course, they're the favorites right now. You have to respect Joyo, Vatira, and Rise. They're the coldest team in Rocket League right now.
But on both occasions they made it to the final, they did drop out early, so So if you're going to go up against Moist, now is the time to do it. Early on in a tournament, takes them a little while to get into it, but if they hit that lower bracket, everyone's going to be scared of Moist.
It's going to be scared for Space Station, though, playing against the best player in the world right now, Vatira, on your screen right there. I think he put on a phenomenal performance at the Winter Major and then the Spring Major as well. Vatira, he wants it, I think, more than anyone here. Like, we always say that that's kind of cliche, but he was in tears after the Winter Major. He was so incredibly happy after Spring Major, and I think they absolutely are the undisputed favorites here.
Well, they might be challenging also their opponents for favorites in the venue at this point, because this crowd's pretty loud. On the other side, it's Space Station.
Making Worlds was a huge achievement for us. I was at the last one in Madrid. Being able to go back-to-back is a great feeling. We played the majors, we played the regionals, but nothing can really compare. I mean, this is the biggest Rocket League tournament of all time. It couldn't mean more to us. We do have an advantage over teams that didn't play in a wild card. I think warm-up and momentum means a ton in this game, and we're excited to show it.
It's a great pass from Reynolds. Daniel.
Oh! Daniel, who comes up with yet another clutch goal on land.
There are no teams we fear in this tournament. If anyone I do want to play is Moist. We feel like they're the other best team in the world, so that's who I want. General feeling's pretty good. We played LA, we felt like we could have won that tournament. We played London, we definitely felt like we could have won that tournament, only losing to the winners at 9 seconds left. We're the most confident team in this tournament. Other teams should fear us because we have nothing to lose. We're coming in with confidence and we're coming in to win the tournament. I don't think any team has put in as much time as we have recently. There's nothing you can do to get us off our grind right now. We're super, super ready for this. We couldn't appreciate the fans more. We have one of the biggest fan bases in the game, and we're forever grateful to you guys. Every tournament we go to, we're here to win. My team will be the one to lift the trophy because we're due. Anyone saying we don't stand a chance, last 2 majors, the only teams we've lost to are both the finalists. Get ready, it's not going to happen this time. All you should expect is the best performance from all 3 of us. We're ready for this.
Greg, and we heard Reynolds say that they definitely felt like they could have won both Los Angeles and London, both times coming up short. What's going to be the difference maker here today?
I mean, that's always the case against Moist. Many teams have gone to Game 5 or Game 7 against them and think they could have won it, but they are one of those teams that do clutch up at the end. SSG have to prove it here that they can do it on the big stage.
But I have to say, Space Station, they do look good. Even when Arsenal was sick, they still somehow battled through when you thought maybe they'd end up falling down. And this guy right here, Daniel, has been the X factor for this team. They've been calling him Laniel. You hear the crowd already getting hyped for them. This team is dangerous. They did lose to both the tournament winners at the very end. And for Space Station, I mean, it's just one failed kickoff away from being in the grand finals in London.
So incredibly close multiple times, but 0 tournament wins throughout this year. But none of that matters if they win the World Championship.
And they're less reliant now on Daniel. At the start of the season, it was all about, can Daniel carry SSG? Now it's about a full team roster. The questions were Rettles or Arsenal the MVP throughout the wildcard? No one was talking about Daniel because he played well, but it's about how much all 3 of them are stepping up in these big stages now.
Just the consistency we saw from Reynolds throughout the wild card. Will that energy help them? We heard that they said that they liked playing in the wild card. They were glad to have the extra games to get warmed up here. Moist, this is their first time playing on the stage at the World Championship, but the best team in Rocket League, at least by the numbers right now. Can they handle what Space Station's about to bring? Let's find out what you at home think about this in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag MST, hashtag SSG. And predictions have not been going well for me so far today, so I'm going to start with the current leader on the end, Gregan.
I mean, I'm just trying to predict what I think is the most likely outcome. And now this is the hardest of the bunch because Moist, despite being the better team, struggle early on in tournaments to secure those results they should be winning. But I'm still going to back them here. I'm going to put Moist in for this one, although I do believe there is a good chance SSG can get that upset.
Wildcard teams so far 2-1 today. So that wildcard buff is really happening. But this is Moist. And they are so incredibly good. I know they drop out early, but it's always to V1. Not to the likes of Space Station. We'll see if that demo game will play a factor, because that's what V1 likes to do as well.
Okay.
So maybe, but I cannot pick against Moist.
Look, in London, Space Station, we're literally 9 seconds away from taking down Moist and going to the grand finals. T-Shock, Daniel, and Slater, they got it this time. They're going to take down Moist early on in the tournament. They're moving on through us.
I would love to believe But this is Moist. You have to beat them in 6 games or less at this point. You can't take them to game 7. It's gotta be Moist. We gotta get wet on this one. It's gotta be Moist in this situation. It's a lot of SSG fans
It's
in the house.
100 degrees out. It's pretty dry.
And somehow they're still wet. I don't understand. Let's take a look at how chat felt about it there again. Man, Space Station fans in the venue, fans in chat as well. But they're going to have to get through the hottest team, the wettest team in Rocket League right now. Let's get onto the stage. Get the last match of the day started. A middle bracket, a quarterfinals match. We're in the upper bracket right now. We got Moist in the blue, Space Station in the orange. 7 games to advance.
Is this the moment where Space Station Gaming finally exercises its drizzly demons? Or does Moist reign supreme once again on land?
It feels like there is so much history between these two teams. And with all of that said, they've only played twice, but both of those times in winter and spring have gone to game 7s. Let's see if this is any different.
Space Station Gaming has not won a 7th game on land. And certainly not many have done so against Moist on or offline. Joyo drop one down, forced through by Vatira. And Reddles under fire early as SSG has to work in the first 15 seconds.
And here comes Arsenal breaking out of his own half, and watch for these bumps and demos coming out from Space Station Gaming. First place in all of North America in demos per game, but that doesn't matter if you're playing defense, but they get away with one there as that shot goes off the crossbar.
SSG let off the hook there with an early salvo for Moist. Opportunity for Daniel goes off the crossbar. Reddles sky one up for Arsenal, who is about as close to 100% as you could expect, as now Rise against Reddles, and it's SSG, the better of the two on this occasion. Arsenal, who was so brilliant in their round 5 series with the Pioneers, equated by many as his flu game. This will bounce around, and Vatira waiting, there's the bump, and Vatira still manages to send this away. SSG not diving in, not getting too aggressive. They understand how quickly Moist can counter.
And Daniel repaying the favor for SSG. They're getting a demo, and here comes Daniel, has a little space. Open net, and the prodigal son for Space Station Gaming scores first.
Daniel breaks the deadlock he had with Reddles, his 25th goal to take the team lead in this World Championship. Arsenal credited with an assist because that's just a contractual obligation at this point. And now he may be setting up for another with Reddles across the way. Joyo's gonna bring it right to him. This could fall towards Daniel. He turns around as Rise gonna try and march in. That got around Joyo.
Big demo.
And the demolition on Vatira. This time they took him out and he still got back.
Vatira spawning in the right place at the right time. Gets the save at the most opportune moment, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Moist Esports desperately need a clear downfield. As Vatira gets that big boost, the ball finally in the orange half, shot on target and pushed to the side.
Out laterally for Vatira, the European MVP. At any point, even in the winter split, where they were runner-up to G2, you could have made the case that maybe Rise could have been MVP.
Oh boy.
They could have a whole lot of accolades coming into this World Championship, but the one that matters most will be determined over the weekend as Joyo ties up this game right at the halfway mark. Moist bring it right back to SSG.
Joyo comes out of nowhere to be found in the peripheral of Space Station Gaming. Flat-footed in the box, and Moist Esports ties up at halftime.
Arsenal mano-a-mano with Rise on the ensuing kickoff as Reddles brings one in. They got one demo. Joyo off the field. He spawns in ball side. It does not disrupt anything. Moist able to recover so quickly. One of the better teams, even having to play a man down, even just for a few seconds. You just cannot shake the Moist defense.
I mean, it's just so easy for both teams when you have mechanical prowess on all 6 players. Everyone able to pull out all of the tricks in Rocket League as Joyo coming in to keep that pressure on Reynolds, and a double commit for Space Station Gaming. Let's see if that pass can find its mark up off the crossbar, off the back wall, but turned away and sent all the way back down to the blue half.
The journey for SSG, it seemed like a foregone conclusion after the first couple of rounds of Swiss that they would be in this spot, in the group stage, through to the main event. And then all of a sudden, the trials and tribulations began. They just could not get past Europe. And Europe almost a thorn in their side again. The shot just a little high and wide.
He doesn't have boost.
No, he does not, as Arsenal's going to take this one. Of course, also not aided by the fact that Arsenal had been sick through the later stages of Swiss, as Daniel has to bring one across. And again, Moist just swarming the orange half of the field, and Joyo gives Moist the lead.
They were just chipping away at the resources, and Space Station Gaming had no boost left on the entire squad, and Joyo slots that one in, close post and in to take the lead.
Joyo's journey to reach this point, a spectator in the stands at the Copper Box Arena for the 5th World Championship. And then that incredible moment on stage alongside you, Subi, at the end, wearing gold around his neck. Just an inspirational story, this entire run for the former Team Queso, now Moist Esports. And almost about to be up a game here over SSG to start their World Championship campaign.
And right now, Moist Esports just loitering in the orange half, refusing to push out, even if they're boostless, as the bump almost comes through. Don't need it. Joyo gets a hat trick in game number 1, and Moist Esports looking hot right out of the gates.
Not just the hat trick for Joyo, but the playmaker for Vatira as well, going right across Daniel's face. 3-1 the lead now for Moist, with only 28 on the clock. Opportunity though for Arsenal. Looking for another assist. None coming as Daniel's got to retreat. And Vatira is trying to dance around SSG and burn more time off the clock and secure game 1. So tough to play against maybe one of the better front runners in this whole tournament. Moist are going to systematically dismantle SSG in game 1 and take the upper hand in their World Championship run.
And the crowd wants another goal. Space Station lets it hit the ground. And Moist Esports, your winner in game number 1, but Stacks took them a little while to warm up, almost an entire half, but once they got rolling, it was just a train running downhill.
It really was, and Space Station valiantly tried to stand in front of it and just got mowed over. 14 shots to 5.
Oh my goodness.
As Moist Esports just rains on SSG's parade. And now we go to game 2. And if those numbers don't change dramatically, this could be a long series for SSG. It could be a short series for everybody else.
Well, given Moist Esports history, I say buckle in. I mean, they almost go to game 5 or game 7 in 50% of the series that they play. Definitely not a team that you want to take there, but it would not surprise me one bit, given the history between both of these clubs, if we do see game 7 here today.
Moist Esports has to be the odds-on favorite to lift the trophy at the end of all of this. They are the team that is, I think more than anybody, could be accurately described as hotter than the sun. Runner-up at the Winter Major, dominant in the spring. They raise the trophy at the end in London, and they come in here as the #1 seed. Nobody goes in liking their chances against Moist, except maybe Reddles. We talked to him after they qualified in the Swiss rounds, and we kind of asked him, all right, I mean, did you want Moist this early? He's like, yeah, doesn't matter.
I mean,
we want him.
Reddles is just a competitor through and through. Every ounce of him loves competition at its core, and if you give him a chance to get something back from an opponent that took something from him, he will take that every single time.
Careful what you wish for. In Reddles' case, he's gotten it. And right now, the results not too promising for SSG. Vatira throwing up to the backboard nobody to follow up, but he did get a demolition. That buys them time as that shot just barely deflected up into the heavens by Arsenal. And Daniel in front of Rise as SSG tries to get away. Arsenal avoids Vatira. Reynolds to follow, and it's deflected by Rise.
Well, and that's what makes Moist Esports so dangerous, Stacks, is the fact that you never know if it's a pass or a shot coming right out of the gates. As Daniel looking for a bump, can't quite find it. Arsenal gonna go up off the crossbar. That one denied. And Moist Esports looking to run the field yet again. Daniel gets full boost, puts it right underneath the opponent, and still Moist Esports continue the pressure.
Rise just off the mark, no follow-up from Joyo. He's way back. Try and keep this ball in the zone and available for his Moist teammates. It's Rise now for Vatira down in front and sent out safely to the side by Reynolds, but still not across that center line. It's been just kind of the unbreachable barrier as Vatira will take this from the backboard, and here comes Moist right back into SSG territory.
Those corners are just so open for Moist Esports. They continue to run their offense out of them, and Space Station has yet to make them pay, as Daniel might have got a piece of Joyo there on that back line as Vatira puts back towards mid. Here comes Arsenal looking to slow it. No boost left. He just turns that ball over, and Moist Esports again continuing this pressure. Space Station is just living in this orange half, and they need to get some offense going soon.
A couple hundred more fans here this week than last when SSG and others played their way through the wild card. They're just waiting for a reason to get loud. Arsenal may be able to give them one. Got around one, and Vatira's right there. Now Daniel has the C parts in front of him, but also reveals Vatira in his face. It's Rise now. That's deflected out to the corner, and Moist have done, I think, an excellent job, Subi, of kind of trying to take the partisan crowd out of this and slow this game down to their liking and keep SSG from getting any momentum.
Absolutely, they're forcing SSG to play their game style as here comes Rise.
Oh,
gets
my
the flip, and somehow Daniel gets a touch on that ball as Joyo and Vatira try to link up as well, but still Space Station Gaming, while they're on defense an awful lot this game, they're doing a heck of a job at it.
A lesser team might have been scored on 2 or 3 times, but SSG has at least held the line, having to keep their head on a swivel all over the field. Reynolds now going to call his own number, and Vatira there to stop him. Arsenal get the touch off the wheels, drop it in, and SSG's in front again.
And look at the composure across Arsenal's face right now. We're so used to seeing him get hype after those goals, but he realizes this is a marathon. It's not time to sprint. Keeping it cool, calm, collected.
That crowd has come alive now. The 4th man of this SSG side, at least in this head-to-head matchup with Europe. Reynolds now trying to pop one out. Arsenal's not there. Instead, the defensive Moist was. Daniel waiting patiently for his opportunity to get another clutch goal. Try and put this one out of reach as early as he can. Arsenal to the corner. That pops up, so Daniel can't really dive in, and Vatira's got it. Rise was an option, but the Steve Park's there as Arsenal comes in, picks their pocket clean, and SSG leads by 2.
Just pulls out the binoculars, sees a wide open hole, shoots, aims, and fires that one on target. Arsenal cannot miss here in game number 2.
Well, that certainly came from out of nowhere, and it woke everybody up. Arsenal demolished there, though. Here's Rise trying to get that one right back. Vatira will have it fall to him patiently, and he could not get in front to get in Arsenal's way. So Moist has to regroup now with Reynolds trying to bring this from the backboard. Reynolds, he got a piece of Vatira. Ball still available until Daniel has something to say about it. And Vatira's shot is wide and away again. SSG have weathered the storm.
Nice.
As we get down to the final 35 seconds. Rise bringing it all the way across. There's no panic yet on the side of Moist Subi, but you gotta imagine they gotta send the house sooner rather than later as that one's deflected away again.
No reason to panic when you have Rise on your side, but still chasing 2 goals. They need to make this one count. They have to score on this push down. As Vatira goes up, this ball gonna go straight down, but cleared back out towards midfield. And surely Space Station Gaming gonna take game number 2.
barring a goal here to give themselves a little bit of hope at the end of game 2. That touch from Daniel will secure it, and we've got a series on our hands here in our last match of the day.
You can hear the crowd, Stacks. So many fans here for Space Station Gaming. And this just feels like an old tried and true rivalry that we're so used to in Rocket League. It's been NRG BDS, it's been Vitality Cloud9. You name it, we've had such good EU versus NA vibes, and this one, no different.
And it's by far the best thing about having LANs back. This whole season has been a celebration of our return to international competition and having those overseas rivalries. This one has been better than many others that we've seen in the now 6-year history of the RLCS.
Well, and it just takes all of the what ifs out of the equations. Well, what if BDS could have played NRG? What if this? It doesn't matter. We're here on the same stage under one banner. We're all here for Rocket League in game 3, getting ready to go. Stacks, this one is so crucial. This could totally turn the tides in this series.
The coaching constant from that man right there, Chrome, who has been awesome at the helm of SSG ever since they signed him. They found a diamond in the rough, and he has prospered. His teams have prospered. Can he lead them to a world championship? That remains to be seen over the next several days, but the first step is right here.
Oh, I think Arsenal was looking for a ground pinch there, and Joyo's looking for a demo, and Reddles comes to Daniel's assistance there as Rise looking to start off game number 3, just how they started game number 2, with immediate pressure right out of the gates, and Space Station Gaming having none of that, pushing this one right back to the blue half.
Daniel up high for Arsenal, Joyo in the way. Great sense of urgency there from Moist. This goes to Arsenal, waterfall down, and he's ready for it. Joyo, just incredible defensively. I mean, we could talk about the offensive numbers all we want for a lot of these players. Rise had a historic winter major, and he's got the scoring started here in game 3.
And Joyo held the brakes for just a split second to let Reddles fly right by him, and then stepped on the accelerator, got up to speed, took him off the pitch, and it was wide open for Rise. Great creativity there from Moist.
Joyo has been the guy so far in this series. He had all 3 goals, the hat trick in game 1. This goes right to Daniel, open. Caught the defense, napping.
Oh, no way!
Off the posted away by Rise. Great read under pressure. We've seen a lot of players struggle with that in this event. Even Daniel a couple days ago. But it's not there to fool Moist at all. A shot here sent away by Daniel, and Vatira is there to hang with this at midfield. Rise, soft shot deflected out to the corner.
Yeah, that wasn't necessarily a shot. That's just a touch to slow the offense down from Space Station. And look, boxed them right back in their own half as Vatira looking to follow through. Can't quite find the shot as Daniel gets another touch. Great pass over to Arsenal, and Reddles going to have a little space to work with.
Throw the ball at the net and hope something good happens. It did not that time for Moist, and now Daniel dispossessed by Vatira. Reynolds looking over towards Arsenal, and Rise saw that play develop in slow motion and almost yielded a goal for Moist Esports.
And Reynolds faking the shot there, pushing Moist back just enough to slow down the pressure as the shot goes on, and I thought Reynolds was going to try and get a touch on that one as Daniel didn't know if he should go forward, was last man back. The shot a little too slow on target, and as we near halftime, Stacks, still Moist have a 1-goal lead.
About to be 2 goals. This one hand-delivered to Joyo. And a 2-0 lead for Moist, as Reddles would definitely want that one back.
Oh, Daniel went for the side boost, and I believe it was Vatira that stole it away. Might have been Rise, but either way, nothing left for Daniel. He was left alone on an island, couldn't get back to the net, and Moist Esports have a 2-goal lead.
They always just find a way to not just jump in front, but increase their lead. Few teams hold leads better than Moist. We talked about it just very briefly earlier on. It just feels like they get a lead and they get a stranglehold on a series. At least the SSG faithful have something to cheer about in this game. Looking for more. Reddles got Rise. This time he'll stay dead for a little while, but now it's Daniel who has to bring it all the way back.
Smart play there.
Yeah, again, not pressing the issue too much, not panicking, still with 2 minutes left. But then neither is Moist. I mean, they understand the pace that SSG wants to play at, and they manage to slow the game down. They don't come into the zone until they are good and ready, as this is set across dangerously by SSG. They just don't seem to have a way to break past this Moist defense.
Yeah, and you see Reddles there. Only one save on target. Daniel with 2 shots. Reddles gets the demo, but it's the man back all the way on the goal line, and still midfield pressure so good from Moist Esports, not allowing Space Station to even get any semblance of offense going here as Daniel, a little bit of space, but denied by Joyo.
All the way across, there's Daniel. Has Arsenal downfield, but also has Rise in the way. All of these long passes have been cut out by Moist. It just seems every single time. It really does feel like they have downloaded Space Station Gaming. Arsenal blocked here as it goes out to the wing. Daniel at least get a look, but he's got nothing in the tank. I think Joyo realizes that and has all day to play this away. Who does Vatira, even though Arsenal was diving in, didn't have an angle. And Moist, again, the chokehold remains. SSG have not had a good look at the blue net.
Not one time here in game number 3. They have just been launching the ball on target and crossing their fingers that it'll go in. But every single time, Moist wags a finger right back in their face as the defense has been impenetrable from Moist Esports. And no, denied again from Vatira. Comes from the weak side, all the way from behind. And it looks like Moist Esports going to repay the favor of that shutout and take game number 3.
It's only 2 goals, but that is as dominant a performance as we've seen today. Moist just shut down Space Station. 2 wins down, 2 to go along the upper bracket.
And these teams doing the do-si-do here in Fort Worth, Texas, going back and forth. Space Station Gaming, it is now their turn to try and figure out how to break through the Moist Esports midfield line, because right now, Stacks, they are just boxed in their own half. They can't get boost. They're constantly playing with 0. And when you have Reddles with 0 shots on your team, you're not going to win many games. He has got to be the guy who starts your offense and getting involved.
While Space Station has outshot Moist Esports over the last couple of games, it sure has not felt like it. Moist Esports have shut down and completely locked down SSG as we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay. And the only high performance came from this team. The team you're about to see add their 2nd goal, Joyo. Made it 2-0. That's the final score in game 3. And now Space Station back to the drawing board. They've just traded jabs back and forth. Odd games so far have belonged to Moist Esports. That does not serve SSG well. They've got to find a way to get 2 in a row. Now would be a good time to start as we go to Utopia for game 4.
Well, and if you notice, they did not take a timeout, feeling confident going into game 4 here, Stacks. And for them, they've just got to figure out this Moist Esports offense. It just immediately starts here with a fury of shots in game number 4.
Rise with Joyo waiting for the pass. Daniel got this. It's on target, but Vatira had it lined up all the way. The young kid just manages to amaze about every other time he's on the ball.
I mean,
so too does Vatira. He has shut him down at almost every turn.
You just almost have to pick up your jaw off the floor every time Daniel is flying through the air as Arsenal trying to get a look. Here comes Daniel. He's playing the 3rd man there as gets the one over the 2nd defender there, and Arsenal going to go ahead and put a shot on target. A little too close on that one, but you like to see this if you're a Space Station fan. Not only are they getting demos, they're keeping the pressure, and the shot on target. Arsenal gets his 3rd of the series.
Arsenal coming in ever the opportunist after the demolition on Rise. He couldn't get back, and Vatira couldn't circle around quick enough. So Arsenal, as you mentioned, third goal, a second assist to Reynolds as well. Space Station Gaming have a rare lead in this series. Can they hold on? Can they expand it? We're trying to do here on this trip, but Joyo right there to just stuff that ball right back in Arsenal's face. And Rise waiting across the way on the weak side. Won't ever get there as Daniel comes in aggressively.
Oh, very aggressive. Gets the demo, was looking for a second there on Rise, couldn't quite find it, and here comes Redl. Off of the ceiling, an awkward touch there from Arsenal. No one expecting it from Moist Esports, and dangerous ball there, but great vision from Joyo to see no one from Space Station there, just pokes the ball downfield and gets Vatira going.
With all of these demolitions, we're almost getting a mini crew battle at times. Both teams having to play 2v2 a couple of times in this series for a few seconds at a time. Arsenal has that drop right down to Daniel. Joyo will not let it leave the zone. May not have a choice in a moment here. Daniel got to get up for that and just did ahead of Joyo. And Akira threatening as well, Subi. And again, you wonder, can SSG really keep Moist off the scoreboard for an entire game again? Was game 2 a fluke, or can they pitch another shutout? We've had, back-to-back shutouts between these two teams.
It might be an anomaly, but I mean, for Space Station, like you said, they have the lead. So honestly, they can sit back and relax. While I don't recommend doing that against Moist Esports, it makes it a lot easier to start your offense. You're not worried about pressing forward so hard, and you don't have to feel as though you have to be so aggressive. So for Space Station, look at how comfortable they are. Daniel playing third man all the way back on his own half, and just gives it up as I'm saying that.
Maybe
Joyo,
a little too comfortable.
Capitalizing on the mistake there from Daniel off the back wall.
That's just a great win by Joyo. What a read against Reynolds. Daniel never had a chance to react. Just after the halfway mark, we're all knotted up again.
Oh my goodness.
That read by Joyo, he's just unstoppable.
If you put any of these guys on LAN, the entire Moist Esports team is just so scary. They blossom under the bright lights.
It's not just plot armor. This team does feel so often to actually just be invincible. Arsenal, danger at giving this ball away. Had to stay with it with Rise right there. And now Daniel, this time at least, got around Joyo. But there is Vatira, just great team defense from Moist on the initial surge into the zone.
Oh boy.
There's a good bump. And Rise could not convert. By the slimmest of margins, SSG keep them out. But how much longer? Arsenal could not connect here, with Daniel maybe waiting for a redirect.
Oh, it's open.
Now he's going to take it himself. Can't get the ball down as Joyo recovers to send it away.
Great recognition there from Joyo, realizing the backline was open. Big flick towards mid, but Rise denied by Daniel. And Moist Esports looking to score. 80 seconds remain here in game number 4, and they continue to press forward.
Any mistake or any huge win, like the one we saw earlier from Joyo, just magnified at this stage as Daniel has to sky one out of harm's way and stays with the play to kind of finish the job. But now we're down to the final minute.
Oh, it's open.
After the demo by Joyo, Vatira scores! It's his first goal of the series, and it may put Moist on match point.
It couldn't have come at a more opportune time. The demo deletes the back defender. Daniel can't quite get there in time. And Moist Esports take the lead. 55 to go here, Sax.
They've been so close, sending the guy downfield, looking for a demo in front of the net, time and time again. This time, they get home. And now it's Moist's turn to defend under duress. Not a lot of it, though, as Rise forces them out of the zone, and Arsenal had to come up quickly. Daniel now going to try and stay with it. He could not. Arsenal trying to set up Reynolds. It's not there. Final 30 seconds, and Moist threatening to put this one away.
And right at midfield, perfect pass for Daniel, but he slows it down and can't find it underneath the crossbar. Reynolds pushing forward into the corner here as Daniel, just narrowly misses, too far inside, and they've got less than 10 to go.
Gotta have it right here. Rise in the way as he shuts down Reynolds. No time on the clock. SSG have to play it anywhere they can to try and keep it in the air, and they cannot. Moist are on match point as they once again try to dismiss Space Station Gaming.
This team just continues to be denied in live environments. This team seems unstoppable. And Space Station Gaming looking for kryptonite here. They're gonna have to take a timeout to try and figure out how they can take 2 games off of Moist Esports.
Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't take the timeout, but also, I don't know that a timeout's going to help. I'll just go ahead and say it. This team cannot beat that team. It's that simple. There is something about Moist that they have Space Station's number. As we look back again at the Mobile One high performance replay, and Vatira delivering the dagger in game 4, and maybe the dagger for the series.
I mean, this team is not only able to be beat by Space Station, but they haven't finished outside of a top 4 since November of 2021. This team has been on a roll, and it has been so fun to watch. And it doesn't look like they're slowing down, Stacks. It looks like they just somehow continue to get better. They've always been so, I mean, just non-linear with their gameplay, and it doesn't seem to stop.
We saw a shot of Reynolds there, and I think it was a really good look at a man who has got to be incredibly frustrated every time he runs up against his team, and he wants them every chance he gets to prove that they can finally beat them. Maybe they had saved their best for last and they finally get over the hump at the World Championship, but they find themselves staring up a tall, tall mountain, down 3-1 to Moist Esports, and the clouds are rolling in. That is adorable. That's why we love having these lands back.
It is absolutely incredible that, I mean, from ages 9 months to 99 years old, doesn't matter. You can enjoy Rocket League wherever you are, and it is just such a sight to see.
You didn't have to date yourself like that, Subi.
Well, you know, sometimes I have to let you know that I've got a little experience over you.
A lot. We go to Wasteland now for Game 5. The post-apocalyptic background coming on your screen very shortly, and it could be the end of the line in this series for Space Station Gaming in yet another attempt to try and take down Moist Esports.
I mean, if that isn't an omen, I don't know what is, Stax. That is a scary sight to behold if you're Space Station Gaming. But mental fortitude is what we're about to see. And can Space Station Gaming last this onslaught of Moist Esports?
Teams after timeouts generally come out with that second wind. Does SSG have a strong start in them? They're going to need it, because if Moist scores this first goal, you might be able to wrap it up. Here goes Daniel. Given plenty of time and plenty of space. Usually a death sentence for a team, but not for this team. As Moist slow him down, Reynolds will have one deflected up, and Vatira given a lot of space of his own.
Arsenal, so much respect given to Moist Esports, sitting in midfield. And Daniel puts that one under the crossbar. Nobody home for Moist Esports.
You know the rule. Hand down, man down. Rise didn't get up in time. Nobody was there. And Space Station Gaming, they have a lead early in a game again. They scored first, I believe, in 3 out of these 5 games. They've had opportunities, but they just have not been able to put away Moist other than that one shutout in game 2.
Yeah, and again, you know, we could talk about how easy technically it could be to hold on to a lead, but not when you're facing Moist, not when you have the mechanical power of all 3 players on Moist. But not only that, I mean, yeah, they're teammates, but they're all friends. And that, oh, what a save, and oh, Reynolds comes in, flying from midfield and puts this one in to give Space Station a 2-0 lead.
A fortuitous bounce here off of Joyo. It was on its way out to the corner, and unfortunately Joyo in the wrong spot. Space Station Gaming get a break and a 2-goal lead in a game they must win to stay in the upper bracket. Trying to get a shot at Semper in the upper bracket. Loser drops down, has to deal with Endpoint. Is Joyo here dispossessed? Arsenal coming in, and there's nobody to demo, so he's got to turn tail and run. Joyo trying to run interference in the space station net, and Daniel has evaded him.
And boy, so comfortable playing laterally there, just going left to right, right to left, trying to wear down Space Station, force them to use every ounce of boost they have, because at the moment, Moist have absolutely been winning the boost battles, constantly stealing, constantly so thirsty for every ounce of boost, living up to their Moist Esports name as Rise goes up over double committed defender and double tap, no, denied on the back line. Moist still chasing their first goal.
They've given Vatira so much time to just wind up and fire, and he's burned him once, almost did it again. He cannot let Moist have all that time and space, but at least working right now. They have those 2 goals, spotted a double goal lead, and now Vatira pop one away, only as far as Daniel. Joyo taken out twice, once by Arsenal, once by Reynolds, double kill, and SSG's up 3.
Oh, I love this play from SSG. Reynolds playing so aggressive, Daniel slowing it down, and then the unselfish play says, here you go, Reynolds, you did all the work, take the goal. Space Station up 3.
This is by far the best that Space Station has looked in this series, and their fans may be starting to believe. Joyo, though, coming through, and there is Daniel for the stop, and he kills it there along the ground, not letting Vatira just have it roll out to him. He had to come chase it down. Now Arsenal looking for a 4th goal, and that one's sent away.
What a save from Joyo. I don't know how he read that ball, but here comes a breakaway play from Moist Esports. 1-2 denied by Space Station, but they continue to stay in this orange half, and no pressure on that ball. Rise comes from opposite side to keep things alive, and awkward play here from Space Station. Seems like the boost is starting to become a problem for him, Stacks.
Yeah, they're getting a little comfortable on their half of the field as well, and when that happened last game, it spelled disaster, though this time it's popped away just ahead of Joyo. Reynolds up to Arsenal, maybe looking to put this one away once and for all, and he bounced it through and not in! What a save again, as the Moist defense gives themselves a shot with 90 seconds left.
Oh, that ball was flashing, Stacks. It was crossing the goal line. And still, Moist refused to give up, chasing 3. They're gonna need one here. They have to send the house. Rise puts it up, it's gonna roll back down, but no follow-up shot is there. Too slow on that one. And Space Station sends it back downfield, and Arsenal, can't roll it in. He's hit left, he's hit right, he's hit up above, but still can't find a goal here in game number 5.
Well, that's why you spot yourself a 3-goal lead, so you don't have to score in the final minute. Daniel got around, and there's Rise. It looked good, resulted in nothing, and Arsenal just kept that away as Joyo tried to sneak one into an almost empty net. 40 seconds remain as SSG fights for survival in the upper bracket. Vatira's gonna sky one up, and nothing there off the flip reset. They just haven't had it in this game. Moist has a few in the bag, but they're gonna let one get away here. One of those closeout opportunities. And a little bit of breath now for Space Station Gaming as Daniel gets his 3rd of the series.
Second one here in game number 5. Rise a little too slow to that one, but I don't quite fault him. This one was out of hand. And Space Station Gaming clawing back to life, refusing to be turned away, refusing to give up. And Stacks, we're only 2 games away from game 7, my friend.
Why not? They've gone there, they've gone the distance. Just about every time they've faced each other, just seems like it's written in the script. Maybe another trip to the Heartbreak Hotel, but for now, Space Station Gaming gotta be breathing a big sigh of relief. They've staved off relegation down below, and they stay alive here on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, big sigh of relief, but you also have to face the facts that if you're gonna take this one against Moist, you gotta bring them to game 7, and you have to beat them in game 7. And Space Station Gaming, historically, 0-4 in game 7s at LAN. They just do not have the ice, and when you turn the script to the other side, Moist Esports has all of it.
Yeah, I remember somebody famously saying last week that SSG doesn't have the ice. Pass from the past. And they turned out to have it in the end. It's a bit of a different beast over on the other side of the field this time around. But at least they have life going into Neo Tokyo. You gotta imagine it's gotta be so tough for that young man right there to kind of tune all of this out. Those headphones do a lot of work. They are not unflappable. You can still hear just something. You know that the crowd is going nuts one way or the other. You can hear them right now behind us. Game 6 about to get underway. Is this the end of the line? Game 6, Neo Tokyo, brought to you by Bob's Ramen. Here we go. Space Station and Moist with Champions Field looming in the distance.
Oh, big kickoff here for Space Station. Arsenal looking for a big challenge, and Reynolds cut off Daniel. I thought maybe he had a better angle, but maybe the boost was an issue for him. I'm not quite sure on that one, but still, Space Station maintaining the pressure here, not allowing an immediate shot opportunity, but Moist Esports, man, oh man, can they make offense seemingly out of nothing.
Not the greatest touch out of Arsenal, but Reynolds did just enough to shut down the angle. Now Joyo, maybe a little too strong intended for Vatira. Do all they can to keep this in the zone, but Reynolds made sure to grab that corner boost, and that's critical as they try to get out of the zone. Otherwise, Moist threatening to really starve them out. Now Joyo up top for Rise, can't get the double down on target. And a break for SSG. They take out Rise and Vatira. Only Joyo for the moment. They're both back and ready to go.
And that was the big difference maker in game number 5, as that one almost sent in. Huge double tap and just narrowly missed its mark off of the post. But for Space Station to be successful, I genuinely feel like they have to rely on those demos. They have to try and play a man advantage. They've got to play 3v2 here against Moist.
Who blinks first in the second closeout opportunity for Moist against SSG? Daniel right at Vatira. That matchup has been great to watch all day long. Those two right at each other every single time, it feels like. Just Daniel again, whirling through on target and shut down by Joyo. Follow-up is swatted away by Vatira.
I love that from Reynolds, just sitting there poaching, knowing that that player is going to come directly towards him, but unfortunately from him, someone waiting directly center of net as these teams continue to battle back and forth. And this seems very reminiscent of game number 2 when we were scoreless for nearly 3.5 minutes. Both teams realizing how important this game is. Obviously, Moist Esports, if they get that dub, gonna go ahead and march forward.
Daniel gonna kill this here. Vatira was hoping Daniel would bring it over to the side to him. Not the case. Rise jumping ahead though. Only Daniel to beat. Rise's shot is blocked away. Daniel able to hold his ground for now. Joyo again trying to snipe the corner. Sailed on him. And the boost steal out of Moist. Trying to starve out Space Station Gaming, but the drought won't last very long.
And Space Station has got to be careful. They've double committed a few times here, and it's only a matter of time before Moist Esports capitalizes on those mistakes on the back half as Arsenal sees Reynolds. Reynolds denied as Vatira goes up, and Daniel tried to go low, but perfect read from Vatira, no one home, and the shot in for Vatira. Moist Esports take the lead.
Almost like they lulled him into a false sense of security. It's a tough angle, and Vatira reads it perfectly. Arsenal couldn't get a hand up in time, and with 2 minutes left, Moist are closing in on closing out SSG.
Under 20 seconds to get 1 goal, tie this all up, Stacks. And for Moist Esports, time to just hang on, keep that pressure going, and keep Space Station at bay.
Space Station has not won a game in this series where they've conceded a goal. Their 2 wins, a 2-0 and 4-0 shutout. Rise, I think he got a bump on Arsenal from behind that made him get rid of that ball a little sooner than he would have liked as Reynolds tries to fake them out. And Arsenal coming in, the door slammed right in his face. Out to the corner now. That demolition on Reynolds could put SSG into a world of hurt, but Arsenal sure-handed at the back. He's got Reynolds running downfield, and it's just not there for the pass. Daniel gotta pop one up at midfield and try and slow down Moist. Many teams have tried. Many teams have failed. Here goes Daniel. Arsenal running along the back line. Nobody
Got the
there.
demo.
Now it's Reddles trying to walk it home, and Rise avoids contact, gets the stop. Now Arsenal to the corner, and Vatira's waiting patiently, and Europe's most valuable player. Not quite unanimously, but pretty darn close. They have just put this series away.
My goodness, back door is wide open, and you just let that ball in scot-free. Oh, Mama Vatira is an absolute hero here in game number 6.
And the chirping going on now with Moist closing in on final victory. But now Reddles across the way. He's got Arsenal up there. Daniel waiting underneath.
Oh, he missed it.
And this is going to force Reddles back. That's bad news for Space Station Gaming, needing 2 goals now with minimal time on the clock. The demo on Rise opens the window just a little bit, and Daniel scores to give SSG life again.
Oh, he does it again, pirouetting through the air, floating, filled with helium, and goes far post and in, bringing Space Station within 1.
Vatira stopped him every single time in this series except right there, when it mattered most, when Daniel had to have it. Will it matter is the real question. Joyo, let it get away. Vatira gonna try to keep control, make SSG chase him. Reddles has, but that goes right to Rise. Final countdown now, and Rise puts it away! Once and for all, Moist on top!
How many times is he gonna get a goal with less than 10 seconds to go in the game? Rise continues to show he's got that ice in his veins, baby!
Space Station had won their last 6 games on Neo Tokyo. That streak ends when this ball touches the ground as Moist Esports once again have SSG's number, and now they've got a date with Semper in the upper bracket.
And these 2 teams just continue to battle. Out of 21 possible game stacks, they've played 20 of them. You've got to tip your hat to Space Station, but you've got to throw your hat on the floor for Moist Esports. These guys continue to impress, and I don't know how they never fold under the pressure.
It is probably the unlikeliest story, I think, of this whole season, this team that came from seemingly out of nowhere in the winter. Let's face it, in hostile territory at the YouTube Theater in LA. The whole crowd against him, it felt like, and they took on all comers. They were indeed North America's worst nightmare, and they remain so to this day, several months later. This is, for me, undoubtedly, the best team in the world as we look back one more time at the Mobile One High Performance replay, and that man jacked up the entire series and chirping a little bit at the end as well. But Vatira wanted this in a big way, and his defense was critical towards Moist taking down SSG again.
It was the defense, it was the aggression, it was the creativity, it was the refusal to be denied. I mean, you could just have so many bullet points of what makes this team great, but one thing is for certain. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are, who you are, it is almost impossible to root against this team. You love to see them succeed because it is just such a true story of esports, of like going to an event, wanting to be there one day, and now being some of the best players in the world.
It's truly an inspirational story. It's taken Rocket League by storm from the start of this season. And now we once again get to hear from victorious Moist. Forbes on stage with them.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, please, crowd, give it up here for Rise Moist Esports, winners of the last series of the day. Now, how does this feel to hear?
It's sick, man. It's sick. It's so sick. Even in NA, we got the GOATs over here. You know, Rattle's dad ain't chanting anymore, but it's fine. Probably the most influential player on their team that series, but it is what it is. GG's to them.
GG's. Does this mean, was this just a warm-up for you guys?
Yeah, it was. That was our getting into it series, you know. I mean, no. I mean, I feel bad because obviously Arsenal's ill. That's out of their control. They weren't at full strength, and I'm sure we'll see them later in the tournament.
Absolutely. Love to hear that. I mean, you talked about the support. How, obviously, the support is here all the way from London to give you, to cheer you guys on. Do you guys feel like you have kind of the momentum from London coming with you here?
Of course. We're the best team in the tournament, like coming into it. Highest seed, so yeah, we feel it.
I mean, highest seed, does that come with added pressure to succeed? I mean, people are looking at you like you have to win this one. Is that something that you guys have high hopes for this tournament?
Of course, we want to go all the way.
So the question is, how are you gonna go all the way?
Well, you'll have to wait and see for that one.
Wait and see. I mean, I passed you in the elevator at the hotel, right? You were on your way to the gym, right? Is that just practice to be able to flex on your opponents? Is that what that is?
And when we win, I'll be flexing. I'll flex when we win the whole tournament.
Listen, they want to see it. We all want to see it. Listen, when he wins.
Can I have one thing? My dad's here. Happy birthday. It's my dad's birthday. Everyone say happy birthday to my dad.
Happy birthday. All right, I love that. All right, listen. One last time. One last time. Please, crowd, give it up for Rise and Moist Esports.
I would be terrified for any team that is not called Moist Esports right now. Not only do they come out and beat a strong SSG in dominant fashion, they feel good enough to be like, oh, yeah, it's my dad's birthday. Let's sing some songs. I don't need to flex right now. And we're just having
Have
fun.
a good time.
Calling Metal's dad the best player on the field.
We went to game 6. It's like, we're just warming up. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't really seem to matter what Moist do or like what kind of pressure that Space Station put them under. Every touch, even a double commit, the touch is out away from Space Station. It's a hard clear. Space Station are forced to respond, to retreat. They're never the ones putting pressure on. It's Moist that constantly control the pace of the game. This team is just so good, and it's ridiculous how consistent they are.
But on the other side, Space Station did look fantastic as well. They did battle pretty hard, and I would say they might be the #2 team of the day. The problem is, because of their poor wild card, they had to go against Moist.
And Space Station had a good game plan in there. They went in, they were looking to take the time when they had the space, and also let Moist outplay the air a little bit and gain control of that ball, gain advantage. But the problem was, when Moist are playing as fast as they are, it's really hard to execute under that kind of speed of play. And we saw a few missed shots at moments that could have changed the series, and that's the effect Moist have of playing at that speed. It puts that pressure on to score when you're not in a comfortable position.
One question I had coming into Fort Worth was, how is Moist going to deal with no longer being the clear fan favorites in the building? They had a strong SSG audience in front of them. Didn't seem to affect them at all.
Didn't affect them one bit. I think they're used to it because of LA. They obviously played against G2. They battled them there. They lost in a bracket reset, but that's because of that lower bracket run. The scary part is now, Moist is starting off good in the upper bracket, so it's going to be even tougher to take them down.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it matters. Like, you heard Rise up there on the stage. The dude, he oozes confidence. And that kind of confidence, it doesn't matter what the crowd does at that point. You believe in yourself no matter what the crowd says, because you've been here before. You've been to 2 grand finals on land before. You know you're capable of it because you've already done it.
He was so icy even in the interview. Like, he was just chilling and on the stage. And
I want to see the flex. I'm not going to lie. I'm on the flex train right now.
Yeah, we talk about the whole playing on LAN and confidence on LAN, equating your online performance into a LAN environment. And you can see just from that interview what it takes to have the right mentality to just chill in a pressure environment. Because I think people at home don't realize the interviews are the bit a lot of these players get the most nervous for.
Yeah.
But you can see there, Rise is just chilling. He's coming out with jokes. He's getting the crowd to get involved. I think that's what sums up the performance mindset of this team.
It's crazy. And they're so young.
Exactly.
It's like not first LAN anymore. They've gone through a few of them here. We're getting a lot more LANs under the belt in one season for the new players here, but they're so much more comfortable than I feel like most players weren't by this point.
It's just insane because 1 year ago, we didn't know of these 3 players at all. They came out of nowhere. Like, even Fall Split, like 10th in EU. It's like no one's really thinking that they're going to be here. Now they're the #1 overall seed. They have the target on their back, and they just don't care. They're going to go out and play.
They had the target on their back coming into the event, and it's still there. What a statement they made against Space Station. Let's take a look at Group A and how it stands after today's gameplay. The 4 quarterfinal matches concluded, leaving us with Renegades and NRG with 1 lower quarterfinals match, and also SSG and Endpoint. We won't see those for a few days here. That action should be happening on Friday. But in the upper semis, Moist versus Semper, BDS versus Version 1. How did our We didn't predict
it didn't go that
Endpoint
well, I don't
forward,
think.
right?
I think we did pick Endpoint because that was me.
I mean, we talk about predictions. The prediction bracket at the beginning of the day was scuffed. Let's talk about the predictions throughout the day. How did they?
Greg went 4-0. We know.
You're leading. You're leading. It's fine. We don't need to talk about it too much here. Let's take a look at Group B. Those matches we'll get to see again later on. Group B is the action for tomorrow. G2 versus Optic, Furia versus K-Corp, FaZe Clan versus the Club, the Falcons versus Dignitas. Which match just jumps off the page to you, Jordan?
K-Corp Furia. Like that is.
Of course, Furia. Come on.
No,
Furia
I mean, no. Like, okay, looking at it objectively, though. Okay, let's think about this. Okay, K-Corp, they came into spring not performing that well. They make the change to Nolly, and they make top 4 in London
by taking down Furia.
By taking down Furia,
yeah.
Absolutely. They beat Furia twice in that tournament. Now Furia have to play them again for the 3rd time. And it could be, like, that's going to be an insane match. We've seen what Furia can do across the last few months. And to me, out of all 4 of those matches, that's the tightest one.
I completely agree with you. But in terms of players that everyone wants to see on that stage, I think Dignitas versus Falcons. We saw it a game as a slightly different format there. But to see all those 1v1 players playing threes, especially with Dignitas seeming to have an epiphany and remembering how to play again, to see them play against Falcons who are in such good form will be an amazing series.
I'm so excited to see Falcons on the stage again. It feels it's been a while since London to see that fierce of an opponent show up. They were the only team that felt like they could maybe take something to Moist there, and still Moist was able to come up strong. So I'm excited to see Falcons again. It's going to be some crazy action. We'll be kicking off the pre-show at 10:30 a.m. Central tomorrow, 11 a.m. the gameplay starts. So make sure you got it locked right here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Thank you all for watching. From me, from everyone here on the desk, for the production in the back, and the rest of the casting crew, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.